Hello everyone, you guys are tuning in to the 2023 PUBG Mobile Regional Clash SEA versus PEL, and joining you guys on the English desk for today is me, Khairul, alongside with Contra.
Yeah, and it has been a fantastic weekend overall, and now it's going down to our final 6 game to see whether if PEL or SEA will take the title home for this PMRC.
Yeah, a little bit of recap of what happened yesterday. PEL dominated all the way from match 1 to match 5, but then XERXIA managed to secure themselves a winner-winner chicken dinner at the end there. But today's question, the biggest question for today is whether C teams will bounce back or it's going to be a total domination again from the PEL side.
Well, looking at the later stages of the game from day 2, we did see that the C teams are really fighting back much harder than before, whereas as much as all the chicken dinners are going into the side of PEL, except for the last game, of course, there's so many of all these teams that have at least make it to the top 5 heading in from the side of SEA.
Yeah, and maybe we can touch a little bit about the early fight draw spots that is going to happen around Sanhok. We might gonna see a fight at the top of the hill at Camp Alpha there between Thundertalk Gaming and Alter Ego, but then maybe we'll explain it more afterwards. But right now, looking at the overview, we are on the last day of the tournament, 22nd of October, where the last 6 matches will be played and the champion will be crowned later today.
Yeah, it's really tough to see which team will actually pull through ahead, because right now, despite being number 1 spot, being pretty much steady at the top, there are still a lot of opportunities where a lot of all these teams can actually play catch up, especially now that we're going to be moving into Sanhok. So far, it's been a 1-1 record, 1 for PEL as well as 1 for SEA. These are some of the teams that have been participating throughout the course of the run. So far, the heavy favorites to take the championship home are hailing in from the side of Indonesia, where you see a lot of members of BIGETRON Villains as well as PERSIJA EVOS really pushing to the limit. Alongside with MorphGPX, Alter Ego a little bit shaky, but they're looking pretty good too.
Yeah, meanwhile, for the PEL side, we've seen a lot of dominance showing from TEC yesterday as the champion of PEL Summer, and they are proving themselves that they are one of the best teams that are competing right now. But we cannot forget about the other teams such as TeamPAI, who has been very consistent, even though maybe they don't have a winner-winner chicken dinner yet, but they are looking very confident on their playstyle.
Yeah, and when we go and take a look at the overall rankings, TEC so far has secured not only the most chicken dinners, they are also topping the charts with 66 elimination points across the past 2 days. Now, look at Alter Ego. They're also at number 2, as much as we see a lot of all these Indonesian teams really thriving. The rest of the SEA teams, especially from FaZe Clan, Vampire Esports, as well as Suzhou, they have the struggles on their own, but they definitely did put up some really good fight. 7-9, I believe that they did have their late blooming stages, and we start to see them a little bit more. Now, also late improvements coming in from the side of LGD, but do you think it's a little bit too late for them to give in any form of chase?
It's never too late. For me, it's never too late to show themselves, to prove themselves that they are worthy to be here. And I feel like today might be LGD day if they decide to change their draw spots in Sanhok, Erangel, and Miramar. But then looking at the results right here, it's kind of have a big gap between those 2 sides, where we have 582 points for C teams. Meanwhile, from the PEL sides, only have collected 511 points for them.
Yeah, this is a heavily C-dominated map where you could definitely see a lot of all these SEA teams really playing around the middle sector of the circle, whereas the PEL teams like to play it a little bit slower. BTR so far have shown us a lot of all these great maneuvers, especially taking good control of the middle ground itself.
Yeah, talking about the positioning of the teams in Sanhok, we can see that from yesterday's match, they are more leaning towards doing their rotation from the southern side and the northern side of the circle. Meanwhile, for the teams that has put themselves in the middle of the circle, such as like how K1 Esports do it yesterday, they are looking pretty great by pushing all the teams to fight earlier on and just leave them feeling very relaxed at the middle of the circle.
Yeah, I think like this is some great strats that can be implemented yet again. This is going to be the last Sanhok to be played here in the PMRC. I really want to see how well will they be able to readapt once again, because the first time that we go into the map back in day one, you see so many of all these early fights going on, especially on the hot team.
Yeah.
And on day two, I think that we see a lot more changes coming through where you don't see too many of those hot drops, but it can still happen here in day three, right?
Yeah, the biggest question for me is whether FaZe Clan is going to go to Hatin, since there's no early skirmish going on there, and they've decided on the second day to drop at bootcamp and trying to fight with PERSIJA EVOS, and they managed to win that fight. And it's time for FaZe Clan really decide which draw spot will they land towards to. Maybe you have any opinions about it?
Yeah, and I guess like there's a lot of different form of play that they can actually go for, but knowing a team like FaZe Clan, they want to play a little bit more central. Maybe if you want it to be slightly safer as compared to bootcamp, you can still opt for maybe Paradise Resort, right? Like it's slightly off of center, but there's still a lot of ways that they can re-rotate back into bootcamp if they want to. But I believe that that will also mean that they will have to contest with another team. But with enough of that spacing, Paradise Resort can offer them just about enough loot to get by.
Yeah, and apart from that, we cannot forget what's happening around Cave. Unfinished business between Sam9 and LGD. They keep having these early fights, but then it was never one team that gets eliminated early on. They tend to run away after three of their members are down, especially from the LGD side, as we can say maybe Sam9 is leading 2-0 on the draw spot fights. But how do you feel about the fights in Cave?
Yeah, I feel like it's a little bit awkward because Cave itself doesn't really offer you too many loots to begin with, and you can't really share it with two teams. So it's all about who really gets the first weapons to be able to dictate the pace of that battle, which is why that you see, okay, whether if Sam9 gets it first or LGD, they try to disperse a little bit, or whoever has those weapons, they try to hold them hostage until that one of these teams actually get to leave safely. So I believe that you can basically move off to different areas if they want to play in Kampong. It's not too far off from Cave anyways, and maybe by the port, there's still a lot of loot as well to get by. So those are some of those ways that they can actually shift how they want to play, or better yet, just above Caves, you have Quarry, which gives you a lot more spacing, maybe a little bit more of a danger zone, especially when teams like to rotate around that area.
Yeah, and I totally agree with you on that, because Kim Charlie is actually quite open for LGD to take, but they feel like, oh, we want Cave also, and this is not giving a lot of benefits toward neither of the teams, because having these early fights will slow down on their rotation. But maybe we can focus a little bit on the rotation side of the teams that coming up from the southern area of Sanhok. Maybe if the circle pops at the northern side of the map, which way would you think would be the best route do they have to take?
Well, depending on the way that it shifts, is it north Hatin or is it north towards the side of Kao or so? Because like they could basically play it really, really slowly, wait for stage 1 to pass, and then you can wrap around on the eastern side. But that will also see a couple of challenges, because there are teams from Thailand dropping around the areas of Langkawi. There's also a couple of all these PL teams somewhere around the central zone, and not discounting the fact that you have strong teams like PERSIJA, EVOS always taking the center along with BTR. It's kind of like a gridlock. It's like it forces you to go to the edge of the map if you're coming from the south.
Yep, and talking about PERSIJA EVOS, as for now, we haven't got to see Luxi and Zuxi paired in the map to be played together. And I feel like this has to be in the last day, because we need to see how these twins are going to mix things up and give maybe a little bit of shocker to their fans out there who are currently waiting for a chicken dinner from their team.
Yeah, and speaking of the Tachibana twin brothers, right? Like, we only do see them play maybe in the bigger maps. Not so much on Erangel, where they have always shifted towards different players in the team. I think that it's also great where it allows players like Red FaZe to actually shine. You saw throughout the entirety of the tournament, Red FaZe always been very, very consistent. XERXIA also have amped up his game from day 2 onwards. So now I want to see how much more does XERXIA actually add to the board as well.
Yeah, we're looking forward for maybe PERSIJA EVOS to climb up the ladders, get the chicken dinners for the side of Indonesia. But we cannot forget about MORPY GPX. Their playstyle sometimes are super, super aggressive and it gets out of control. But then when they switch a little button, they start to play a bit relaxed, composed, passive. But then it can work and it cannot work as well. So on your opinion, which playstyle suits the best for MORPY GPX?
I feel like it has worked out for MORPY GPX the moment that they actually commit into that form of aggression, the moment that you see them maybe holding back a little bit, playing a little bit more defensively, that's where, you know, they don't feel the most comfortable playing defense instead. So when you look at some of the ways that the SEA Indonesian side has played, they are one of the fastest in attacks. They all come in different form of angles. They also do know how to set up choke points when it comes down to ways of attacking from long distance. It can actually work very effectively if it is being implemented by Morph, but most often than not, Morph, they like to play close range in a 4 versus 4 setting.
Yeah, talking about close counter combats, right? And we've seen that FaZe have been winning their drop spot fights at Pecado in Miramar. We can see from Jojo City against LGD, times and times again, they have proven themselves. But I can say the different strategy coming out from FaZe and Wolves and also LGD when they faced up on them during the fight in Erangel at Jojo City. They are playing very passively. They just, I'm just get a shotgun and I'm just there at staircase or behind a door. Is this strategy is something that is worth doing if it takes a longer time to fight with their opponent?
If the circle is upon them and there's still a lot of time for them to actually buy out, I feel like it is a legitimate strategy that you could basically hold out the entirety of the zone and just keep some of all these enemies either guessing or even leave the facility, allowing you to actually take up that form of space. Meanwhile, I don't think like that's the best type of strat that has been utilized by FaZe Clan, because back in the days, we know FaZe Clan to also be one of the strongest teams on the offense. Now that you see them playing a little bit more balanced, they don't play only around 20k anymore. What am I saying? He's no longer in FaZe Clan. He's now in Vampires. Now, of course, with that form of shift, it has also allowed players like Mormon to actually get by just really holding the fort. Yesterday, you saw how many of these teams actually run into the trap being set by FaZe Clan. I think it has worked out a couple of times, but how long can you hold out, actually?
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that, but maybe we switch up a little bit and talk about the PEL teams right now, because we see that TeamPAI and Weibo Gaming has been doing very well in the bigger maps, such as Erangel and Miramar, but I feel like those performances have to be laid out in game. And I think it's time for us to start our first match, and we'll pass the mic to our lovely casters, Choo Choo and Sir Cloud.
Thank you so much, Cairo and Contra, and that's a lot of insight regarding the final day of the Regional Clash PUBG Mobile here today with me, Choo Choo, and Sir Cloud. How are you feeling for final day here?
Oh, today's the final day. I want to feel what our analysts feel. I know that sounds a bit weird. I want to feel what Cairo said. LGD getting a chicken dinner today.
Oh, that's
I want to feel like the bottom team.
I don't know. I feel a lot of questions in the comments yesterday and the day before regarding LGD's performance. What is happening on the end? I have a feeling maybe they're downplaying for a tiny bit. I don't know, but hopefully that's the best case scenario. They might actually land a chicken dinner just to prove themselves, you know what, we're here to play.
Yeah, and the only thing, I think the first blocker that's really stopping them is that every map they have someone challenging them at the drop spot, including Sanhok as well, as was mentioned by our analysts. Inside a cave, it will be Sem9. However, if we look at the statistics, they potentially have a better chance inside of Sanhok, since they have neither truly won against Sem9 or truly lost against Sem9. So I'll be banking for them to hopefully get the chicken dinner in Sanhok.
have to figure out how to drop without clashing with any teams is another question for the side of LGD. Now, you talked about across all the map for LGD, right? Yeah, Sanhok will be one of the best bet because it's going to be randomized, a bit of a Royal Rumble when it comes to a smaller map. Nobody happened to be fixing their drop spot there. But when it comes to Erangel, we didn't mention Impala happened to be so vacant. Maybe that's going to be one of the options for LGD to drop themselves to.
Yeah, so far only yesterday, we started to see Thundertalk Gaming dropping into Impala. And other than that, it's pretty clear. So, I mean, it's a big map, right, Mirama? So you got a lot of space. Even in smaller maps like Sanhok, like what's mentioned by our analyst, Camp Charlie is open. So after 2 series of Sanhok, it would have been time to, look back and see that, hey, you know what, we can go and play at those places. But I guess we need to put out a prediction, and that is where I have my support for LGD. Let's go.
For my side, I'm giving the opportunity for our host to actually do the prediction. So everything's right. It's going to be my credit to take. If it's wrong, we're going to just blame it on Kyril, okay? So Kyril called out for PERSIJA EVOS. I don't blame him for that because so far, the best performing team for Southeast Asia region, it just feels like mostly coming up from the Indonesian team. But we do have XERXIA in the last minute yesterday. So I feel like today might be the rise of the Thai teams.
Or maybe Sem9, representing Malaysia from the Southeast Asia group, can get the chicken dinner because they have yet to got it as well. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be jumping into Sanhok really, really soon. And speaking about Sem9 potentially getting that chicken dinner, well, if it's still the cave brawl between them and LGD, then that might cut their chances by a bit.
And not just that, keep an eye out for bootcamp. Will be a scuffle or very chaotic bootcamp. Same goes for the side of Chem Alpha and Hatin. We have very hot drops here when it comes to the very smallest map there is. In our final day of the final map, there's going to be the last Sanhok in PMRC. Let's fly away into Sanhok.
But the points between the region for Sanhok has shifted to PEL. 91 points versus 90 points held by the Southeast Asian teams. And now, let's get on to our drops. Flight path not too far away from Camp Charlie, as mentioned by our analyst. Camp Charlie is open, so opportunity for the teams to go in. I can see LGD hovering around there. Well, they can still hover to cave, but come on, LGD, just drop in Camp Charlie.
They're dropping around Bantai, spreading across for LGD, while the side of Morph, they're taking Sami for themselves. That's no surprise at all, because we do know Morph do drop around Sami or even Tambang at times. Vampires will resort to Tambang. We saw a question about the circle. Will the circle be easy for these guys for the final day, or will it be super challenging? But we do have our first contact made between FaZe Clan and, if I'm not mistaken, the purple, that's gonna be
FaZe Clan on
FaZe Clan.
purple.
And is it Weibo? Or
Yeah.
is it yeah.
Now we get the PERSIJA EVOS on the other side.
There you go.
Yeah. So it's the same matchup as yesterday. So this is the second time around that they meet each other inside a bootcamp to decide who will be the king of bootcamp. Yesterday, it was FaZe Clan winning. Let's see if anything changes this time.
And Kara did mention, just to flash back for a bit, first day I think the twins, they actually play with each other, but today they might actually resort to that again, as Luxy and Saxi both are, being the first line of roster of the day in Sanhok, but the circle just popped in between. We might end up on top of Painan if the circle just centralizing over the center there.
Yeah, it's going to be a decent circle, I must say, unless it scams all the way down to the Ruins Island, then it will be a different conversation altogether. But we'll keep an eye on that as we look at what's going to happen between FaZe Clan as well as PERSIJA EVOS. As of now, Mela is super duper low. 1 tick of health left, and he managed to reset himself. So it's a 50-55 between the two.
Venturis tried to toss over to his side of Red Face, switch over his position, going back inside, trying to find any more loot, especially the throwables. Here it comes. Fingers crossed for the side of Venturis. Calculating the trajectory, didn't clip anybody, and that's going to be giving away their position as well. PERSIJA EVOS clustered in together indoors. But on the other end, we do have Weibo Gaming versus Alter Ego at the same time.
Well, that must be at Camp Alpha again, and Weibo Gaming getting the first blood. Ming will secure it. And that is going to be one casualty on the side of Alter Ego this time. But the fight inside the bootcamp, I guess because the circle is kind of here as well, so that's why two teams, they know they have the time.
PERSIJA EVOS and FaZe Clan happen to be in a standstill for now due to PERSIJA EVOS defending just denying the fact they will allow FaZe Clan to breach in, but Victorious will have an attempt to see if he can actually see through on the second floor here. FaZe waiting for the head to pop out, or XERXIA. Don't have too much of gears to work around. No helmet still. Finally land one.
This is where waiting, it feels like agony for the two teams. It's like, who wants to make the first move? Man, can see a lot of different types of shotguns held by both sides, in fact. So perfect weapon for this kind of close quarters combat. But nobody's really making that move. I guess it's also because the fact that they kind of know that, okay, I heard that one trigger pull, it's a shotgun, so I don't want to go head on. I want you to make the first move before I come out and pull the trigger first.
FaZe Clan should know by now. The one big lesson they learned before, not to overextend their fight too long here. Despite they are in the circle, but might be another third party coming in very soon. It's going to be a famous place for everybody to pass by, since the circle quite in the center there. We do have around Cam Alpha, like you mentioned before, it's going to be Alter Ego. Thunder Talk is around the corner. Well, we had the fight previously against Weibo Gaming. I don't see any Weibo Gaming players out there, but Alter Ego being hunted down by two teams in a row for now.
Yeah, I wonder if that happened at the top of Camp Alpha Mountain or somewhere else. But anyway, both teams here outside the circle, long range spray by Fnatic, and it's going to be Rosemary that got the first now against the Rock.
Rock quite far, ambitious for sort of Alter Ego to finish him off. Quite difficult. The terrain itself will be obscuring his vision towards the other end of the mountain. But on the side of PERSIJA, EVOS and FaZe Clan, it's going to be a stalemate for now. Nobody willing to make the first move. Nobody willing to take the risk and gamble it out to see if they can actually break through each other's barrier. And XERXIA figuring out how to out-circle or just try to wrap around the corners to find any sort of a flaw from the defense coming up from FaZe Clan.
Yeah, pretty much a staring contest now between the two. As we move back over to Camp Alpha, Potato now spotted out by Dreamy. Rock, he's okay, he's back up. So it could be a long range by Rosemary, and Rock, with his presence back on the battlefield, he made it felt to Potato.
A clean execution done by Rock there. The moment he's being resetted up, but he knows exactly where to stay, where to just put his cross-air on top of a play of Alter Ego. Lost two players on the side of Alter Ego. Not a great start, but for Misery, had those audio coup coming towards his direction, waiting for DBS to put up to work. But the side of FaZe Clan will not go into his corner.
Okay, I do see movement here now by FaZe Clan. Earlier, it was a little bit more movement by PERSIJA EVOS, but then again, I guess they pretty much know that, okay, they're behind this wall, they're at this corner, but nobody's willing to commit just yet, just because of the DBS. But okay, speaking about commitment, we do hear the trigger being pulled, and now big movement might happen soon.
A lot of pre-fires just now, but nothing happening still. Well, they are trying to break through each other's defense. The problem is they're wasting their time from looting. It's going to be a bit of a problem for both teams if the circle will go into stage number 2, and there'll be a lot of team passing by, as we mentioned before. But on the side of Ronsons, definitely want to break it through. But Rep FaZe a bit risky, being charged in by two players of FaZe Clan, but managed to fall back all the way towards the last room.
Oh, we're back to where we started here, Choo Choo. They showed themselves, they pulled the trigger, but we're back at a stalemate. Now that one smoke been tossed out by Mela. I guess he wants to go in, that's why he's setting up the smoke. And that would alert PERSIJA EVOS as well, but that would also blind them. Looking at the moment of FaZe Clan, they're not really interested. They're trying to sort of fish out PERSIJA EVOS, but they're definitely not fazed by FaZe Clan.
10 seconds, the circle will pop again. We do have two teams playing around the blues, and Weibo Gaming and Thunder Talk will be one of those two. Make it two teams at now. Tianba, on the other hand, a bit later as well. These are the latecomers into the circle, and the circle will be on top of Painan or Quarry. Now, this is going to be tricky circle. A lot of choke points. Not just that, if we ended up on top of Quarry, now that's going to be a bigger issue. Or Cave, due to the multi-levels of terrain, you have to figure out which way to go.
Yeah, it'll be tricky as well in case the circle does shift all the way to the Sami Island, and that's where majority of the teams are not at. And if they were to move at about the same time, well, it's going to be all out brawl. But speaking about brawl, here we go. Misery with a knockdown.
For the side of PERSIJA, EVOS, FaZe Clan. They're both lucky enough to not to be that far from the circle. But FaZe can finish off FaZe Clan members being knocked down early on. FaZe trying to wrap around and being stopped by the side of a FaZe Clan member. Zonzens trying to save Mormon, but next it's going to be Vintoris on his ground. And a bit of a trade with FaZe this time. Mormon being finished off in an instant. What sucks is still struggling to fight for his life indoors. Zonzens with a shotgun gets another, leaving only 2 players of PERSIJA EVOS. Equal ground once more as Mela easily just finish off the rest of PERSIJA EVOS with that shotgun plays, but they need to get a reset as fast as they can. Unfortunately, Cairo, I think it jinxed the team, man.
Well, yeah. so it's on the analyst desk, ladies and gentlemen. At least for me, LGD, they're still alive. So just saying that, just saying, just saying.
It's on Cairo, it's not me. Okay?
It's not us.
I don't have the curse. So far, my predictions close enough for the top 5. But it's Kairos today. Good luck, bro. Ravenclaw, Vampires, out Alter Ego. They're trying to be sneaky about this, but I'm not sure if they are sneaky enough since Ravenclaw knows exactly 2 players of Alter Ego where they're at.
But it seems that they know where exactly Ravenclaw is at as well. Now he pulls the trigger on the one member of Alter Ego. Ravenclaw countered by the nade from Fnatic, and there he goes down on the outside of the zone at the same time. So if Vampire Esports wants to save him, they have to do it fast.
Amazing crossfire, despite they only have 2 players for Alter Ego. Ravenclaw in the need of help. Straps responded with taking off angle of Fnatic down to his knees. Straps on the other hand, can he go for the push? Because Vampire's Tony K getting on a different angle entirely towards all the way flank, with the furthest flank away. But Tony K will reunite with the rest of Vampire since the blue zone is approaching and they don't have time for Rosemary.
Yeah, Rosemary all on his own at this moment. Fnatic is down and Rosemary shot from behind. That was a surprise. And there you go, Alter Ego becomes the next team to be eliminated. 0 points in round 1.
Yeah, out of nowhere, just popping his head out and casually just steals away the effort by Vampires being scoping down towards Alter Ego for a long time. Now, 2 teams for the Indonesians being eliminated up there. That's going to be a bit shaky for SEA. That's going to be one of their top teams that are being eliminated just now. LGD, can they finally score a chicken or not? But back towards Tianba and K1, you do have 7-9, a three-way war on top of the hills of Cave.
Yeah, 7-9. I believe they need to defend their ground as well, not only against Tianba, but potentially other incoming teams since the circle is as such. The Tianba definitely will be interested since they're this close to 7-9. On the elimination feed, it looks like we have a brawl between Weibo Gaming and Thunder Talk. I believe that's somewhere around the areas of Camp Alpha or somewhere up north there.
Here comes the shots open up. Ajay again once more, getting those off angle, those flanks that nobody given him enough attention to. But Weibo Gaming, so what a big nade to shut down Ajay. After such a long time, he's being sneaky, being discovered by Suk. He's going to go for Rock next. Thunder Talk, they are in trouble. Both of the players that remaining still alive is not really in the best place possible.
Yeah, 1 nade is all he needs. But now Singh is waiting on top of the bridge. Now, this can surprise the members of Weibo Gaming if they choose to get across here. He has 4 first aid, so he can still tank out stage 3, stage 4. But since the circle is that far, I guess he's willing to sacrifice himself for a good amount of points from Weibo Gaming.
Back to a sort of Tianba. Want to challenge 7-9, but 7-9 refuse to respond. On the side of BTR, here comes a crash and run, where it's going to be more for their target. Cleon tried to defend with the UMP. Got the double knock, a huge one by Morph with the aid of Yoru from the support fire backline. That was amazing. They just stopped entirely BTR the moment they crash into the compound.
You blink and you miss it, ladies and gentlemen. Cleon all alone, take it out 2 from BTR, and the rest of his teammates take out the other 2 members of BTR, eliminating them. Just like that at number 14. And now we move on to Tianba being pressured by the blue. So it looks like Tianba will need to fight against Wolves now, and looks like they are winning it.
Tapping out from YDD, not breaking a sweat to finish off. Remember, Wolves in trouble. But they do have Pickfit still. Quite far to revive his teammate. While Thunder Talk, Sington, it's going to be him alone on top of this bridge. I'm not sure where is Droomy for now. He's just going to wait it out. Hopefully try to gatekeep Weibo, but this is going to be too risky for him.
Pass by? Oh, okay. He'll let that first one go. 3 more to go. He sees the second buggy. Okay, normally you would want to try to take down the last buggy. Okay, here we go. He starts to shoot. He'll probably get one. And it's almost there. Yes, he will. But Gap is still alive. Now Zing takes a preemptive strike against Gap. Gap is still trying to heal up, and he'll be able to do so with the DBS in hand now. Frontal fight against the UMP. The DBS gameplay by Gap will still lose to the UMP from Zing.
I have to say, PL players do love their UMPs a lot, especially when it comes to this sort of a map. Weibo Gaming now only with 2 players, while Mao is actually bleeding out. ThunderTalk, despite playing in the blue zone, despite they having 2 casualties on their side, that's heavy toll on the team, still managed to survive. Out of Weibo Gaming, they don't want to waste any more time here. They need to leave. There's a lot of players being finished off by the play zone itself.
And speaking about the zone, now K1 as well as Pigfeet will feel the wrath of the blue. Pigfeet surrounded not only by K1, but there's also one member of SEA on the high ground.
Chem Charlie, not really. It moves away. Morph again. They did it again. Always so well predicting the circle. Well, will be. They got themselves in the center, but can they defend once more? LGD survived longer this time. That's great news. TEC coming up from the north. Nothing stopping them up there.
That's the brutal circle that we talk about. If it moves onto the Sami Island, this is where teams on the main peninsula will need to migrate there. And in this situation where we're at stage 4 to stage 5, ooh, the bridge is going to be crucial as KH1 crucially takes down 2 members of SEA.
Down to only a couple of HP there. Here comes Phil's Nate dropping into Chopper. Feels like a perfect angle. If Chopper, here comes the zigzag.
Wow.
But he didn't actually get it done with execution because he's low himself. Well, SEA responded with Mega Mine, but that was a big Nate just now. But Chopper still not being finished off as Passion trying to get it down. But Mega Mine is blowing off our mind right now with 2 knocks by himself.
Man, physics defying Nate that was. And now they just need to finish out the job. KH1 is still here. BBC is still around the corner. BBC tagging out the blue. He has 2 first. It's the name from BBC, but BBC goes down to Pigfeet. Pigfeet is around as well, and K1 wasn't prepared for that.
Wolves, they are desperate to be alive. That's going to be the last player. That is Tianba being spotted out by Zerja. Mega Man have to figure out to be alive by KH1. What a response there. Spotted out the last member of Wolves and will secure another point of elimination. And while on the side of Megamind is running low with those utilities, he needs to get it done.
Yeah, final first aid. But he's now locked in with not only K1, but also Tianba, QZZ on the high ground. Everyone willing to tank out the blue, maximize their time in it. Megamind finally gets KH1, but now he has QZZ to deal with. As we move over to ThunderTalk Gaming versus PERSIJA Esports.
Tony K finish off ThunderTalk Dreamy. That's going to be done and dusted. ThunderTalk leaving with only 1 more player. Now TeamPAI suddenly out of nowhere. Big ambush by the side of the team that walking around the bridge. Tianba spot them out when they were swimming. And there's going to be 2 players bleeding inside of the sea area or river. While LY, can he figure out how to save the rest of a teammate?
Ooh, 76 now. Okay, if he doesn't dock himself, he obviously cannot heal up and say hello to the blue. He could sacrifice himself to the blue then, but we have Sam9 waiting at the edge of the circle. Now, there's opportunity for Sam9 to pick up a couple of points.
Tianba got finished off by Plazer and overextend himself here. And it's not great for LY Pi. Will wrap things around to being leaded by the hands of LY, but LY barely make it through. Got himself that data. He can actually use it, but he needs to heal himself up first. This is going to be the last first aid. Being ambushed by Sam9 next. Oh boy, from the Pam to the fire. Not just that, the players are even closing now. Mikhail trying to finish off the last player of Tianba, but it's running out of bullet. LGD stole it away in the last minute. Another team down, leaving only, Tianba still alive with only YDD, but LGD on the other end also kind of sandwiched Tianba for now.
Well, at least they pick up their first elimination in this round. But for LGD, the fight will tune up for them as teams will start to get closer and closer to each other. Now we have Suk from Weibo Gaming. It's kind of caught out with Vampire Esports on the other side. So looking to defend or try to get into the circle, I guess. And now visual onto Suk is kind of low. So I guess he's trying to buy time to see where he can get into the circle. Now back onto LGD, getting the next knock.
LGD, this is a good run for them, but Cat finding being knocked down from YDD, but they did not ask back. Somebody coming up from Blues in just now, but for the side of LS, he will shoot him down in an instant. Boo Boo Hoo trying to steal away from quite a far shot, but back to a side of Tony K. Sam9, their next contender is going to be Vampires here.
Here we have Kenny. Let's have a good visual onto the members of Vampire Esports. He pulls up a nade, cooking it up, hoping to land the nade on Tony K, but Tony K is on the other side, so that nade will not land onto him. Both teams in the circle, so they can still play tag, but let's see who can get the first knock, as Tony K is kind of low now.
On the support fire side of Vampires is quite far to help Tony K if he needs the revival, but still within the vision and field of a vision for the side of Vampires. M9, do they fall back or do they still try to brute force their way towards the Vampires? Next, it's going to be them advance towards the side of LGD. That's going to be Lingsao or LS and Cheng Si of LGD remaining, but Morph still taking the grounds of a circle. They can spread out and try to get half of a circle for themselves, but Weibo Gaming Suk is still alive.
But if Morph GPX wants to do that, they need to deal with LGD first, as LGD is moving towards their area. And on the south side, we have Sam9 on the outside of the circle. Earlier on, they were engaged with Vampire Esports. This time around, they probably must end it.
Yoru, too close for comfort against Sam9 here. Lingsha or LS with Cheng Si try to work things out as a duo against the entirety of Morph. XERXIA, that's going to be the last player there, as we're down to top 5 here. Didn't actually win over the blue zone, but Lingsha, here comes. Trying to hold two angles by himself. Cheng Si will actually give the support fire, or even a hand grenade at this point, hoping it will land on Yoru, who sneakily just flee the scene for now.
Oh, now Sam9 is making their move as well, and they're going towards where LGD is at. From the lower ground, though, so LGD has the ground advantage, but they don't have the numbers against Sam9. Now Sam9 Tam pulls up his nade. LGD, we have LS here with his UMP. Kind of knows where Sam9 is at, but he's not prepared with the nade. Almost knocked down. That was close.
Got himself 3 first 8. Cheng Si got 7 here. They resort to play time. They will, but now it's the fire time. It's going to be them spraying over Sam9. Getting on 1, getting on 2, but it's not going to be enough. Barely make it through. Tom almost got knocked down, but saved the day, and it was a heck of a last minute for Sam9.
Yeah, Tam putting on the captain's performance there to finish off the last member of LGD, but now they have Morph GPX to deal with. Cleon with a buggy, trying to circle around to bait out the members of Sam9. They know that someone's there after the fight ended, and now, with the circle shifting away, they must win the fight against Sam9.
Boo Boo Hoo, Cleon down first. Kenny Yams, it's going to be a bit of a trade between these two teams. Boo Boo with the DBS, hoping he can clear the corners around the rock. Where Boo Boo Hoo, he's trying to buy time. Sam9, they're losing members, but Morph, they still need to do the revival. Where are the Vampires?
Oh, here we go. Look at the zone. The zone is going to pressure them. Sam9 Tam knocks down Boo Boo Hoo. Captain looking on captain, but we have Vampire Esports from the other side, taking advantage of the two teams.
Tom, Ravenclaw, the Vampires do have their manpower numbers against Morph here, but Sam9 down to one last player still stands. Tony K now taking a bit of a jab against Morph. Cleon responded with Ravenclaw on the ground. Now shredded almost his vest. Cleon trying to actually play alongside with the terrain, hoping it will actually just block the vision of Sam9 to see that through. Well, they're trying to reassess the situation where the Vampires are.
Well, look at this. Top 3 is all Southeast Asia teams. So it looks like he's definitely going to go to Southeast Asia for the first chicken dinner today. As Rocky knocked down by Tam. That nade was close up on the blue. His life is just too low.
Just incredibly tough for the side of Sam9. But next, Vampires versus Morph is 3v2. Vampires being outnumbered by Morph, but the blue zone is against Morph right now. Vampires got the circle. As Cleon, he slowly advanced while chucked down all his adrenaline and his energy drinks, but back to his side of Eurus, but Tony K's on the ground. That's going to be detrimental. Shrap's down to only 30%, 40%. Here comes Cleon. Nate almost got needed down as well. Here comes the Molly just to flush him out behind the rock, but will it finish? Can Shrap still be alive?
Oh no, Cleon is forced to show himself, and now Shrap's could take him out, waiting for him to stop. And yes, Shrap's will take advantage of that reload time. And now we have Shreps. Can he be the hero for Vampire Esports to finish out the members of MORPY to pull off a clutch? He got 2 for the day! That is huge! 1 more to go onto Yoru on the high ground.
Oh, Blues are coming in! Shreps, what a remarkable play. That was incredibly tough. Outnumbered against the odd, but he did it anyhow. Props to the side of Vampires with his first chicken dinner in the final day here. But Shreps, we have to give it to this guy. He's definitely the MVP. He carried the hat for the team.
Yes, Shreps must be thinking to himself, like, as much as you guys talk about Tony K, hey, don't forget about me, alright? I brought this chicken dinner to Vampire Esports and also Southeast Asia. This is Vampire Esports with the first chicken dinner in the PMRC.
I miss this Shreps, by the way. We haven't seen him playing this aggressive and how he defended by himself and playing such a miraculous clutch by himself once more for a long time. Welcome back for Shreps. And finally, Vampires are awakened. But on the side of the other teams, I have to say this is going to be a good day for LGD so far. I don't want to praise them too much. I might actually jinx them. But since the second half of yesterday, feels that they're playing better than the first day as a whole.
Oh yeah, at least they got a good start. So that is the first main thing. They get a good start, they will have a decent round. So we saw that even though they have 2 players, but they managed to hold out Sem9 quite a fair bit as well. It was just that towards the end, they had to deal with not only Sem9, but also MorphGPX. So there was a bit too much, but that's totally understandable for them.
I mean, that's going to be a lot of breaking down to the for analysts, especially he actually jinxed PGEV just now. But yeah, speaking of which, we're going to toss it back for the breakdown of the game. That was an incredible run for our last Sanhok in PMRC. Give it back the mic to it. Kyril and Contra, take it away.
It's looking straight for the start of the game, for the start of C teams for sure. Shreps with the clutch against MorphGPX. It was crazy all over.
Yeah, I didn't really expect that he'll be able to hold on, but the moment that he found that grenade and the pick that he had just by the corner tree, MorphGPX had most of their members pretty much well and alive, up to the point that you thought, okay, this guy's on the rock, he's not going to be safe anytime soon. He still have those grenades cooked up, and he definitely ended all in a bang. So a couple of changes that they also brought in is that Newsy finally gets some playtime here on day 3, but the impact wasn't really as great as what Shreps has had to offer in this game.
Yeah, maybe the impact of giving the teammates a little bit more boost. Because we see that Vampire Esports, even though they are down with 2 players only in the game, they still managed to secure up a winner chicken dinner for the Thailand teams here with total points 20 on their hand right now, but followed up by MorphGPX with 14 points and Tianba at 3rd place with 10 points for them.
Vampire Esports really looking more like themselves right now. So far, I hope that they'll be able to stick with this roster for the entirety of the day, and maybe they'll be able to reap even more. But what we see in the early game is that there's a lot of dynamic shifts, especially coming from LGD. Well, we had this discussion about drop spots and so, and they finally succumbed to taking the Cam Charlie, which has worked very well because not only is the zone very close by to them, they have been able to gate a lot of all these teams from coming in. Meanwhile, some of all these Indonesian teams actually did have the struggle of their own. The battles happening coming in from the side of FaZe Clan against members of the side of PERSIJA EVOS. And then we even see the entirety of BTR gets blown up by MorphGPX. I didn't really expect that coming in from Morph.
That was shocking, honestly, how MorphGPX just come in and rush them in front of their faces, running them down. But then play of the match, props have to be given to this guy, Shreps, to carry the team for the winner chicken dinner. 7 eliminations for him alone, 417 damage coming up from him with 38% of team contribution with 106 meters of longest eliminations. But we cannot forget about Tony K. He was there with him at the end of the circle, but then he was eliminated quite early on because there was no other space. There's no unplayable ground for him to protect himself by being shooting down from the side of MorphGPX. But Shreps come and collected, got the game for them.
Yeah, this is also one of the highest elimination points secured by an individual. So far, I think Shreps definitely is going to be up there in terms of the amount of eliminations that has been accrued by all these players on board. So elimination leaders, undoubtedly Shreps will be on top of the board, but Lai coming from Tianba comes in with 5 as well. Meanwhile, Tony K, Cleon as well as 7, 9's Tom, each have gotten 3 points for themselves.
Yep, Tianba Lai here for the side of PEL teams. We've seen a lot of fights happening with the PEL teams on the outside of the circle, where we've seen around Cave, teams like Tianba, Wolves and K1, they are just battling it off outside of the circle 4, and this is not good for the rotation ahead to go into the smaller circles where all of the teams are already prepared inside to just eliminate them.
Yeah, and within the span of that one game in particular, you can see that more of GPX have now surged up forward, pushing down Alter Ego, BIGETRON, and even PERSIJA, EVOS. Vampire Esports now takes the 5th spot. So finally, we see a Thai representative in the top 5.
Yep, and TEC right now, they are being hunted down by 4 Indonesian teams in the top 6, as we can see that the gap is getting smaller. But this is just the first game of the day. We have 5 matches left for us to wrap up who's gonna be the champion of this time around for PMRC. But Vampire Esports, they are a force to be afraid of, right?
Absolutely, and not only that, we are also seeing Sem9 now being so much more consistent than before. If they can actually secure a couple more consistent top 2s, we might even see Sem9 eventually moving into the first page. I'm not trying to call out every C team to be biased. We're looking back into the side of PEL as well. EC, sure, have a little bit of a slower tempo being played here inside of Sanhok. I think that in Erangel, this is where they will start to actually exert a little bit more of that dominance that they have shown throughout the course of the run. So I'm definitely looking forward to more of all these PAL teams to be able to at least hold the fort heading into this regional battle.
Yep, and this is the head-to-head for the C teams and the PL teams. Looking at the Pentagon here, it is clearly dominated by the teams from C with 425 eliminations, and from the side of PL with only 342 eliminations. Yeah, we can see that a lot of skirmish and team fights are approached by the C teams, but then the PL teams are just so good with securing the game. But maybe not for today, as we start off the day with the Thailand teams getting the winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, a huge shift of a tempo coming in for the side of Southeast Asia. And just going back into that sound round very quickly before we jump into Erangel, you do notice the majority of the teams that did manage to survive into that later stages were most often than not the teams that started off over the south side. It also meant that, you know, like, you got to take control of all these areas of play, just like how Morph actually did till the very end of it all, until they get wiped out by BPE. So Erangel, we see a lot of trend going up towards the northern side, which is where a lot of all these PL teams are much quicker than the SEA teams in terms of moving into the zone. And if you give space to teams like K1, they will squeeze and use it to their advantage.
Yeah, teams like K1, TEC got 2 winner chicken dinner yesterday at Erangel, and not to forget TheunderTalk Gaming at the last map of Erangel yesterday. They are truly amazing on Erangel, maybe because more knowledge on that map rather than the C teams are mainly focused on drop spot fights, like we can see from yesterday, BTR and Tianba at Milta, and then FaZe and LGD at Georgiopol City. Meanwhile, the other PL teams don't have a lot of skirmish going on early on of the game, but then in terms of rotation, yes, they are quicker, but maybe they will switch it up today. Maybe they will be starting to play at the outskirts of the circle and start blocking the rotations coming from the C.
Yeah, I have to put a heavy highlight onto Milta because BTR, they didn't really start off well inside Sanhok. They cannot afford to lose one more map because it's only a total of 5 games to go. I'm not sure if they can do it in 4 or, I mean, the next 2 maps after this angle is also going to be the same map that they might have to face off against players from the side of Tianba. So either somebody has to actually make a shift for them to be able to start off on a clean slate.
But I'm really putting my eye on TheunderTalk Gaming. They played so well with Ajay on the front and followed by Rock. Both of these fraggers are really putting the numbers for TheunderTalk Gaming. And not to forget, on the side of TeamPAI, playing very consistent, looking for those opportunities to start third-partying on fights that are happening around them. They are so productive on looking out for maybe points that can be collected by other teams that that are starting the fight. Maybe you can give a little bit of your opinion about how TeamPAI's play style.
TeamPAI definitely has a very distinct play style compared to many different teams out there because they like to actually set up certain choke points and then finding long-range picks as compared to facing off a team on the 4v4 setting up close. That's where they actually thrive more. So if they do end up taking good areas, if the circle ends up in places like Gatka, I think this is a team that will definitely be able to go in, third party, pick a lot of points. That's what they did yesterday. That's what they did on day one. I don't think they need to change all too much of that. It's just that when it comes down to the final few moments, it seems like they have the Southeast Asia team issue where it's hard for them to close out games.
Yeah.
I guess it goes to show that their comfort is where it's mid to long range, but short range fights, not really the cleanest. So I want to see them improve on that.
Yeah, maybe we'll see that in game. But then for today, map Erangel, I would love to see a Gatka circle at the end. Maybe we can see who's going to be the king of the hill, because we know that C teams are very strong with holding their compounds, holding on to their grounds. But then I want to see how PL teams maybe being on top of the hill and how do they secure the round for them, because as we know from yesterday's performance, they've been closing out games with winner chicken dinners, but all of those games they split and get the map control. But then at the end of the game, we see that the C teams managed to maybe get one or two from them, but then they just couldn't close out the game.
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate in some of all these happenstances that happens in the game, but overall, I think like the teams are all having a very clear idea of what do they need to achieve in every single run that they put in, even despite, you know, some of all the other teams that had a really rough day one or a rough day two, you see how fast they can actually recover and bounce back. I think the story of LGD is a fine example alongside with the side of Sam9, though they aren't really pushing too far ahead in terms of the points, but the effort is there. You start to see more and more involvement coming in from teams like that. So just seeing maybe for the side of PEL, like now playing a little bit more aggressive, they might need to also check where the lineup boundary is, because sometimes they get themselves into trouble more often than not, because when we take a look at the past map of Sanhok, how many teams are still playing on the outside of the blue? Like, they're trying to catch each other out. They're playing by the very borderline of what's really safe and what's not.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward for KONE in Erangel, because from yesterday's match, how they played the first two maps of Erangel, they started to split and get the map control, and I love how they're doing it with putting players apart from each other and really rely on one another to secure the round by, you know, just pushing all the teams towards the other places. And I feel like if K1 do it again today, it might be one more chicken dinner for them.
Yeah, it could possibly be the case, because this team definitely does have a cleaner type of execution more often than not when it comes down to how they successfully take hits onto enemies. But when it comes down to multiple team fights where other teams are also involved, that's where you see K1 struggling to actually make certain firm decisions. So if they could basically play it, you know, calmly and steadily in the early game and then go ahead and go for those form of picks, then things might actually look a lot better for the side of K1. Tianba, however, I guess it's all about how Tianba starts, right? Yeah. Other than that, it's like, okay, if they can get their grasp away from the side of BTR, they're safe to go.
Yep, Tianba, on the last match of Erangel, we see from the map that they are dropping at the left side of Gatka, maybe there's a different decision made in the game for them to maybe not to fight early on and face BTR, and it might be working for them today, but I would love to see something coming out from Weibo Gaming. They have been, I can say, a bit quiet in this time around, but we know how Weibo Gaming plays. They have Suk coming from, we know, 4 AM before, but then coming to join the lineup for Weibo Gaming. There must be surprises that we can see maybe along the lines of today's game.
Yeah, I'm glad that you actually pointed out Weibo Gaming, because this is basically a whole team of superstars that we've been looking at. A little bit more of that inconsistency being displayed when it comes out to Erangel, but moving into Miramar, I think like they shine the brightest because they are absolutely sharp on all these point of attacks. And I feel like Weibo Gaming one of the biggest advantages of play is that they really know how to abuse the terrain advantages wherever they play. And well, basically, this gives them a better understanding as compared to maybe a lot of all these other teams that they're facing off against, so that they can quickly decide to be on the offense or even on the defense. So for Weibo Gaming, as much as they did not have the flashiest of plays, they are one of the sharpest out there. So I'll keep my eye out for these guys as well. What would you say about the C teams though? Like, start off really well today, Sanhok, but yesterday's run, man, I tell you, it was just a PEL show overall for all these big maps.
Yeah, maybe from the start we can see for today, VPE won the game. And maybe on Erangel and Miramar, it's a good, we can say a good spot for them to show more throughout the games for today, because this is the last day. Everything has to come out today. Go big or go home, but we can see that we want to see that in-game later, but now we are passing the mic back to Chuchu and Sir Cloud.
You know, every time Contra does that, it reminds me of a very distant past of myself that no longer exists. Yeah. Let's not
I thought you cannot
dwell further
relate.
into that.
I thought I cannot relate.
Yeah, I can't relate now. If it was like more than 10 years ago, I probably could. Just saying.
But we still have more, and the viewers do have their combats here as well, because it's going to be a question. How many teams in this event will also play the PMGC 23 starting November 2nd? So 9 to 12. That's going to be the right answer. 1 to 4, it's going to be 44%. How did you guys ended up? I'm telling you this, all top 8 from Southeast Asia is going to play for PMGC. There's already 8 for sure.
Yeah.
And then there's going to be another 4 from PEL. They have top 8, but the top 4 will be playing for PMGC. So 8 plus 4.
Yeah, then that's already like the answer, right? Like, even if you only look at Southeast Asia, it's already like, oh, 8. So 8 is definitely out. But hey, you know what?
44%.
I know, right? That's like majority of out of the 4 choices. But you know what? That's also opportunity for our viewers to check out the social medias of PUBG Mobile to get updates on what's going to happen in PMGC soon.
Yeah, keep you guys have to keep yourself updated. By the way, there's just, I mean, that's blowing my mind. There's only 4 teams. Are you kidding me? But yeah, they did mention a lot about Erangel. Now, this is a shot for... Now, surprisingly, I'm going to put that top 4 hole for a bit, because we look at chicken, we look at the total score, which is more important right now. Definitely in every tournament, it's going to be total score, right?
Well, yeah, I guess the narrative here is to see whether PEL or Southeast Asia is better overall. So total score might be the one that we kind of need to give more attention on.
So far, most chicken will be taken from the side of PEL. But when it comes to scores, it's almost 100 gap right now. But for, this is coming up from Cairo. If it's right, it's going to be me. Yeah, it's TEC, but Tianba, Cloud.
Yep, I am picking teams that have yet to get their chicken dinner. But I only got 6 slots, so I can't pick all the teams. So just saying, right?
Why not TeamPAI though? TeamPAI is, I feel like they're more aggressive.
We only got 4 more games.
But Tianba didn't, TeamPAI haven't scored any chicken yet.
Yeah, I mean, we got 4 more games for me to predict.
So TeamPAI will be in there, I guess.
Yeah, in one of the rounds. Yeah, spoilers alert. I mean, if we have like 3 predictions, then yeah, probably TeamPAI will be there, but we only have 1. So I can only pick 1 at a time, okay?
Yeah, and so far we can see that PEL teams that's getting themselves chicken most. It's going to be TEC. Will they score the 4th one here? And it's going to be breaking the record across all the boards down there. But speaking of the total points, you can see the difference just so you can see so many stats. It's just elimination-wise, it's just hovering towards the side of Southeast Asia. They're more aggressive.
Yeah, they like to take fights. Even when we see like teams like Morph GPX, for example, they will just crash into someone else. Whether the fight actually works out for them or not is a separate story. But the point is that they like to take fights in general. Whereas for PEL teams, they're a little bit more tactical.
When it comes to Erangel, we're going to have to look out for the flight path first. We'll be towards the left side. If that's the case, look out for Hospital and Jogopol. And also don't forget about the Milta Battle, or is it going to be SMB Circle once more? We only get 1 Southern Circle so far. All of us having a lot of Northern. Let's head into Erangel.
Ooh, Ooh, Erangel, Gatka Mountain, asked by Cairo. Remember the last time he said SMB? It did happen. So come on, circle on Gatka Mountain. I want to see that. I really want to see the theory of our analysts whether PL teams can overcome Southeast Asia teams who are good at holding their ground in that sort of area.
And not just that, since the flight path are coming up from Zaki down to Milta Power, we can assume Jogopol and Hospital is going to be super crowded. LGD, possibly Alter Ego want to join in. Vampires even drop on top of Zaki instead of their usual Ferropier Primos as their initial drop. So we might have huge clashes on top of Jogopol, including Weibo. LGD is dropping early, but they're moving a bit down south. While on the right side, it might be not as much as we thought it would be, except for Milta, BTR and TeamPAI. Will they fight there again?
Well, LGD, round number 552 against FaZe Clan, and we'll start it off by Mela getting the first knockdown and first elimination, but he'll be counter-fire upon by LGD. Mormon, the star man, currently for FaZe Clan, gets one for himself.
So far, LGD never win over FaZe Clan yesterday. So can they redeem themselves? Have been getting themselves a good tempo since the second half of the day yesterday. Blessing, taking out Venturas, while Onzen's trying to make a play. It's so important, Mormon here with his shotguns, because he always be the one that clutching out from the outside.
Ooh, be the one to take down Venturas now. Venturas, will be waiting in the lobby, but
wow.
Nice side shot there with a micro Uzi, and with that, FaZe Clan lost against LGD. They seem to be on a roll today.
LGD showing what they're worth with Changxi just now. Incredible clutch. And with the Blessing duo, I have to give it. LGD is on fire today. And the circle just speaks for itself. We might end up right on top of Roshok or School. It depends on the next few stages. But TeamPAI versus BTR, we're not done here yet.
Well. Pretty much center-ish sort of circle. So ideally, it's balanced. If only FaZe Clan is still in the game to play this sort of circle, they wouldn't mind this. But for PERSIJA EVOS, looks like Zuxi will be knocked down, and K1 is going in for him. Looks like the fight for Yasnaya will happen. Previously, they kind of shared Yasnaya, and they're okay with that, but today they're not.
PERSIJA EVOS and K1, this is going to be their initial drop spot. Both loving Yasnaya, Poliana. Feel will try to find the members of PERSIJA EVOS. Happen to be one knockdown so far. We're not reviving him yet. It's going to be one of the twins. FaZe here for the rescue. While Field just going to fall back all the way. They're not willing to take the risk for K1. Despite they got the first knock just now. They're playing it safe. They know their priorities, and it's always about the placement first. Yeah,
it almost feels like Field wanted to go for it, and his other teammates is like, Field, no. Remember the last time? Nope. And okay, boss. Okay, and he comes back home. But anyway, looking at his ammunition, he has 30 in the chamber of his AK and 16 in reserve, so maybe it's kind of low as well. Probably when he advanced and he kind of noticed that, oh, I'm kind of low on ammunition, there's like 3 more from PERSIJA EVOS. So mathematic-wise, let's not do it.
Back to square one. K1 and PERSIJA EVOS stand still for now, marking their own territories. They're scouting out parameters for K1 while they slowly part ways against PERSIJA EVOS on the side of BTR versus TeamPAI. This is no more a surprise for us on top of Miltar. Last time we saw them, it's going to be the same sort of space here. Satar might actually spot a couple of information. It's valuable information towards the rest of the team to know exactly how many players right across him. Pop the smoke up and maybe trying to cross over the other side, while BTR fanning out to box in towards TeamPAI.
Yeah, and lineup info as well. Yuhai isn't playing. Instead, Keenan, using the name Supernan, is playing for BTR in this round. Let's see if that will last the entire day or will it be only the first half, just like yesterday. But anyway, now Satar with an A toss onto the left. That should land. Ooh, okay, that was probably a smoke or something. It didn't explode.
There goes the explosion. Satar got chipped down to half HP instead. It's going to be QZZ trying to pressure him from the front line, but Gen Force got it from the top. That was unpredicted by these guys. Gen Force around the ledges of the building and just finish off LY. This is not great. Run TeamPAI with the DBS, just hoping to shoosh away whoever's around the window peeking in. And Run trying to just box into the players of BTR, but they are playing it smart. One knockdown on Gen Force, but they're not reviving him just yet.
Okay, they're going in now, but they can't seem to get a good clear shot. Now Gen Force is on his knees. Satar is knocked down as well. So only 2 left for BTR at this moment. If they want to save their teammates, they need to win the fight against Tianba, who has 3 active players now.
YDD trying to find the players, but they're playing ring around the roses between themselves. Couldn't actually just finish off Satar. Here comes a blow shot and finish off. VSS in his hands. Barely get to see players using VSS. This is a double DBS on run. Okay, that's going to work possibly. But here comes the door shot. He's down. There's going to be Keen on a Supin and down on the ground. A bit of a trade done between TeamPAI and also BTR. YDD going to go in for the kill. But the problem is he couldn't scout out the rest of the BTR player. Boychill trying to give pressure from the outside, while QZZ also going to be having a bit of a pressure on the side of BTR once more. Boychill, the last remaining player, still standing for BTR. There's going to be a lot of pressure onto him.
Yeah, and he's going in for it with a UMP. His opponent has the DBS, so close quarters combat. Oh, Tianba, they managed to revive up their teammates, so now he's outnumbered. And BIGETRON Red Villas will bow down to Tianba.
Despite they got themselves a bit of an upper hand as a start with first knock by Gen Force, but the moment he knocks down, he got traded instead. But Tianba well versed with the compound as well. So congratulations for the minor victory for now, but they're not done. As XERXIA for the next one, coming out of school, they're going to yo-yo it for a bit. Now, XERXIA, they know for a fact they are quite in the center of a circle right now. We have no clue where the next stage will end up when. Will it be nice enough for the players to be in the center? But RNJ, we have to watch out for this, guys. He's always the first one to take actions for the team.
Yeah, XERXIA with their regular drop spot at school, so that will be their comfort zone. Considering that this kind of circle, they'll be there for quite a while. They just need to prepare in case any other team has interest to either crash onto school compound or the school apartments. Now, for MORPY GPX, they're at the Waterhouse. They seem to be able to clear, but can't say the same for Vampire Esports as we have Weibo Gaming now. This could be a 1v2 win for Gap. Gap could probably take out Tony K now. And yes, he will. 1v2.
Bold move by Gap, charging there by himself into the lair of Vampires, but Vampires a bit late for the response there. They have already facing a heavy casualty with 2 members out. Now Gap will respond the fires before Ravenclaw and Shreps once more. Starting off the map here at stage 1 with only 2 players. Can they do it again like how they did in Sanhok before?
Well, looking good so far for Weibo Gaming. And considering that they're on page 2, they want to collect points as well to together help the PL teams have more points than Southeast Asia by the end of the day. So that kind of performance to take out the 2 key members of Vampire Esports, that was great.
Trying to do damage control by Ravenclaw, tapping it out with that mini 14 just now, hoping to land at least a couple of members down on Weibo Gaming. But Weibo feels like they're fighting more than just one team now. Feels like possibly either PERSIJA, EVOS or Morph is attacking them from the back as well. 7-9 might creeping into as Vampires. Here comes School Circle. So far, we do have most of the teams inside, except for TeamPAI will reaching in a bit later, and Alter Ego just touching at the rim there. Well, 7-9, I'm not sure where are the rest of them. I think that's going to be the last play for 7-9.
Yeah, I only see Depp up north, and it will be really interesting to see how he will overcome this kind of circle as he needs to get onto the main peninsula. So it's whether he wants to make a long rotation, either to the left or to the right, or he wants to take that risk of going through the choke point. That is something that we need to keep an eye on. But we have a confirmation that 7-9, they are still a full squad, probably separated for some reason.
Where are the others? We do see only one player now. That's a big risk taken over by 7-9. It might be the scouts as well. Before Alter Ego to start to move, they might just pass by PERSIJA, EVOS. TEC taking a bit of a warning and preemptive shot towards K1. K1 just made a bit of a U-turn the moment he hears the warning shots from the side of TEC up there. Alter Ego will pass by freely and securely, just not going to be opening any fires. K1, they are very strategic, very tactical. They know when it's necessary to take a fight and when to back down.
Very tactical as usual for majority of the PL teams. So expect them to not take unnecessary fights. And that has been the majority of the time. But for MORPY GPX, they're setting up a bridge camp right now just beside the Waterhouse. They're trying to take down the team that's passing by, which is Vampire Esports, but they fail to secure a knockdown. The buggy swooshed by just in time for them not to be knocked down.
The duo that remains in Vampires found out that they might actually want to work around this compound for themselves, around Roswell area. But it's quite tricky. They tried to choke all the other teams out there, but their firepower down to only 2 men will be enough to fight the entirety of Morph. Well, 7-9, we spotted out and finally get the visual where the rest of the teams are. And they start to leave, got Cuffield actually moving up north here, trying to get into the circle as soon as they can, but will there be any greeters at the other end? Just dropping themselves around Pochinki. It's been a while we see anybody in Pochinki.
Yeah, Pochinki is currently empty the last time we saw the map. And quite interesting to see 7-9, 3 of them passing by Garfield, now just at the side of Pochinki. But Deb is up north, all the way around the areas of shooting range. So not too sure what they have in mind, but hopefully Deb will be able to survive since he is alone and he needs to potentially cross by the choke point.
Tianba, as per usual, love to play themselves in the blue zone until stage 3 or 4, then they start to leave. 7-9 might actually want to go through Pochinki. They don't really have that much options. If they want to go up north, it's going to be going through ruins. They actually might resort to that since the circle just shifted towards Wolf's Hawk. Now, Morph can actually gatekeep whoever tried to come from south to northern side, but Wolf's always been in Pochinki. I'm surprised that TeamPAI is not engaging against Wolf.
Again, one of those calculated moves, I guess, to like, okay, is it worthwhile to take it right now? And for the most part, for the PL teams, they would hold their ground a little bit more. But for Thunderdog Gaming, they have to hold their ground against Alter Ego.
Comes the rush, here comes the flush, possibly. Here comes the shots. Octa spraying over to a side of Thunderdog. Players back, left, right, center, back. And here comes the nade being dropped, a big one. A bit of a trading done between Thunderdog and Alter Ego. Down to 2 players, Fnatic and Potato. Jump shot from side of Thunderdog, but still caught by the eyes of Potato down there. And Alter Ego, can they revive? Rosemary back up his feet. Dreamy! With the DBS just shuts down Rosemary, and 2 of them finished off easily by Dreamy with that DBS.
Yeah, want to take me out in your dreams, he says, but Potato is still there. As we move over to Tianba, kills easy, together with his teammate, takes out Fnatic, who tried to get away, and that's going to be only Potato 1v2 in his compound. And they're on the outside of the circle now. Potato, make that 1v1, Potato against Dreamy.
Down to the last man here. Potato want to play for survival now, leaving the compound and trying to bait out Dreamy possibly. Here comes the spray. That bug is quite exposed. Dreamy can have his shot, but the blue zone arrives. He needs to leave himself. Potato managed to flee, but will he flee out alive? Because Tianba Ren, also one of the players out of the trio, still going to be clashing to the same direction with Potato.
Well, at least in the fight, that's what we call the Great Escape. Managed to get away. Now it's a matter of getting into the circle safely. He is passing by school, and the last time we saw school, there's XERXIA there. XERXIA left the school compound, probably to get a little bit closer to the middle of the circle. Yes, we can see one of their members at least on the outside of school. So the school apartment is vacant enough for him to chill out and reset.
Whilst on top of Pochinki, Wolves is still gonna lurking and linger around, not willing to leave the initial drop spot. Yeah, it's a lot, abundance of loot here, so they don't really necessarily need to leave. 7-9 trying to just take over this compound, or maybe just have to cut across Wolf if they want to be in the center of a circle. But he tried to play with time first, hoping the Wolves would leave.
But on the other side, looks like Tianba has an easy entry into the circle, just on the side of Rosal as of now. We have 14 teams, but we're moving to stage 4, so it's going to be kind of crowded in the next phase of the circle. Now, circle-wise, TEC is spending time in the blue, and maybe only 1 member of Wolf, and that's about it. The rest of them kind of in the circle. Now, circle shifts, and it's on the outside of school where XERXIA is at, and that is their comfort zone.
It's definitely their fortress. There's no idea who will actually watch this one, right? But for Bamboo TEC, taking the blues in a bit longer than per usual. They're taking it up to stage number 5, or to start leaving when it comes to stage 4, which it's going to be less than 40 seconds for the next circle to commence, or the blue zone will shrink in. 7-9 managed to bypass so many teams in between. They managed to get in alive, unscathed. Definitely spotted. You can see how many eyes are hovering around the movement of some nine just now.
Yeah, majority teams around them that they pass by are PEL teams, so I guess it's again the tactical approach. But for TEC, they might lose one member. They spend time in the blue waiting for 7-9 to pass by just to be caught up by MORPY GPX instead. And now MORPY GPX will be happy to take that 1 point. But for 7-9 who head into the circle, Vampire Esports interested in them.
So it's a good news if you're passing by during the Great Migration against PEL teams because they might actually not open fire. But if it's SEA team, they start shooting. That's what happened to 7-9 versus Vampires just now. LGD just happen to be parking themselves next to Vampires. We do know the Vampires don't sit quietly, but will LGD fight back? Because Morph might actually surround them if they start to engage the fight against Vampire.
Well, speaking about Vampire, they only have 2 players though, so you got to consider their options now. And I guess in usual fashion of Southeast Asia teams, they like to tinkle their opponent on the other side, and they know that LGD is just next to them. But look at the minimap. There's another team coming by. It's going to be TEC. Now, TEC interested in 7-9.
TEC, after taking the blues, and have finally arrived to join in the party. But remember, just making sure the warning shots not yet. LGD will also giving some shots towards TEC. They pulled over, they take the fight, they challenge up LGD. Not great, leaving only CC in the smoke. But can CC survive here? He knocked down 1-2, but that one nade finish him off. CC try his best. Can Cat or Mamo do anything about it? LGD managed to withstand the rush from TEC with the help of K1.
Yeah, K1, MORPY GPX. I mean, they were all in the center of the other team, so it was pretty hard for them to be exposing themselves that way. But now K1, knowing that LGD is recovering themselves, they'll take advantage of this with Blessing, knocked down by Passion, and Passion knocked down by Afar from Yoru with a mini 14.
Yoru keep tapping throughout the smoke, hoping it will actually land and connect, but he got fired back. And they go for a fallback, try to find himself a cover behind those pillars. But spotted out CC, another knock again. CC barely actually stands and reset, but Kaka still taking the smoke as covers. Yuri's not happy. He definitely wants to go in and push in towards that, but more saying that Yuri should stay where he's at, while the rest of the team will do the dirty work for him instead. Cleon spotted out Kaka throughout the smoke. The silhouette can actually be seen, but readily toss up throwables just to finish off one person of LGD. That's a lot of investment.
Yeah, in typical fashion of the Southeast Asia teams now, MORPY GPX will take the aggressive approach against LGD. And LGD eliminated at number 12 with 4 elimination points as they move forward to XERXIA, dealing with TeamPAI.
A lot of feats just now between these two teams, while Pi 76 is bleeding out. RNJ, XERXIA trying to finish off, and they managed to delete the entirety of TeamPAI within seconds.
Oh yeah, that was a good defense there by XERXIA. It is their home ground. It is the regular drop spot, so they know that place like the back of their hand. As they move back over to the left side of the circle, MORPY GPX, after they're done with LGD, now they're finding the next target. Potentially, it could be K1.
Rocky. For Morph, they definitely want to engage against K1. They feel, on the other hand, trying to figure out how to pick out. Tianba giving pressure on Vampires. Rocky go in charge head on with his DBS. Challenging K1. Here they got one knockdown. Rocky tried to go for the second. It's going to be K1 trying to hold the ground, but it's not going to be enough. K1, they are in shambles. Where's the last player? PGV. Oh my God, PERSIJA Misery just steals it away from a distance, but did he manage to secure that one?
Yeah, they're just playing the long range right now. But if you look at PERSIJA EVOS, they managed to get 1 elimination point as of now. For 7-9, they're staying out of all those fights. They'll be like, you guys doing you, we're happy here.
Kenny, back to the side of Tianba. Lucky they still got themselves some smoke. The circle just shrinks again to stage number 5 here with Morph. Also trying to reset himself. K1 with only 2 players left due to they are quite in the center of all the teams. They were having a bit of skirmish before. But for Thunder Talk, they are not done yet. They finish off another team here. That's going to be Alter Ego.
Here we go. 4 teams, 3 teams at least, close by each other. That includes MORPY GPX, K1, PERSIJA EVOS on the other side. I'll make that 4, since we can include PERSIJA EVOS as well. But now we have Rocky, comes out. He will steal that elimination point away, make that 2. Rocky 2 points in the bag, and that is 7 elimination points as of now for Morph GPX.
Morph really just switched their gears. Their cylinders out, all of it, today when it comes to the final day of the regional clash in PUBG Mobile. But for Yoru, and this is the one that we should watch out for. He knows every single off angle that he can actually sneak in and try to steal away whatever points he can get. But on the side of Tianba, they're kind of stuck in between here. There's no way out for them.
I gotta say welcome to the Hunger Point Club as well for Morph GPX with the 7 elimination points in hand. Tianba sees Sem9. They were as quiet as possible for the longest time, Sem9. But next, looks like they are starting to set up the fight with a Weibo.
Mikhail bleeding, finished off by FaZe. Weibo Gaming trying to bombard Sem9, but Sem9 sandwich in between so many teams, including BTR. But Weibo Gaming toss out the first nade, giving a bit of a warning and trying to go back and forth, back all the way, trying to confuse his enemies instead. And Ming taking the high grounds. Where's Daosha? I don't really see him yet, but Yemal coming up a bit later. The circle will shrink even further. TT or Thunder Talk Dreamy finally being finished off by XERXIA just now. The circle will favor only one team at this point, make it 2 even. It's going to be nobody being favored, no man's land even. Back towards Weibo, giving the charge and wipe out Sem9 easily as that.
Wow, at first it was Sem9 setting up the fight with Weibo, but I guess Weibo had some help from PERSIJA. It was from afar, taking out one member of Sem9, and after they look at the elimination feed, they saw whatever happened, they're like, okay, that's our chance to go and take over Sem9's position, and that's exactly what they did. It brought them success.
Kind of true. All they need is just some opportunities and they just can turn it around. But for Morph, feels like they're heading himself in a graveyard here possibly if they're not being careful enough because they're being surrounded. Even though despite Tianba being outnumbered by Morph, but still they managed to knock down a couple of them. Weibo Gaming spotted out Morph. Yeah, Mao trying to keep an eye towards Yoru and Rocky, giving a bit of a pressure. Tianba stuck down there but still managed to fight back. PERSIJA EVOS also being targeted by Weibo. Weibo Gaming right now feels like they're attacking every single team out there.
Yeah, they stayed quiet for quite a while and now it's time for them to be in action. Because we're at the top 5 teams now. Out of the top 5 teams, 3 of them from Southeast Asia, 2 of them from PEL. So, yeah. But anyway, yesterday we saw like what, 1 PEL team, 4 Southeast Asia teams, and it's still that 1 PEL team that got the chicken dinner. I mean, anything can happen.
Cap spraying over Morph. That's going to be a bit of a smoke there, a bit difficult, ambitious. With this distance, without smoke, with this terrain, it's quite hard for them to land those shots, but they made it happen anyway. Cirque managed to knock down on Yoru. This is not great. They are leaving too many loopholes for Morph. It's down to only 2 players left, but divided by those hills. While Weibo Gaming giving a bit of pressure on top of this rooftop, they still barely got inside of a circle, touching the rim of it. But we do have the top 5 now, and out of the top 5, 3 from PEL, another 2 from the side. Sorry, 2 from PL and 3 coming up from South Asia.
Well, look at the north side of the circle. I guess this is where the bigger fights will happen. Okay, we got PERSIJA was making their move, and we have also the other 2 teams on the left side, who's also outside the circle. The best position as of now is going to be XERXIA since no one's really challenging the right side of it.
Right face. And waiting for the right time here, PERSIJA EVOS. Morph, another one down. This is not great. They are being picked off limb by limb from afar. And they are stuck down there. Rocky is the last player in the blue zone. And that's going to be the last player of Morph. Boohoo bleeding out as Suk and Yemao giving the pressure and keeping them at bay for Morph. But Tianba not being spotted out due to a bit concave of the land itself. The terrain seems to be covering Tianba, but Rocky have to expose himself. That's going to be the last one. Morphed out, despite he got 4 players before.
Well, at least Rocky, he denied his point away to the blue. So no extra point for Weibo Gaming. No 10 point for them. It's still at 9 points, but they still have a lot of opportunity to gain points. But anyway, now Tianba is making their move. Zuxi stopping Tianba. Pulls the trigger onto them, but it's still going to be QCC taken by the zone.
Yeah, Mao and the rest of Weibo Gaming has been taking the same spot for the longest time. They don't need to leave, but now is the best time. PERSIJA EVOS spotted out RNJ. XERXIA out of nowhere happened to be in the center of the war zone here. FaZe still playing alongside with the smoke. Now, do they still have enough smoke for the next couple of stages there? We don't have too much of resources in the center of the field for them to loot on. But LGD-GAMING, last player there, is barricade himself with carcass of vehicles back towards side of Ming. Pressure's on to XERXIA. They are picking all the fight they can for Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, you pointed that out. There is a lot of open space in the middle, and with this current circle, Weibo Gaming, they have control of it. 3 teams on the outside of the circle. The zone will start to close right now while Weibo Gaming puts pressure. RNJ knocked down by Suk, and they're looking for more at this time. Tianba with the last man on the left side, caught out as well. There's nowhere for him to go. It is fishing time for Weibo.
It's just waiting the Thanksgiving Day for Weibo Gaming. Let they come to us. They don't even need to leave, but being denied the points towards the blue zone. TeamPAI refused to fall down in the hands of Weibo Gaming, but for the others of Weibo Gaming, all they need to do is just wait it out.
Oh yeah, they have control. So as PEL teams, they like to play the patient game, they like to play tactically. I would expect them to be as disciplined as possible with this kind of scenario. Let's wait for teams to come towards them. Now Chopper from XERXIA knocked down by PERSIJA EVOS. PERSIJA was focusing on to XERXIA, but Weibo Gaming has the same interest as well, leaving XERXIA with only Megamind.
This is going to be Weibo's gaming chicken dinner. There's no way they're going to flunk this one. Then PERSIJA will start to make a move. Megamind being charged and no way. Six manages still in the very last minute. They scored a double digit now with 10 elimination for Weibo Gaming. So keeping it going against PERSIJA EVOS, who split themselves into 2-2 formation, 2 different angles entirely. Whilst giving support fights at the back, the others are taking the front line as a 3-1 formation for Weibo Gaming to fight against PERSIJA EVOS.
Wow, Red Base tapping it away with a mini 14, trying to get a member of Weibo Gaming, but not able to land his shot, but he's able to blow up the vehicle. On the other side, we got Misery finally knocking down one. This is an opening for PERSIJA EVOS. We can see that Zoxy is leading the charge.
The twins, one of them being knocked by Suk. Somebody shut this monster down. Suk is just unstoppable for now, taking off angle picks every single time. But on the response of PERSIJA EVOS, can they see through what Suk is right now? He's closing in the gap. He was so far just now, not right across PERSIJA EVOS. Here comes the Nate toss over. Managed to take down on Mao. Down to Zoxy to make the play. And on the side of Cap, Dao Si will actually work around with Suk. They're trying to make it happen and closing the deal.
Okay, here we go. Suk with an 8 in hand. Zoxy is currently on his knees, so they don't have a frontliner for PERSIJA EVOS to pressure Weibo Gaming. Weibo Gaming, they can still reset at this point. All they need to do is keep their opponents out, because at this moment it's always time to close. Misery down by Gap. One more to go.
Gap, unknown as Dao Si, and he's gonna be trying to shut him down, working along with Suk. As Zoxy managed to finish off Mao. FaZe is a bit too far off, but he got the circle for himself. He can wait it out, but he will just have to sacrifice the rest of a teammate without any 8s down there. They are too far within his reach, but Suk managed to knock. Not really knock, managed to just put a headshot on top of that from that distance. Here comes Gap, pushing in to go to the side of a flank of FaZe. He knows this is coming up and he's ready for it for FaZe.
On the day from Gap. Louser, you say, but he's showing that he's the louser instead to finish up the game. What a proactive move by Gap, and it still comes back to PEL.
Incredible plays and ending there with the duo of Suk and Dao Si, or actually Gap in his IGN just now. They've been playing superb, those two players, back-to-back, giving support each other, and I feel like Suk is just incredible, peeking off those off angle. That was just incredibly well for Weibo Gaming. They scored themselves a double digit this round. How much we rounded up their eliminations. I think the last one we saw, it was 10, might be 12 or 11.
Yeah, it's definitely more than 10 after eliminating the entire PERSIJA EVOS. But for me, the key player to bring them this success is Suk. His off angle, how he proactively moves, proactively reposition himself. I mean, that is just absolutely amazing game sense.
I have to say they are very patient and just bear fruitful for the side of Weibo Gaming. Despite they got in the circle, they're not recklessly leaving out the compound easily just now, but to take a very few steps, one step at a time, advancing. And when it's only needed, knowing the fact they are in advantage, that's where they stop to push in. That was a perfect toss of a nade by Gap till the end. But I have to give it to Suk as well. He's a real MVP this one. He's opened up so many spaces for Weibo Gaming.
Oh yeah, if he didn't get that off-angle shot first against PERSIJA EVOS, then they might be ran over by them. So his off-angle positioning to just disrupt the movement by PERSIJA EVOS, that was just on point. So to me, if I were to pick an MVP, it's Suk.
It's definitely Suk. He's one of the best players coming up from PEL, but what are the thoughts and the insights of our analysts and our hosts, Kyrul and Contra? Your time to shine.
That was world class coming out from the two teams, PERSIJA EVOS and Weibo Gaming. Secure the winner chicken dinner for his team, and Suk and Gap. Those two guys are doing wonders.
Yeah, it's just phenomenal on their work rate. And just like how Sir Cloud has pointed out, the way that they also practically reposition themselves in the midst of the fight when PERSIJA EVOS is also trying to come in with multiple engagements coming from all fronts. They managed to steer clear away from danger, especially with ZERXIA pushing from the back. They managed to at least hold down the line. And after that, I mean, throughout the course of the journey, you saw Weibo Gaming, they had the entire bird's eye view through the fields of that Rozok. And man, tell you what, instead of Suk, it is Gap. That will be a player match, securing 7 elimination points. And we even saw some of all these other players, they were outside of the blue zone, getting chipped off. Some of these points were also stolen away. Can you imagine how much more points Gap and the rest of Weibo Gaming could have actually gotten from those battles?
Yep. True. And play of the match here for Gap with 7 eliminations, 922 damage, 41% team contribution with 110 meters of longest eliminations. And we have 2 players from Weibo Gaming on top of the eliminations leader here with Gap, 7 eliminations, Suk with 6. It is just crazy how they play. I would say they are back from the dead. We just mentioned about Weibo Gaming before the second game started, and then they just deliver everything in that game and manage to put themselves on top as for now.
Yeah, I think like this is definitely one of the best games that we do have that's equally challenging for all the players that were on board. And the same type of play style that we have known PEL for have basically been brought forward to us when the circle goes into its much more of a central area of play. How many teams were actually contesting on the top of that mountain? It has been a very, very tough challenge for even a team like Tianba. Speaking of Tianba though, they managed to win inside of Milta and now pushes BTR even lower onto 7 within the span of the game. And they did so well making it to the top 5.
Yeah, but look at the gap between the #1 spot and the second place. MORPY GPX is catching up to TEC. TEC got caught up when they're doing rotation a bit late from the outside of the circle. Caught by Sam9 for sure. We saw that one of their players will pick off early on, but then they try to push in, trying to be in the center of the circle, but then their fights between them and LGD weren't doing well, with MORPY GPX on the other side of the circle, just gunning them down one by one. And we see there's a lot of third party going on along the lines of Rozo there, and it's getting a bit scary if you're a TEC fan right now, because MORPY GPX is definitely catching up to them.
Yeah, MORPY GPX is a scary beast to deal with, especially when it comes down to close quarter combat. Now, we're going to take a look at the comparison as we have both Vampire Esports as well as Weibo Gaming. Very similar stats, I tell you this. Same total of eliminations, and in terms of damage, it's only a few hundreds off. It was mainly Weibo Gaming getting most of these numbers in this match itself.
Yep, true. And we see that from the regional contribution, Weibo Gaming is doing a lot for the side of PEL teams. But yep, with 4 games to go, can or cannot Weibo Gaming be in the top 5? As we see that maybe teams like BTR, Alter Ego, and PERSIJA EVOS, maybe not PERSIJA EVOS, maybe only BTR and Alter Ego, they seem a little bit down for the first 2 rounds of today.
Yeah, I think like these early engagements coming from BIGETRON has really dented their hopes a lot more. And now it cannot ever be a running trend. They need to move out of that area. They cannot afford to take another fight with Tianba. Because if you lose to Tianba, you're basically pushing them even further on the charts. And then they are going even lower and lower. Today, I think that BTR gets less than 5 points throughout the past 2 rounds.
Yeah, and if we're looking at the stats for the drop spot fight between BTR and Tianba, it's currently 3 for BTR and 2 for Tianba. Tianba is definitely catching up. They did their study on how BTR play and how does BTR approach these early fights. And Tianba, it seems like they are currently doing very great on how to counter back on BTR approach to these fights, and winning at Milta is definitely a good start for Tianba to gain more points as they are now in the top 5. Plus, we cannot forget what's happening at, around Georgiopol City between FaZe and LGD. LGD,
They won.
they won at Georgiopol City and it's now 4-2 between them. But then FaZe Clan, for sure, they are not going to be happy about this. They definitely want to bounce back on the next round.
I think that some of these teams are going to be going in hunting very, very early on. So at least it gives a lot more confidence to LGD. Today seems to be pretty much a good day for them. But still, work rate heading into the late game still needs a little bit more of a polishment in terms of execution. But I believe that there's a lot more to see in the next game.
Yep, there's a lot more to be talked about from us. But then we'll be going on a short break and catch you guys after this. Hello everyone, and we are back from the break, and we still have two matches of Erangel to go and 2 matches of Miramar to go before we crown who will be the champion of PUBG Mobile Regional Clash for this time around. But looking at the C teams right now, I thought the first map won by Vampire Esports was the start of the bounce back from the C teams, but then it goes the other way around at the second match.
Yeah, I think that it's still a very tight race between the two of them, and I just can't wait to get back in the action.
Yep, and without further ado, we'll pass the mic back to our lovely casters, Choo Choo and Sir Cloud.
Oh, you're lovely too. You're lovely. They're lovely. Everyone's lovely. Man, there is so much love in the air today. And so much love as well for a lot of these teams out there who has been showing a lot of good work. Weibo Gaming came out with the chicken dinner, and Sook was amazing.
I mean, like, he's one of the legendary players in PEL, by the way. There's a lot of legendary players in PEL. What are you talking about? But that was incredibly tough to watch for all the teams in the center. And Weibo Gaming, all they need to do is just wait for the right time.
Yeah, so, but it's all about coordination. And again, we did talk about like how tactical the PEL teams are, and they're showing the way they tactically move to finish off their opponents. And I guess tactics, they work better, especially at the final phase. Like taking fights work better during the mid stage or early to mid stage. So yeah, I guess that's what we can kind of summarize as of now. But we also want to hear your thoughts as well, ladies and gentlemen. Which region performance do you like the most? And so far we got a lot of C fans.
I think it's because of the gunfights and the skirmish early on, mostly by SEA players and teams out there, where PL is more tactical, a bit more careful approach towards all the team fight, and they want to go for the placement first.
Yeah, in general, if you like go for team fights, gunfights, and things like that, on screen, it's definitely more exciting. So I can understand why like the viewers out there, they vote more for C teams. But for us, are we going to vote for another C team or another PEL team in our next prediction? So I wonder what did Cairo predict though. So I'll take note that it's Cairo's prediction
so
if it's wrong.
Whatever Cairo predicted today, which is going to be under my banner or name of prediction, yeah, mostly it's going to be jinxing the team. So good luck, Cairo, taking the blame for it. But so far, we didn't get a lot for PERSIJA EVOS or TEC for me before this. Now it's going to be Vampires. I feel bad for Vampires, as in their names are flashing down there, but PERSIJA EVOS for you.
Yeah, Vampires a bit late to the party in terms of the prediction. PERSIJA EVOS almost got it, but I have to say it is an outplay by Weibo Gaming, who are a lot more tactical, but they played however they're comfortable with. They see their opponent, they know that they can take the fight, they went in for it. True enough, it didn't work out for them at the end, but it is still something that they were comfortable with. So I think that if they can repeat the formula, they could probably land themselves this chicken dinner.
It all depends on the flight path and the circle just now. But one thing that we should also credit about, it's going to be LGD. I'm loving what they showcased today. But so far, back towards the points between these two regions, SEA do have a bit of a lead compared to PEL with 19 points due to how aggressive they're trying to find those fights early on.
Yeah, and flight path-wise, if we're going to talk about that, Yasnaya Poliana, they shared it with another team, but it was the first time ever that they had to fight for Yasnaya early on, but it wasn't an all-out fight anyway. Let's see if that happens now.
This is our second last Erangel in the final day of PMRC, with the flight path coming up from the side of Laf Hospital up to Yasnaya Poliana. We did just mention Yasnaya Poliana before, so we can assume the PERSIJA EVOS and might be K1 to be on top of there as well. Tianba dropping quite early. We might actually have another sort of skirmish on top of South Jogopol, FaZe Clan versus LGD round. How many rounds are there already between these two teams?
I'm starting to lose count. It's basically every Erangel that we have seen so far, right? Out of the course of 3 days. But for Tianba, they choose not to go to Milta this time. I guess they're going to let BTR go, despite them sort of winning against BTR earlier on. Even though the flight path is pretty much the same. So they're switching up their strategy here for this round of Erangel. Now, we don't know what's going to happen next round, but what we do know for sure is that we're going to see LGD and FaZe Clan again. Here we go.
It's going to be the thousandth round between these two teams. Just now, LGD finally won over FaZe Clan. They found the secret formula of winning over FaZe Clan. Can they do it again? So far, they found one knockdown. LGD is winning the fight, but not finish off. No execution towards the Venturas.
Yeah, and they took out Mela as well, so that's 2 down for the side of FaZe Clan. 2 more to go for LGD to wrap things up with them. And so far in majority of their encounters, even if they win, they had casualties. Onsens gets 1. Mormon is together with him, so to do the follow-up. Wow, LS knocked down. Oh man, this could be FaZe Clan coming back.
Fatal blow just now from the side of FaZe Clan to his LGD. Equalized the ground to square one once more. Mau or Cat there will try to buy a bit more room. Blessing and Chungsi or CC will be back up their feet and try to reset. But do they have first aids?
Yeah, I'm just looking at their utility now. So Cat, 0 first aids. So that's kind of obvious. But the rest of them, CC at least he has something. So he has resetted himself to 80%, but he does not have any extra first aids to share with Blessing. So Blessing, either he loot or he has to deal with the fact that he only has 20% health.
Back towards side of FaZe Clan. They're still going to get themselves 3 players. Venturas will have to be the sacrifice for this moment. Jumping down. Here comes the jump. Can he make it up? In the very last minute, Chungsi can see that one through. He got himself a DPS. This is the perfect time, but Chungsi did not know that the revival is ongoing. Onsens will drop himself down as well to reunite with his teammate once more while Mela taking the rooftop.
Oh, here we go! Jump from the second floor! But his second DBS shot did not connect, and unfortunately he'll be knocked down, and now FaZe Clan will punish them back. And there's only 1 more to go on the second floor. FaZe Clan now U-turning things back on the LGD.
The swerve coming out from FaZe Clan was an incredible blessing. Oafu being finished off in the very last minute just now. Not being blessed, not really this time for Afu. But back towards the side of LGD, they got just minor victory before, almost got it again, but it's just timing-wise, just timing.
Yeah, it was really close for them. I can understand why they didn't go for that elimination when Venturas was rescued. I guess they thought like 2-3 steps ahead that, okay, if they go for it, someone would be there to support and shoot from another angle. Because it's FaZe Clan that we're talking about. They cannot just like go in blindly and nobody to support while the revive is happening.
I agree. They love to play tag team for FaZe Clan. That's why it's so hard to shut them down. One of their strengths in the Battle Royale, perhaps. PERSIJA, EVOS, Yasnaya, Poliana. Last time we saw the fighting against Tianba. Where are the Tianba's players?
Yeah, hopefully we get a vision of them soon. The last we saw Tianba, they were on the left coast. So they let go of Milta to BTR this time. And for them to be on the left coast, they will not be challenged there. There's a good amount of small houses for them to loot. And I guess they can continue to survive from there.
And the Talk, on the other hand, just going to leave and compound hopping for now to find more loot to work with. Maybe a couple of vehicles in case they need to exit out in a case of emergency. Alter Ego around Lipovka, untouched, unscathed. Very peaceful day. Well, as per usual, XERXIA will drop himself around school. Now, the circle do favors a bit more towards the left side of the map just now. Might ended up, is it going to be in between shooting range? But we're going to have to wait and see because last time we saw around left side, usually it's going to be a lot of teams there.
Yeah, I guess for one reason as well, Jogopool and that area is kind of populated. We got FaZe Clan at LGD in the same area, and then on North Jogopool, you potentially get, you have definitely one team, you potentially get Vampire Esports, but they still chose to go back to Primos, which is pretty much on the left side, and then you have Tianba on the left coast as well. So those are already a good amount of teams there. Plus with the teams from around the areas of Pochinki onwards, yeah, I think a lot of teams are already in the circle now.
Speaking of the circles, they have a lot of time for these teams to loot up. And BTR is taking their own sweet time, slowly trying to find all those gears that they'd be needing later on, especially those throwables. I feel like by the end of the day in the Erangel, right, Cloud, it's down to those throwables. How much do you have on your side, and especially smokes? As we saw the last game, the smokes were incredibly so crucial that it actually being the turning point for some teams.
Absolutely. Utility-wise is crucial for fights. So That's why teams, you can see them stocking up, especially on nades, on smokes. That is the priority. And then arguably it comes on to Molly. But of course, that also depends on what sort of RNG that they get when they loot. If they see whatever they can get, normally they'll just pick up whatever and figure things out later. Just for example, like Suk here, he has 3 stun grenades onto him. And we don't always see a stun grenade being used. But I guess he's just in a situation where, oh, it's there. I have space in the bag. I'll just pick it up.
He's working with what he has, yes. But Suk being sneaky and being very, very quiet, try to just lurk around the back of the teams on the south side of shooting range, more towards the right side of South Joggle Pool just now. But for Wolves, they are crushing straight into Morph. Now, there's going to be surprise, but Morph is so good at defending. They're always prepared for this kind of rushes for Morph.
Well, I have this thought of like, okay, we'll talk about that in a little bit more as we look at Pigfeet. Now, 50% of health, 40% of health, and he's still not able to secure this compound just yet. Bobo, who has arrived together with his other teammates, and Rocky is down, but they should be able to pick him up later on. And that is it for Pigfeet. Another point that I wanted to get early on before that fight happened is that, is it Morph GPX, a C team, good at defending, or is it Wolves, a PEL team, not really good at taking this sort of fights?
A bit of both, possibly. Because previous map, I think Morph being charged by a different team before, they still managed to defend it well. And Wolf, I mean, so far we haven't seen any successful attempt that much coming up from Wolf in the map of Erangel. Possibly in Miramar, maybe. But in Erangel, we don't see a lot of Wolf's action or their attempt to take a compound to be successful yet.
Well, we have a second attempt here by TEC, and TEC, well, I wonder, are they going to go in for it? Okay, they might crash in, but it's not the nature of a PL team in stage 1, 2 to do this sort of crashes. So I guess with the information they got, they'll just leave it.
Now, back to the start of TEC, when it comes to the points that actually counts there, they don't actually progress as much. Now, is it a flaw for TEC? Because same goes for their summer finals, where they have a bit of a problem in the grand finals in the last day, where they feels like the performance might actually a bit more quiet, like mentioned about Morph. Always prepared for those rushes. They will defend their castle as fast as they can and as strong as they can get.
Well, it looked like a bluff there from Morph GPX. 2 of them left as compound, and now they're U-turning back, defending their ground against TEC. And the 2 members of TEC ran over by Yoru. TEC out.
What a fortress being hauled. These guys are the vanguards of the entirety of PMRC. Incredibly tough to take down for the side of Morph. I'm just loving what they perform here since day 2 and the final day. On the side of Tianba, we have to move, and it was incredible defense. 2 teams back-to-back, by the way, for Morph.
Yeah, and one of the teams is TEC, who held on to the top spot before this, and because of that win from Morph GPX against TEC, now they are at number 1.
TEC having a rough run for the first half of the final day here. They barely progressed with their points. Last time I thought, I think they're starting off with 106 at first, and they just only managed to gather 2 points by 3 maps but so far. Back on the side of Tianba, or Pi on the other hand, start to take in actions against Alter Ego. Is that Lipovka?
Yeah, potentially yes. So we get a confirmation hopefully soon as Eagle gets knocked down by Potato. Eagle pulled off multiple clutches for TeamPAI, and to lose him is going to be quite a devastating situation.
Alter Ego and TeamPAI, 76 bleeding out. Smiles trying to do some damage across all the way downtown. But Smile, on the other hand, is taking too much of a blues, and the pressure is unsurmountable at this point for the side of TeamPAI, since they need to push forward, where Rosemary will gatekeep them quite tightly to a Smile at first. Look at the tap. Running low with his SLR bullets. Smile keeping the pressure on. A lot of Alter Ego players down, wiped out. Rock, where those shots came from? He managed to steal it away under the noses of Pi in the very last minute.
Yeah, I mean, somebody got to charge him for criminal there. Where did that come from? I mean, he got away with murder, literally. And now Weibo Gaming, let's see if they can get away by taking out YDD now, who's currently swimming and in the water just to get information. But I guess it's just about a matter of time till YDD gets eliminated by Weibo.
Cannot get over how Rock actually plays that just now. It was so sneaky. And on the side of Weibo Gaming, they just won themselves quite a huge victory previously. Can they do it again? Here comes the circle. It's right on top of that Gakkai mountain, like we just mentioned before, but it's going to be a bit more on the northern side. Weibo Gaming will try to keep it all together against Tianba, PERSIJA, EVOS, and BETR, while south, more teams coming up.
Well, we're looking at the potential of getting what Cairo asked for, which is the Gakkai Mountain, and he's celebrating. Yes, we have audience in the crowd here today, ladies and gentlemen. Just that you guys don't see it, we do. And for now, MORPY has the high ground. But let's see what's going to happen on some of the choke points, including the one that Weibo Gaming is taking care of.
Kenny, I actually can hear RNG trying to climb up those mountains while a couple of players are being drowned due to knockdowns inside of the river area. Onzo's taking on K1 BBZ. FaZe Clan, they're not done yet. After the finish of LGD before, they have another contender. K1 is going to be their next target with Tianba in between. BTR, Tianba, K1 and FaZe. They are neighbors for now.
Ooh, 3 teams at least in South Johor. The good news is that this area is within the circle, so that's still kind of okay. They can kind of hold, and navigating through the containers, well, that would take some time. So if they want to stay here for now till the circle shifts, that's absolutely okay as well. But Weibo Gaming wants to come by as well, moving from the bridge to South Johor. BTR could be there to stop them.
BTR, can they work their way through the mazes of containers? Thunder Talk, after the steals just now, definitely scores quite a number on the side. It's going to be a Rock once more. Sometimes he's been super quiet, but sometimes he's just been such a great team. A Robin Hood for his entire team down there for Rock. But on the side of Sem9, can they respond to Thunder Talk? Happy to just passing by, or will they just keep it quiet for now?
Well, Mr. Rock here is doing the scouting work for his team, trying to determine where is the next destination. And 3 other players still on the outside, so I guess... Well, if it's a C team in this side of the scenario, right, they would definitely crash onto Sem9, pick the fight, and then win the compound away from them. But because it's a PEL team, you can see them slowly moving, gathering information, determining whether we want to go for it, and for the most part, maybe not.
Really calculating every steps here for the side of Thunder Talk. Cautiously approaching to a Sem9. We've been split out into 2-2 now. Reunite with their teammate 3-1, while the other a bit later. But the Blues is tough to close in. Thunder Talk don't really have that much of an option. If they want to go up to the Gakkai mountain top, they need to pass through and cutting across Sem9.
Oh man, look at the tactical approach by Thunder Talk Gaming. We've got one here waiting by the side, and I'm not sure if Sem9 knows that he's there, but they do know that the blue is on top of them now. Scoping out to see the members of Sem9. Now they're starting to pull the trigger with them going down. Ajay will be the next one to fall, so it looks like a trade between the 2 teams.
Both are losing men here, with Blues start to pressure them, and none of these teams are actually in the winning team at all because of the Blues, and nothing can fight against it. Ajay finally being shot down, but Morph the one taking the advantage between these 2 teams here from above. They will just try to shut them down. Rock managed to reset himself. Sem9 have to leave. They must leave now. Same goes for Thunder Talk. Will get themselves a buggy and try to drive towards the other side of the mountain where the circle's at.
Yeah, the fact that he sent out Dreamy together with his teammate to open up the flank on the left, that is again another showing of a tactical approach by Thunder Talk Gaming. It's just that MORPY is on top to stop them. But speaking of MORPY, now they have a clear shot on the Sem9. Kenny is able to get away. No, unfortunately, he's not able to skip by MORPY.
It's a clear line of sight for Cleon. There's no way he can actually miss that one now, and it's going to be a one more nade toss. That switch over to DBS. But did he actually drop the nade on time? That was perfect timing, Cleon.
And the crowd, who has 2 million people on our right side, goes wild with that nade. My gosh, what a defense here by MORPY. And now they're trying to do it against Thunder Talk Gaming. If you smell what the Rock is smelling right now on the ground, and he will be turned into the box soon, thanks to Cleon.
He's smelling the grass. That's what he did just now. Definitely that's the only thing he can do and smell. Down to only dreaming of Thunder Talk. Morph. Today has been what a day. Just peak performance. All 4 players of Morph. 11 elimination. Only in stage 4. Taking hold the grounds of Gakka Mountain. They are such a strong team of defense. Incredible clutch multiple times.
And I guess that's where Cairo is pouring his theory of the Southeast Asia teams. Well, it's technically only one team, but we can see like the play style of how they defend. It does look familiar to how other Southeast Asian teams would do on top of the Gakka Mountain as well. And so far, doing so well for MORPH GPX. Not only that, 11 elimination points picked up by them. Now, I'm interested to see how far the circle will shift away from South Johor, because that's where a lot of teams are there.
Yep, that's kind of true. That circle will be detrimental of the circle just being pushed all the way a bit too far for the teams that just managed to secure the comfortable position. Dreamy, on the other hand, is definitely not dreaming. He's in a nightmare, being scouted and wrapped around by Morph players, suffocated into one spot. Singh is a bit too far. LZ actually spotted out Singh. It is not great for him. Newsy spotted out Dreamy as well, possibly. Vampire is interested to take the fight where Thunder Talk plays. I can see it through. As he will start to pull the trigger. It's going to be a perfect shot. He's taking his time.
What?
The suspense. Just do it.
Bam! Ah, finally he did it. Took him a while there. Okay, I guess because if it wasn't an M4, then he wouldn't be able to get that direct. No, but wait! Where did it come from? Yoru! Dude, calm down!
His specialty of that, stealing away whatever he can, but now you've been punished! Oh, so close. Tony King is biting his nails here, trying to finish off that teeth from afar. But the teeth managed to just vanish within thin air.
Well, if he bite his nails, he wouldn't be able to pull the trigger, but I'm by the edge of my seat for sure. Looking at that, Yoru almost got knocked down. Was a scary situation. But you know what? Good for the teams on South Johor. The circle happened to shift there. So majority of the teams are safe in the circle. Now the question is, MORPH GPX, I guess they might take the fight against Vampire.
Now already they lost 1 man, Leon. Cleon already finished off a Ravenclaw. There comes the entire Morph climbing down the very high hills of Gakka. And will be punished and walking in the doorstep of Vampires. They are ready and waited to go. For Vampires, unfortunately, Morph actually made a U-turn after one remembers out. PERSIJA EVOS walking straight into the war zone.
Well, hello, PERSIJA EVOS. Welcome to the party. You got K1 right in front of you. Zuxi is low. And this moment, Luxy is kind of low as well, so they're trying to find space to reset themselves. But K1 knows exactly where they are, and it's going to be LY knocking down Luxy. Luxy finish off immediately.
Field hoping it will land on somebody here, but I feel like that might actually be a smoke grenade, trying to give a bit of a cover for himself and the team, which can be only Passion left. Now, there's going to be a bit of a maze for the teams that are actually right on top of this compound. If you happen to be surprised by whoever walks around that corner, every corner is very agitating for all the players in this maze of containers right now.
Oh yeah, the maze is just agonizing to be in there, knowing that someone's on your left and on your right, just by the corner, but you're not able to see and do much about it. But for the teams on the outside, so we got Misery, who did not join Luxy and Zuxi inside the container area. So he's going to stay out here all alone as of now. As much as he wants to be the support role, but unfortunately his teammates are down. But speaking about down, Yoru finally knocked.
Smile, a bit risky to take those Dacia to walk. And about for Cruz, but Yen managed to knock him down. Pai managed to secure PERSIJA EVOS player, while Morph also losing members. With Yoru being left in the middle of the middle ground of the mountain. Zerja managed to shut down on Yoru. So 2 Thai teams against Morph right now. There's no way out for Morph. Not just that, another angle will be covered by TeamPAI, who happened to be just arrived. 3 teams' eyes lock and target on Morph.
Yeah, MORPH GPX. At least the good news is that they're in the circle. So they can still kind of like hold on. But the next phase of the circle will be crucial for MORPH GPX if they don't have it. So they need to start to plan ahead. Now, looking at MORPH GPX, TeamPAI seems to be kind of interested to lock them in as well. But they are also holding their breath, praying that the circle does favor them somehow. If it goes to the South Jogopu City, then, well, all those teams will be happy. Now, circle-wise, we'll get a confirmation, and it moves to the left instead.
And more vampire, this an inevitable of fight between these two teams. They have to force it out and brute force their way in here, regardless of how they want to win and get into the circle. The only way is just to get it through this fight. And TeamPAI will actually be gatekept by Morph, which is not even touching the rim of a circle, while the rest of the team already inside is too. Still having a battle of survival as Yen dropped one on Rocky. Down to only Boo to fight against two players of TeamPAI, or will he leave?
Man, just look at the formation of TeamPAI. They send one in front, two to give support. It's like looking at military tactics here by TeamPAI. Again, tactical approach is the strength of the PEL teams. And with that, they got one out of GPX. Now, XERXIA attempting to punish them as they are still on foot to get into the circle.
It's going to be incredibly tough for the side of TeamPAI. Nothing to cover in between, only a couple of vegetations, no structure that can hold them strong to just get through into the circle. Now, Boo who do have vehicle for TeamPAI? I don't think so. Clear shot from SEA that snipes. Missed just a tiny bit. Speaking of timing, whilst Boo who just going to flee out and get himself a couple of very small rock to barricade, but he will be the target of FaZe Clan, who happen to be on 2-2 formation back to his side of Tianba. Even focus on TeamPAI. TeamPAI, good luck getting out of that sticky place.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of sticky, they are stuck on the ground right now. It's really hard for them to get across. The spray from XERXIA, no way for them to get out. Smile will not be smiling any further. One more to go for the side of TeamPAI, and it's still on the outside of the circle.
My God, the cluster in the center of the circle is a bit too much right now. Still have 10 teams in stage 6. It's a bit too crowded in the center, a very small radius of a circle. Well, XERXIA still have his eyes to his TeamPAI. TeamPAI need to leave, but the moment it stands up, XERXIA is just going to hunt them down. But Tianba walking through the maze, surprised by every corner, is going to be walking into the night of fright here.
Oh, here we go.
Hunting house LY down. KZZ trying to heal up. But he's not going to have any more first aids after this. BTR on the hunt every corner. They will try to wipe it clean.
Well, it looks like Halloween came early as KZZ surprised members of BTR right now, but he's cornered inside the container. And BTR knows exactly where to shoot. With that, Tianba will be eliminated.
Now next, walking to the maze is going to be K1 versus Weibo Gaming. Do Weibo Gaming want to play that Halloween team mazes or not? K1 shutting down on Gap. Passion, try to finish off Sook. Two very important players down for Weibo Gaming. Can they still stand strong? The jump shot. My God, the support fire from Ming at the back with the distraction of a jumping shot by Ye Mao. That was incredibly nice.
Yeah, that's the coordination again by a PEL team. Now Megamind, straightforward approach to knock down Superboy, aka Yuhai, who's playing in this round, substituting for Keenan. And Megamind looking to secure the elimination point. Nade toss across. Will the nade even land? I don't think so. The second nade attempt, third nade in fact, they know that they have utility to spare, so they're just trying their luck. But so far, not able to get an elimination over BTR.
BTR taking covers with those boxes, big ones, and XERXIA in the warehouse. Still, TeamPAI couldn't make it through. We're down to only 7 teams. A FaZe Clan taking the Mushroom Tower, but they're not inside of a circle. On the northeast side, this is where 14 resides with PERSIJA, EVOS, XERXIA in between. Gen 4 spot out. Weibo Gaming, Mao, who tried to climb himself up. Now, this is going to be a bit difficult since Weibo Gaming don't have any visualization throughout their containers. XERXIA still stay quietly in between. Vampire is taking on Onzons, while BTR going in for the rush. Weibo Gaming have to defend.
Yeah, after all that action, BTR is still a full squad. But you'll be surprised, both GPX is still alive. They still have a representative. Now for PERSIJA, they only have XERXIA left. He's waiting in the container. I don't think they know that he's there. As we come back to BTR versus Weibo Gaming, the front door approach here by BTR. Southeast Asia team looks like it's bringing them dividends as they take out Sook. One more to go, that's Ming on the left.
FaZe being wiped out the earth of Erangel by vampires. BTR taking out Weibo Gaming 1 by 1, leaving only the last player alive. It's going to be Mig. Satar managed to dodge that one, but what a backstab by GenForce. Well synchronized as a tactical approach. There was one last player of Weibo Gaming by BTR. There was a clean one, and that's going to be the last of MORPY, despite they're having a very good run with 12 eliminations here.
Wow, it's still an amazing run for them considering that the position that they are put in. But our top 4, top 5 teams are all Southeast Asia teams. So this round is definitely going to go to Southeast Asia. It's just a matter of who will get this chicken dinner. And out of that, 2 of them from Indonesia, 2 of them from Thailand. So this will be an interesting comparison of region.
Feel like SEA bounced back after the domination of PEL yesterday, finally waking up, where realizing that this is going to be the last day of PMRC. On the side of BTR, they're still taking the covers alongside the containers or the boxes up there, while Vampires stick to the classical buildings and houses. XERXIA is going to be taking those warehouses, while Zoxy, he's the game changer in this one.
Oh, look at the circle. It's like 50-50 now, right? There's a road in between the circle. And I don't think there's enough space for Vampire to like kind of squeeze in. If they move front, it's like an open area. So arguably, I would say that XERXIA probably has the best position. Or maybe even BTR since they have Satar on an off angle.
Satar will be spotted out by Tony K. Just waiting for the right time here. There goes. Bit too late. Satar managed to just prone down and get himself covered. Spotted out Yuhai Superboy. Tony K couldn't have anything connected so far. XERXIA still not going to move an inch from the warehouse with a couple of smokes in between. Zuxi still playing this quietly with the DBS prep in his hands. XERXIA, on the other hand, are planning to have a bit of a rush there, but which way to go?
Well, for Vampire, if they want to survive the circle, they have to create a smoke bridge and just zoosh across to the warehouse where probably XERXIA is at, or at least somewhere beside them. Now, they are starting to do that. They're creating the smoke bridge. Ravenclaw is making the first move, but unfortunately, shot down by XERXIA. Ravenclaw, no way that he can be saved.
RNJ and the rest of them trying to get a grasp about where to go next, but they're being stopped at midway here by the side of XERXIA. Sharper making sure they're putting the pressure up. Counterfiring the side of Empire did not connect to anyone in the warehouse. They have a strong fortress here for the side of XERXIA. BTR trying to take advantage between these two parties, and Satar spot them out. A perfect angle, a perfect vision with Satar on top of that pillar.
Yeah, that's the key angle that BTR has, where Satar is at. But we don't have any more circle after this. It's going to be stage 9. But for GenForce, taking out Tony K, Vampire Esports, it's quite a miracle that they're still holding on to this. The fact that they're in this kind of situation, but I think it's a matter of time. And also who will get the elimination points out of Vampire Esports. Only Shrubs left now.
Now, 2 teams morph. Last time we saw them at 12 elimination. BTR cracking those double digits as well for the side of Shrubs. Can he do it again? Can he clutch out like how he did before? 1v against all the other teams since Shrubs taking 1 and 2 down by himself. XERXIA is being taken by surprise. Shrubs is just playing out of his mind here. He's still trying to go for it. He managed to wipe out the entirety of XERXIA by himself.
Man, Schwab's the man! If you can do that against BTR, that's going to be really insane. But right now, BTR has a full squad. They're coming onto Schwab's. Schwab's gets a knock, but it's just too much for him to handle. But nevertheless, Schwab's to take out XERXIA all alone with that spray. That is an amazing move by itself.
Multiple clutches in a day, not just in Sanhok before this, coming out from Shrubs. He's done it again in the second Erangel of the day. I mean, BTR, there was handed over due to Shrubs managed to wipe out the entirety of XERXIA by himself.
Yeah, assuming in a parallel universe that Shrubs was taken out and XERXIA had 4, then it will be a different story for BTR. Because if you kind of think about it, even with Satar's position up there, he was pressured by the blue. He needs to get down anyway. And with XERXIA having the warehouse, he wouldn't be able to contribute much if he stays up there. So it becomes like kind of like a 50-50 fight between the two, or maybe even swing slightly to XERXIA.
I say, just now BTR, it was impossible to penetrate through the warehouse fortress just now. But Shrap's made it happen. Shrap's made it possible because of his angles. And BTR could not possibly done that unless they actually try to push in, and it will be their death if they actually do so, thanks to Shrap's. I mean, Shrap's the real MVP here.
You know what? Besides all that, I have to point out something that I've kept it inside for the longest time. You don't get to see that often at that mid to late stage of a game, someone still holding a car 98K in the current meta. It's been a long time, you know.
That's true, that's true. And also, it's been a long time we've seen this side of Shrap's as well. I mean, like, during PMRC, we don't see a lot of that. Now, finally, it is back. Now, what the analysts and those will have to say about this is, I think it's blowing off their mind here. Back to Kyrol and Contra, please.
BIGETRON Red Villains finally finding their momentum to secure the winner chicken dinner in round number 3 for today's match, and it was one hell of a show coming out from them, putting on Superboy from sub to the main lineup, and it shows a lot of difference for BIGETRON Red Villains this time around.
Yeah, it definitely sees them playing a better tempo of the game, and at the very same time, it was also a complete annihilation against all the PL squads. You saw how many of all these teams challenged more of GPX. That was like TEC going up forward, and you have Wolves. None of them could even stand tall. They just got snatched up in a matter of seconds. And despite bowing out early, look at more of GPX. They got 15 points. Vampire Esports, they were also holding one of the prime warehouses where no teams from the south can actually pass them. And Schwebs, with his stunning play, takes out the entirety of XERXIA. We thought XERXIA could actually play for that chicken dinner.
Yep, the play of the match will be given to Genforce from BIGETRON Red Villains, with 5 elimination points coming up from him with 637 damage, 31% of team contribution, and the longest elimination is 242 meters. But what a game from BIGETRON Red Villains for sure, but we cannot count out more GPX from the side of the hill in that compound where Wolves just come up to them and they managed to wipe out all of those 4 players, and then TEC finding the same fate from themselves out of more GPX. Defensive work is just phenomenal.
Yeah, it's just great work rate coming in from so many of all these squads. Now, BIGETRON Red Villains find themselves back into a top 2 comfortable spot. So I say comfortable, that's also because TEC wasn't able to actually secure any form of points here.
Yep.
Morph now holds on to that number 1 spot, but Vampire Esports, they're starting to show up and showing strong. They now tie the points with PERSIJA EVOS. Now, both sides are on number 4, technically.
Yeah, absolutely. Vampire Esports, without us knowing, they are climbing up the ranks right now, closing the gap between them and TEC, maybe hunting down for that number 1 spot at the end of the day, but for sure, Mob GPX wouldn't let it go easily without a fight. But as we can see from that map just now, there was a lot of highlights that we can point out, especially on how Schwabs, maybe we should give him more credit actually. This is almost the second time that he can clutch up for winner chicken dinner, but sadly BTR got 4 men and still alive, and Schwab just cannot do anything by hiding inside of smoke.
I feel like we need to create a category for him, you know, like just like for the biggest plays possible. Like, this is the second time for today he's been able to do miracles like that by himself. Like, if you give him a little bit more room, a little bit more space without the boost of shrinking in, maybe he could even do something against BIGETRON Red Villains, because he almost took 1 more down the last second before he goes into that chicken dinner screen for BTR. But, you know, there's just so much more that we can look forward to. What I love about this is that there's no clear winner yet until the final game.
Yep, 3 more rounds to go. But for now, we will be going on a short break and catch you guys after this break. Bye-bye. And we're back from the break. It's time for the remaining 3 matches to go for us to crown who will be the champion of this time around for PMRC. And you guys are still with us. I'm Khairul and alongside Contra. And I'm super excited to see who's gonna get those winner chicken dinners.
Yeah, like overall, some of all these chicken dinners that we are getting today are pretty special. Like unexpected moments did happen with Schweppes, really turning the tides around. But you know what? You can basically fight the tides of zombies in our brand new team mode, which is the Zombies Edge. Perfect for Halloween time. If you guys are not leaving your house, you can still get a little bit of jump scares.
Yep.
So yeah, go ahead, get a bite of victory or get a bite of KFC.
Yes, there's a new collaboration with us and KFC where you can basically get the set meal. The new set meal is up for grabs in your KFC restaurants out there that's nearby to your place. And there's a lot of new updates with the collaboration with KFC. You can basically heal in-game and you can hear the theme sound of KFC.
The jingle.
Yes.
Yeah, and not only that, I see there's a lot of all these skins and like items available that's kind of KFC themed. Love myself some KFC from time to time, but yeah, I wish we actually got to play, but we did have some snacks outside of the table. Anyways, back into the topic of some of the games here that we have today. Only another map of Erangel left. Like suddenly we don't really see all too much coming from the PEL from the past round. Like, was it too massive of the shutdown going on in the early game? Is it too big of a blow that they could not catch up?
I have to be honest, they're looking a bit slower in terms of game fight tactics because we can see from how Weibo approach the fight with Sam9. Yes, it's a good strat where they wait for Sam9 to go out first, then try to eliminate them. But then it was too late until MorphGPX get themselves involved in that fight from on top of the Gatka Hill, which giving them a big mess and they cannot finish Sam9 that easily.
Yeah, and on top of that, it just goes to show you the strength of MorphGPX, right? Like how good they are in those close quarter combat. And it wasn't one PL team that they took on, it was 2 and even many more others on the later stage of the game. So far, the record now set straight. SEA with 755 points. This is quite a huge margin for PEL to catch up, more than 100 points.
This is the biggest gap we had so far throughout the days that we are playing for PMRC. And I don't know, C teams are looking so confident right now. Yes, the winner chicken dinner counter is leaning towards the PL teams, but then on the consistency side, momentum base, it's looking way better on the side of C teams. And we can see that the way that they're approaching fights, the way that they're doing their rotations, it feels like they come more prepared this time around to face the PL team.
Yeah, and also at the same time, like you did mention, like PL teams are a little bit slower today. Like maybe they're just playing a little bit more too safely, whereas the rest of the teams coming in Southeast Asia, they're just saying, you know, it's the last day. We're going to put everything on the table. We're just going to run at you and do everything we can. And that's what we actually get coming from even Vampire Esports, where they are now climbing up to challenge the throne. So MorphGPX, as much as they're holding on to that #1 spot now, I believe later on after this game, we still will see another shift on the table.
Yeah, however, I feel like TEC is feeling the most pressure right now as they end the day yesterday being at the #1 spot. But now, game after game, they are being pushed down and down and down. And it's not looking good for TEC that is right now being hunted down by all of the C teams. Basically, I can say that Vampire Esports right now have only like 4-point gap between them. And maybe if after this TEC don't do any changes on their strategy base, on maybe on how they approach things in game, it will be hard for them to continue to stay in the top 5 spot.
Yeah, absolutely agree with you. And I believe that they really have to fight for those chicken dinners again. You saw how BIGETRON Red Villains in a couple of games from game 1, game 2, almost absolutely no action coming from them. And then now they actually get themselves a chicken dinner to add in some of all these points that they lost. Now they're in the contention again within the top 2, top 3 scenario. So right now it's all about keeping themselves steady for some of all these C teams who are already on that first pager. And for the rest, not to slack off.
Yeah, and I want to talk a little bit about Alter Ego Aries. So far, day #3, we haven't seen so much from them. And maybe mainly because we haven't seen Rosemary been fragging enough for the team, and most of their fights, they currently been get picked off one by one during rotations, and it's not looking good for Alter Ego Aries. Maybe there's a little bit changes that need to be made in terms of how the team should play the game and how they should maybe prioritize how Rosemary should play the game well.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, because a couple of games I did notice that they get caught off mid-rotation, and there were also certain points that when they want to take a fight, they were kind of exposed in multiple angles as well, which is why like they aren't allowed to actually get things done in their own respective way. But if you give them enough of that sort of spacing, then sure, you will see the traditional alter ego at work. But right now, it's just a different kind of mask that they're currently putting on. Hopefully that they put on a scarier mask for the rest of it.
Yeah, not just for Alter Ego Aries. Meanwhile, on the PL side, we've seen that Wolves Esports, it has been 3 days right now, and they're still at the bottom of the leaderboards. And I feel like maybe Wolves should play more aggressively, since we are still left with 3 maps to go. And I feel like there's a lot that can be shown from Wolves' side with the players here that we know. They are very veteran. They are experienced players that have been playing multiple times in the international scene. So maybe in the last 3 maps, I would love to see some fight.
Yeah,
from Wolves.
Overall, like for LGD and Wolves, like it really felt like this is a very different kind of play style that they're following with the rest of Southeast Asia. Sometimes they are just trying to find ways to push for a fight, but these fights are really going nowhere for them. Like we saw what happened back in Georgia Pool. We saw what happened for Wolves multiple times as well. So they really have to show us something at the very least, because yeah, you might want to save those strats for PMGC. We get it, but right now it really doesn't matter. It's all about making sure that you are able to contest at an international level.
Yeah, and Contra, we can chit-chat here all day long, but it's up to the players to show it in-game. So now we are passing the mic back to our amazing casters, Choo Choo and Sir Cloud. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Caro and Contra. And don't forget your coffee while chit-chatting, by the way. They're not willing to pass the mic to us just now. But I agree the fact that mentioned about nothing to lose with the final Erangel. This is going to be the last Erangel for PMRC.
Yeah, so last Erangel for PMRC, maybe LGD, Chicken Dinner, come on. We like to see, we always like to see like the page 2 teams do well, right?
For LGD and Wolf, which one do you prefer more when it comes to those chicken in the very last minute?
Well, I'll probably go for LGD now.
I'm probably going to go for Wolf then to balance things out, right? But also coming up from Sem 9, somebody have to vote for Sem 9 here. We're talking about the bottom teams, come on.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I could vote for like, okay, everyone who has not got the chicken dinner to get your own chicken dinner, but unfortunately, you know, we can only pick one.
You're not Opera, you can't give everything to everyone. You're just a cloud.
Yeah, you can't check below your chair, you know, it doesn't work that way.
That's kind of true. But speaking of finding a rank of the day, but this is going to be interesting because one, we do know there's going to be some teams that don't have anything else to lose, just like how Caro mentioned with Contra just now. So they will try to run amok, randomly clash dropping everywhere. And not just that, that's going to be difficult for TEC especially because they are having a bit of a stagnant points for the entire day. No, not much of a progress.
True, and because of that, MORPY GPX, who ran amok everywhere, they overtook TEC. And I guess that's where this is technically it's Cairo's prediction, right? That he put MORPY GPX in there.
A bit later. But I don't know, will it work again for more? But just now, I saw something, right? And the trend for the Thai teams, we didn't mention about Thai teams so much, right? We saw a lot of good plays from the Indonesian for the 1.5 day at first. But when it comes to the Thais, starting from day 2, that's where they start waking up. But day 1, it was FaZe day. Day 2, it was XERXIA's day. Today has been Vampires. I mean, like, today has been Shrap's day. Not even Vampires, Shrap's.
Yeah.
That curly guy... I saw that. That curly guy is not really a curly hair guy. He's a beast.
Yeah, it's a curly beast.
Beast.
Yeah. I think a lot of talk has been like, oh, Tony K. But it's also nice to kind of see like Vampire Esports have someone else that they can put on the table to say, you know what, if Tony K is having an off day, don't forget about Shrubs. And also, you kind of think about it, like Stone isn't playing.
True.
So to a certain extent, Shreps is also telling his coach and manager to say, you know what, I deserve to be in the starting lineup for PMGC.
I agree. We haven't seen Stone at all. Is it going to be? Is he going to be the secret weapon for the final few, or will he finally swap with some players or vampires when it comes to Mirama?
So far, the swap has been Newsy has been playing in the absence of Stone. So I guess they're also kind of like trying out like what kind of tactics would suit which kind of player. But Shreps is just saying that, you know what, whatever that you choose, it's still me. But whatever that you choose, it's still Erangel.
This is going to be the last Erangel in the PMRC, the regional clash between teams from the PEL or Peacekeeper Elite League versus the PMPL Southeast Asia. Now, who will triumph by the end of the day? This is one of the biggest gap, by the way, for PMRC. If you compare for PMPL SEA versus SA, it was a close one. But this one, the lead when it comes to the points, definitely towards SEA. But Chicken, I feel like the PL just aiming for the chickens there.
Yeah, so it depends on, I know the viewers are also talking about like, oh, PR teams getting a lot of chicken and all that. And I guess objectively, both are not wrong really.
True.
Yeah, even if we want to talk about like, oh, overall points, yeah, it's not wrong. If you want to talk about like who gets the 1, 2, 3, 4 and whatever position that you get the prize pool, it's not wrong as well. So as long as you have a good time together with the teams, I'm sure they're having a good time as well. That's fine.
Look at the left side here, Clown. It's so crowded. It's just too colorful. Vampires, as per usual, down to Primos. 7-9 change it over to SMB, where Thunder Talk actually always been there. But the one that we have our eyes on is FaZe versus LGD, and not just that. Left side, Wolves right now fighting as well. We didn't mention about them earlier on. The circle is just tormenting the players till the very last Erangel.
Wow, I'm liking this circle for the final Erangel. Might as well, right? Might as well. Hopefully it goes all the way down to mid to the base, but because it's still a 50-50, it's confusing enough for all our teams. But look at the elimination feed. 7-9 getting into action with Thunder Talk as well. And this is the final Erangel brawl between FaZe Clan and LGD.
3 clash of drops here, 3 places. LGD can't manage to shut down Ventoris in an instant. Ventoris couldn't even look about Mela respawn. We're getting another 1 trade back. Mela and the rest of FaZe Clan just gonna rush into us. Every room there is clearing all the corner zones and finish off with the BBS. Blessing. We finish off LGD, leaving only 1 player left. Where is the last player standing for LGD?
Well, they got the perfect weapon for the perfect scenario for FaZe Clan. And now LGD, 1 left. Okay, M4, great with this distance. Even if we swap over to a UMP, that's okay as well. So weapon-wise, fine. However, because he is alone, he can't even afford to be knocked because there's no such thing as knock if you're alone.
Number-wise, not so great, Yes, as on Onzens, but closing off that 1 last bullet. He managed to dodge it for the side of Onzens. CC, Tungsi try to finish, or at least get a couple of points in the very last minute with an iron side even. That UMP, not going to be enough. Same goes for the rifles. The M416 running low on bullets, trying to get some resources around the next house, jumping down, but if he exits out, he might actually have a shot at getting in the top 5, at least for survival part, that is.
Yeah, now it will be a question of whether he wants to exit or not. He is still looting, trying to get as much as possible, but I'm not sure if he will have the space to exit, because if you can see that FaZe Clan, they are closing onto him. The fact that he pulled the trigger, he revealed his position, so now, even if he exits, he will be in an open space. He still needs to find a vehicle. I mean, he will be in a tough position and an open position that FaZe Clan can shoot him down.
Too many will problems for Tungsi right now. Definitely breaking his brain to work things out, but nothing seems to be working for LGD except for that one time they won over FaZe Clan, that one time. The buys on Mormon with the DBS as well can get super scary with those DBS. Tungsi spotted out Mormon. Above, below. Now tossing the grenade.
Okay.
Prepped out. Seems like a perfect angle. Mormon, never mind. Bye! Yep,
Oh!
take covers, but never mind. Moments are going to be bleeding out on the ground, and Onzas will respond to that hand grenade, giving back the favor to the side of CC. It's going to be last first aid for the side of Chengxi here now. Covered and smothered by the side of the members of FaZe Clan.
Wait! Come on, Alter Ego. Come on, it's there, bro. Come on, man. I guess, like what our analyst pointed out, Rosemary hasn't really been showing up today, so he just wanted something for himself.
Hello there. But back to it on Thunder Talk and versus Sem9 is not done. Next, we're going to have Tianba versus Morph after such incredible run today. Can they hold their ground strong again? But you're being picked off, and it's going to be done and dusted as Tianba will finish off execution done. And Tianba LY and YDD will take the loot out of this bonus loot box. But the rest of Thunder Talk, just now they were fighting against Sem9, leaving Sem9 with only 2 players.
Yeah, they're sharing mid 3 base at this moment. And I can kind of see why. I mean, the circle is still 50-50 between like the main peninsula and the mid 3 base. So 2 teams, they want to lock down this area for themselves. And obviously at this moment, for Thunder Talk Gaming, they do have the advantage since they took out 2 from Sem9. So that will mean that Sem9 will try to stay at their corner, play a little bit safer. But speaking about playing safe, now Tianba definitely not doing that.
Coming up from Morph, they do have a grudge against Tianba. Just now finished off one of their members, Yoru, early on. Ren and YDD try to help themselves up for the players are being knocked out early on, but Cleon don't give them the space. Another knock by Cleon with the DBS. Cleon down to only 10% of HP, still taking his shots in. Ren on the other hand with a mini 14, don't even have the extension
Oh,
yet, but
wait,
the
what?
DBS. Cleon just clean off the floor.
Wow, Cleon with a 10% health. I had that thought in my mind that, oh, he's like really low. One shot onto him, he'll be taken out. Like, he'll play a little bit more passive or he will be out. But no, he still managed to land that final blow.
At the same time, Morph, can they hold the #1 spot here with 2 players remaining? Hopefully they can get a reset while BTR, Genfos being knocked down. We have Satar and Yuhai playing. Yuhai reviving one of the members, Genfos being knocked down early on. TEC, not a good day here, but they already cross over to a side of SMB. Now, it's all about the question of the second and third stage of a circle. Will it favor the main peninsula or will it go back to SMB?
Yeah, that's a big question now that a lot of teams would want to know. And I guess based on strategy-wise, it's either you commit down to SMB. If you choose to stay on the main peninsula, then you try to play by the coastline. In case that the circle shifts away, you have the quickest access possible to mid 30 base. So I guess that's where a lot of teams would try to play along there. So that also means that places like Ferry Pier, the Lighthouse might be occupied at this point.
Definitely very concentrated now. We can see around the coast, it might be very colorful by now, but it's actually a good news for Vampires. Can they actually take this one away? Because they are so close with Struts, so outperform everybody else today. This is actually their best shot at getting those chickens.
So the trend of Vampire, because Primos is no stranger to them, is that they like to come in later once the circle is confirmed to be at either side. So if it's still on the main peninsula, then great for them. They don't really need to shift. But if it goes out to mid base, then they would come in later. That's why you can see that they have a 2-2 split in case it changes. But we'll get a clearer view of where the circle will be as it closes. And it's going to be 100% mid base in the corner.
And supposedly, it's going to be Thunder Talk circle here. We already won over against Sem9, but we have PEI versus VTR. It happened to be clashing of vehicles, a bit of a bumpy car moment. TeamPAI easily wiped that one out because of how they have more numbers. But the car now pretty much stuck against each other, but now it's fine. But just now it was smart coming up from Vampires. They are kind of 50-50, depends on the second stage. Just now it just revealed itself. SMB will be it. Now imagine the choke points towards SMB later on. It will be a lot of bridge camping, a lot of swimmers, and not just that. Can anybody find a boat?
I guess the boat was taken by Vampire Esports because they were at Ferry Pier and 2 of them went into mid to the base. But for Sem9, unfortunately, the bike is not the most secure sort of vehicle. They'll be easily shot at, and that's what happened to Kenny. And with that, 7-9 not able to make it across.
Wolves barely make it alive. Another one being knocked down by XERXIA. SEA finished them off with the help of Chopper as well. That's wipe out the last member of Wolves, where that one was the last one standing. Another one bite the dust for the side of PEL teams. Yeah. Wolves, LGD and TeamPAI out. But where are the others? We're waiting for TEC to take actions there because they need to take back the reign in #1 spot.
Wow, quickly tanking out the blue. It's still stage 2, so it's still tankable. So TeamPAI will follow the left bridge instead, assuming that not many people are there. But, oh man, K1 happen to be still there. So this fight, it might happen. Okay, K1 sees 78. Shoots, and he will be on the clear.
K1, quite aggressive to shut down on TeamPAI, but 76, it doesn't have that much time anymore. Blues start to hit because of how low his HP can get. Eagle on the other hand, scouted all the audio cue they can actually listen to. TeamPAI been broken in formation by the hands of K1. How they spray and pressure towards TeamPAI, they have to scatter it about. Smile reposition, they are taking their own respective position to fight back. K1 trying to charge in sneakily towards the back of TeamPAI, but TeamPAI, their aim right now, just get on top of that bridge.
Man, this is definitely not in the plan of TeamPAI right now. They are providing cover fire, cover support to their other teammates. If they're able to get at the halfway mark of the bridge, they would just zoom past by because they cannot afford to spend too much time here. The last I checked, their utility was like maybe an average of 1 first aid per player.
That was the right side of a bridge, by the way, which is quite far from the circle. And both teams were not having a happy ending with Weibo Gaming around that corner too. TEC, Morph, Thundertalk, and also BT already got himself at the center, where TeamPAI just going to leave whatever K1 has to offer just now. They don't have that time and space. They don't want to wait. They just get into the safe zone. While we do have another bridge cam, where XERXIA tried to gatekeep Alter Ego and FaZe Clan as well, but Alter Ego got on top of that bridge first.
Now, K1 making their move, but Weibo is just behind K1 though, so if K1 wants to be on the clear, they have to make it quick across. They are pressing the boost so that they can get away from whoever that's behind it. They probably have an idea that Weibo was approaching, and for them to get across safely right now, found another buggy, okay, they should be all right.
PERSIJA EVOS taking out Yamao. Weibo Gaming, there's going to be a blue zone fight. PERSIJA EVOS stopped by Weibo Gaming from advance forward, and Weibo are willing to take the fight anyhow. They love the blue zone fight here. Luxy and Zoxy still in the lineup. Rep FaZe actually want to help Mizu. Somebody have to pick him up, but Luxy got knocked down instead. It's with Sook. Out of nowhere, the bullet starts flying. Weibo Gaming, when it comes to approaching, Sook is always going to be the pivotal player, the anchor for the team to open up the space for them.
I mean, look at the spread, right? And Sook's position, he's like all the way down south, just on top of the bridge, and that is a position that probably PERSIJA EVOS did not expect. And now, they're able to take out Luxy. Looks like Weibo Gaming, with still a full squad, they are winning the fight against PERSIJA EVOS.
How do you open up the flanks so far and white for Weibo Gaming, but Zoxy is not happy about this. They lost Luxy and Misery, and it's going to be Rex, FaZe and Zoxy. This legendary duo can make it work again, but do they have enough supplies to last long enough to be in the safe zone here?
Here we go, spray coming in from Zoxy. Almost knocking down one. But now he has forced his opponent to stop and reset. Megamind, probably on the left side of the bridge, knocked down. And yes, XERXIA, they are busy with FaZe Clan.
XERXIA once more fighting FaZe Clan, the ties versus each other. Mela spotted Erangel and the rest of them just cross over the other side of a bridge. They want to wait it out, but they are really tanking up the blue. A lot of teams here playing in the blue. They make it 3 to 4, even 5 teams out there. LZ down on the ground. Well, FaZe Clan, they start to commence their rush and push. Onzens being the lead, taking over the front line, pushing with a nade. Seems like a perfect one. The explosion will detonate, and Onzens drop a big one.
Nice one by Onzens. That's a blind nade there, and it connected on the chopper, leaving XERXIA with only RNJ on the other side with a Sky L in hand. He has the 3 first aids. But how long can he hold off? He's probably going to seek revenge against FaZe Clan now, since he can't move without taking them out.
As long as Onsen's how FaZe Clan want to wrap things around and close the deal here. RNJ, on the other hand, have to hold this ground by himself. But he can start to spray and pray because Onsen's too low, being knocked down. This is the perfect time. But he needs to heal himself up as well. Not great, as both teams in a very losing situation. FaZe Clan down to 2 players. If RNJ can find out where Mela is, he will go down with the blue zone, but at least with a bonus point in it.
Okay, RNJ has a first aid, so that's something that he can still use. Mela, not too sure. We got to see his utility later on. Hopefully get a visual. But for Onsen's, taken out by the blue. And on the other side, Weibo Gaming still not letting go of PERSIJA EVOS. And that's going to be the spray that takes them all out.
There's going to be the loss of a Mela. Finish off RNJ. But is it worth it for him to actually one of that fight for such a long time, way deep into the blue zone? Hopefully he got enough supplies to last long enough to drive himself here. K1, BBZ will try to stop BTR. It's going to be BTR still making a way to get in here, squeezing in the very last minute. Lapa giving support fire at the back, not joining with the rest of the team with 1-2 formation. They're left with trio. K1 tried to charge in, but it's quite difficult with this distance.
But the good news is that all these teams are in the circle, so they are fine for now. Just need to hold the ground. But for BTR, they need to be worried about the team on the high ground as well. As for Weibo Gaming, they will lose another player to the blue, spending a little bit too much time on the right side of the bridge to stop PERSIJA EVOS from coming in. Well, it paid dividend, but at the cost of 1.
KH1. Focus on TEC. There's TeamPAI across. But PAI is just focused on BTR. It's going to be a 5-way war here. Blaze zone finish of Mao. Rosemary having his crosser right on top of Mela. Barely getting out of the blue zone, but Rosemary did it again from afar. Just easily take 1 point, 1 step at a time, and secures 2 for the side of Alter Ego.
Well, looks like the drought that Rosemary is facing, stopping right now as he managed to pick up his second elimination point, stopping another team from crossing by the left bridge. Now, just looking over at the teams that's still remaining here, we still have MORPY, GPX, TEC, BTR, Vampire Esports. Basically, the top teams are still in this. So if the top teams are still in this, the points are close enough, I would say it will be a bloodbath later on.
So far, the top 5, only 1 PEL team up there is going to be TEC at second place. But anytime now, Vampires will can... And never mind that Thunder Talk. Back to the side of Vampires, they can overtake it at any time with 4 players still alive. But back to the side of Morph, can they maintain the #1 spot with 4 eliminations? Same goes for the side of Weibo Gaming. They are in the lead for this map. Accumulated points. Bubuhuri position himself towards the back line all the way, parting ways with the rest of the roster. He might actually bomb into Newsy at this point.
Yeah, gotta be careful there. He has 1 teammate on the high ground. That's gotta be Cleon though. So he can still go to Cleon's position, but he has to be sure that Vampire Esports does not have a good, clear sight of him. Now that the circle have shifted, if he goes to Cleon, it is still good because from the high ground, they can still slowly march their way down in the circle.
But Weibo Gaming never failed to read out the circle. They're clashing with TeamPAI, who's taking up the challenge. A bit of a clash between these two teams, even with the vehicles bombing into each other. Smile lost Eagle in 76 before. Yan is still standing as well. Ming is going to be 2v2 between Weibo Gaming and TeamPAI right now. Gap finish off 76 and Gap ring around the Rosie found another one. Sick is still bleeding out of Weibo. Wait, Alter Ego is a different strat team entirely today.
Come on, Alter Ego, this is the second time.
Third time.
Third time, make it the third time that they took out a team that was fighting each other. I mean, Alter Ego, come on, man. Don't be a party pooper. But for Thundertalk Gaming, they want to poop the party that Vampire Esports is having today.
Genius plays by Alter Ego, not even investing that much. It's still away that points right under the noses of their opponents. Team Thundertalk Dreamy spotted out Newsy. 1 knockdown for the side of Vampires for now, with Morph in between. Cleon has arrived. Alter Ego now start firing. No more stealing here. Rock, Thundertalk, trying to shut down on Vampires, happen to be approaching nearby, closing the gap in between them.
Okay, here we go. Thundertalk is still on the outside of the circle, though, so pressure is going to be onto them. But they managed to get the knockdown onto Tony K. Now leaving again the hero of Vampire Esports today, Schwabs, alone. Now he will need to defend this area against Thundertalk Gaming. The neighbor tossed out by Schwabs. Can he get it? Can he connect? It did connect, but not enough to knock down his opponent yet. Now he needs to be careful of Rock, who's opening up the space on the left.
Exhausting day for Schwabs the entire day. 3 of the members down, only him to do the job alone with Cleon and also Igor from the back who loves stealing today. But Schwabs, can he fight the entirety of Thundertalk? Yeah, it's actually been reset. Here comes Rock. Spray and pray. Schwabs down to only 15% HP with Rock. That's going to be a bit smoked up Dacia to take a bit of a hike in between. But he fought back and Schwabs got it anyhow.
Man, Sir Tanny brings Schwabs for a massage after this because he has been carrying the team. But finally, man, that took forever for Thundertalk Gaming to take out Schwabs, but he still managed to take home 1 extra elimination point before he went down.
Got 1 knock and 1 execution. That was huge. I mean, like, Schwabs has been, I swear to God, he's breaking his back, carrying out the entirety of Empires the entire day here. K1, on the other hand, tried to close in towards BTR, tried to box him in, and with TEC on the other side, TeamPAI surrounded all over the place. BTR, can he get out of here for Lapar?
Oh, Lapar. But plus he is alone though, and they kind of know where he is. Now they try to counter back with 1 nade. But in the structure that he's at, oh man, not much of a space for him to work with. 1 nade in there, he's out. He steps out, he's out as well. So either way, Lapar is in a difficult situation.
Prepping up the nade, shredded almost his fast, and his helmet closing off. K1 will return the favor now. Not too much space for both teams here, but Lapar have to bow out. K1, it was a perfect trajectory of that hand grenade to finish off the last play of BTR, but Rosemary here comes again.
Well, let's see what he's going to do this time. I mean, he saw the commotion happening just right below him, and K1 is there. Fnatic keeping an eye on to them. It's probably just a matter of time till if anyone else shows up, then it's going to be Rosemary and Cole to pick up the points.
I feel like they're having fun sneaking up to other teams here today for Alter Ego. We can hear the laughter of hee whenever they still kill from afar. But for Fnatic, I mean, like, they can do it, though.
I mean, I never knew they laughed like that, but...
I can imagine.
That's a very interesting imagination you have there. I would expect more of like a ha 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 instead of a he he he, but okay. And anyone can have their own way of laughing.
Possibly, but Thundertalk is not the best vehicle for them. They're gonna crash in here. Hopefully it didn't explode when they crash in. Too close to the Dacia. If somebody sprays it, it's gonna be done for all 3 players of Thundertalk. But TeamPAI ready to take up the challenge. Never mind. I dare made it happen. And down to 35 UMP magazines in there, reserving for that UMP to work. It made it through. Thundertalk, that was a risky vehicle.
All right, top 5 teams now. 3 belong to PEL, 2 from Southeast Asia. And out of the 3, TEC is one of them. So they'll be looking to take back their throne that they lost to the other teams today.
Shadow and TEC finally back to the top 5 at TEC. It's been a while. We're looking at them. The entire day have been missing all this time. Alter Ego still having a full squad. Same goes for TEC. This might be the most advantaged team out of the 5. K1, Suki spot him out. Shadow for the other. Passion down on the ground. They've been gatekept by TEC here. Cannot even pick out. Alter Ego, will they steal this away in the very last minute?
Oh, Alter Ego, they do have the high ground advantage. So TEC are stealing away. BBC knocked down, but Rosemary, although he's knocked, at least he's on the high ground together with his teammates. So for him to be revived, it is going to be okay. As for the rest of Alter Ego, they're trying to stop the members of K1 from coming in, but we got TEC as well approaching K1.
Rock for Thundertalk, TEC, K1. There's no way out. There's going to be 1 team biting the dust for now, leaving us to 4. Thundertalk with the 3. Alter Ego and TEC still having a full squad. But 1 knockdown for TEC. Fnatic dropping the nade. Seems like a perfect one. Never mind. Chuck down to 50% of HP.
Shadow!
But Shadow is down. Esposito drop another one. Fnatic tried to do some damage from the side. Going for flank. Might be blinded for sure. But Fnatic going in. Bombarded the entirety of TEC. Taken out by the hands of Alter Ego.
Man, that stun grenade was on point, not gonna lie. But then again, Good thing Alter Ego came from multiple directions, so they enclosed TEC, knowing where they are, taking them out of the map. So right now, our top 3 teams, 2 from Southeast Asia, and we got ThunderTalk Gaming representing PEL.
Cleon Morph again consistently staying at top 5 regardless of only one player alive down there, but numbers wise Alter Ego do have advantage. But we're talking about ThunderTalk. Rock can play very sneaky sometimes, a very witty player, might be outplaying Alter Ego if he wants to. Ajay try to reposition himself with Dreamy, but Morph, Cleon not being spotted out by any of this team. He can backstab ThunderTalk if they're not aware of his presence.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the first time that Cleon from Morph GPX does something like that. So it is a potential. But I must say, speaking about potentials, Alter Ego now has the highest potential of getting the chicken dinner, not only because they have a full squad, but the terrain does favor them, the circle favors them. So it is now their chicken dinner to lose.
Rosemary on a hike to get along with Octa to work things out. This is going to be the duo, Octa and Rosemary as per usual. Dreamy and Ajay managed to cross the street to get into their compound and houses. Cleon doing the same, but nobody spot him out. Now there's going to be a ninja Cleon making the mission to work.
And Cleon, he is closer to Alter Ego. Okay, I noticed that shots fired onto Alter Ego. I believe it was from Cleon. If that's the case, then he would have reviewed this position, but maybe not. So I'm not sure how Potato actually lost a little bit of his health, but yeah, or maybe he slipped on something. But anyway, that's not going to be a big factor for now. The bigger factor is that where will ThunderTalk Gaming go? Because they are still on the outside circle.
Alter Ego do have a lot of advantage. The high grounds, elevations, players, firepower. ThunderTalk, they divide into 1-2 formation, placing the 2 players to charge in towards the flank side of Alter Ego. Though James Cleon, no more Agent 007 discovered by Rock. The old observing, ThunderTalk Rock tried to take down Cleon. Down to 40% of HP, close enough.
I mean, to steady a recall over 6 times scope with that kind of spray is not going to be easy for him to be able to land those shots onto Cleon. That is good. But anyway, now Alter Ego Fanatic spotted out and he goes down thanks to Ajay, not the mustachio.
Rosemary kicking it off against ThunderTalk here. Ajay, even though he managed to knock down on one player, Fnatic still bleeding out. Same goes for the side of Dreamy. Bit of a 1-to-1 trade for now, but ThunderTalk don't have the luxury to sacrifice one more player. Potato going in towards the flank to give aid towards their fallen members. But ThunderTalk, Ajay, on the other hand, giving the pressure up. Those revival will not happen. He tried to refuse and denied them so. Can Rosemary give the support fight towards the team and be knocked down? But Ajay, instead of trying to keep the pressure up, he being knocked down due to over-peaking just now.
You know what? Agent 007 Cleon is still around though, and he's behind there. So gotta keep an eye on what he's gonna do next. But finally, Rosemary will pick up another point. Cleon is staying clear of everything, but he's still on the outside of the circle, so he still needs to crawl in. The biggest hurdle now is gonna be Rock because he's on the other side of the road. Godspeed.
The battle of the second place here. James Cleon evaded, and that 007, James Cleon got himself second after such a long time in a solo run. It's going to be Rosemary trying to find the last player of Morph down there. What an he even knocked down. Never mind.
Yeah, never mind about that. I mean, Alter Ego, with that circle, with that position, with that kind of full squad, it is hard for them to drop the ball. So Alter Ego, well, you know what? Just as when our analyst was talking about like, oh, Alter Ego not performing today. Rosemary, no esports today. Well, they heard it.
He forgot his prediction. I forgot his prediction too.
If it's right, it's yours, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's your answer.
But we have to give credit when it's due for our analyst and host there, because this is the exact timing they mentioned about Alter Ego. Their name popped up in the chicken dinner, and today has been the rise of the SEA team.
They were worried about Alter Ego. Not gonna give them that credit that easy. You gotta earn it, okay? You gotta say that, I believe Alter Ego is going to get this chicken dinner stamp copyright, then I'll give it to them.
But I love the fact that coming in into a different perspective towards the approach of a player for Alter Ego. It's so rare for them to play that sneaky, to be that witty third person or third party, just multiple times stealing all the eliminations from afar.
True enough. For the most part, like we've seen them for the longest time. They are the type of team that likes to take the frontal approach, like crash into a compound and get something out of there. But this time around, they're switching their strategy to be at certain locations, estimating the rotation from the other teams to try to get pickoffs, and it gave them what they want, which is the chicken dinner.
I think it's sort of a new development of strategy from Alter Ego by doing this kind of a fight for this map just now. But that was the last Erangel. Now, speaking of breaking down, I'm going to toss it back to Kyra and Contra. They're done with their coffee. They're back for the chit-chat. Take it away.
Hello, and I mean Contra. Alter Ego was like, you call us out, we're going to deliver for you guys. And here they are, winner chicken dinner for Alter Ego, 20 total points in that particular game.
But now that we've already called them out, like, can we actually do it again? It's like, Alter Ego, chicken dinner, it's not enough. Give us another. I think it only works once, all right? But this is one of the hardest map inside of Erangel to be played out, because the first couple of all these stages of the game, it did show that, maybe it does go back in the mainland, but after stage 2, every teams were actually forced into the island, and you see so many choke points being set up. Alter Ego was one of the first ones to actually set up over on the west side of the bridge, and then later on, all the Thai teams have blocked that west bridge, and even teams that try to come in from the left side of the map, mainly PEL teams, they were a little bit too slow, and hence why, like, we see a lot of struggle going for the rest of the team, but for Alter Ego that did manage to dive in head first, they managed to at least reap most of the rewards.
And this is the biggest point that I told you about how Rosemary plays the biggest part in the team. Whenever he starts to give up, to start playing better, to start fragging well for the team, they can just give us the winner chicken dinner that they can get in the games. But then for the damage leaders, meanwhile, we have Rock and Dreamy here on the first and the second spot, but followed up by Rosemary, the winner chicken dinner team, and Eagle at 4th and 97 at 5th.
Yep, right now we are seeing Morph GPX firmly planting themselves 10 points ahead of TEC, all thanks to Cleon that did survive till the very tail end of the run, though of course 1 versus 4, very hard for him to secure the chicken dinner. And despite that, up till now, Morph has not gotten a chicken dinner at all. Just amazing frags all across from their team. Meanwhile, Thunder Talk now pushes up to number 6. Alter Ego, yeah, we said, they were sleeping for a bit. But when they wake up, they go up to number 3.
Yep, at first I really thought that TEC, maybe this is their chance to climb back up to the number 1 spot. But Cleon just say, no. I am still alive. I'm denying everything for you guys right now. With the gap, with 10 points ahead from TEC and 2 remaining maps left to go, I feel like this is going to be an intense ending for these teams.
Yeah, it requires Titan Esports Club to at least win one of all these games in order to at least tie things even with the members of Morph GPX. And anything below a top 5 finish, I think they will slowly slide even further down for the rest of PL to even try to catch up to the rampaging side of the seas.
Yeah, and up next we have Miramar, and I feel like there's gonna be a lot of early fights on their drop spots, especially maybe around Pecado, where we see that the standoff between FaZe and Wolves has non-stop since day 1 until up to maybe day 3. Maybe the fight will be given to FaZe as they have better strategy, I would say, as they just take up a shotgun and wait at a staircase.
Yeah, but today we don't see too much of that coming in from the side of Mormon. But we did see a lot coming in from Morph GPX. Whatever weapon you throw to these guys, they will put it to the best of effect. Now, just TEC needing to play catch up in terms of trouble use, a lot lesser, but they have definitely contributed one of the most back towards the side of PL.
Yep. These 2 top teams from each side of C and PEL. Morph GPX. Who would have thought, who would have known They are on top right now. People were like, oh, I'm a fan of PERSIJA EVOS and PERSIJA EVOS is going to be on top. I'm a fan of BTR and BTR is going to be on top because based on previous performances, these bigger teams would have delivered times and times again. But this time around, MorphGPX, they are definitely very consistent and confident on how they play the games in terms of how they start a fight, how they defend, and it's looking really solid for them, and this is one of the best preparation for PMGC later on.
Yeah, and looking into the side of MorphGPX, what's also wonderful to see is that the moment that they are down in terms of numbers, they really know how to play survival mode really well. Like, they don't simply go ahead and pick up another fight. Some players actually do that. Like, oh, I'm going to be the last guy. Might as well I take the most points possible and you reveal your own location. Even despite Cleon being all alone, sure, he was being peppered by most of all these Pundit Talk members that sees him running across. And was like, okay, I'm not going to reveal myself because I know there's a bigger fish to fry up that hill. So he basically choose to turtle right in. Like, you start to see more and more of variations of play coming in from the side of MorphGPX. So I think they definitely will be able to offer us even more heading into, you know, international tournaments to come.
Absolutely, and I love about MorphGPX, it's not just one man show. Sometimes it will be Cleon, sometimes it will be Rocky, sometimes it will be Boboho. They can rely on anyone in the team to frag and to put up a show for us to watch together here for PMRC. But then I think it's time for Miramar to start. So let's go back to our amazing casters, Chitu and Sikla.
You know what, in Malaysia we call it a menjilat, and that's what the narrative is now for MorphGPX from our analyst desk. But I'm going to add to that, we call it in Malaysia penjilatan as well. Directly translated as licking, but yeah, let's not get into the context. MorphGPX, if you remember, first week of PMSL, it was a big struggle for them. They had a change of lineup. Week 2 onwards, they were okay. They qualified to the Grand Finals. Grand Finals, they got number 5, which is a significant improvement for them. And for them now to be at number 1 at this moment with all these amazing teams, I think MorphGPX is up to something for PNGC.
I'm loving how they just mature themselves across all these months and an entire year. We've seen the progress of Morph from being underrated before and now under the spotlight. And the only team without chicken in the top 3, and not just that, they're standing at number 1. That says a lot and a big statement saying that we don't need our placement that much. All we need is our firepower and our frag, and it's going to be okay for them.
Yeah, and let's see, is it going to be okay for these two teams now? TeamPAI, and I got Sam9 on it.
I mean, this guy really bad at predictions. I don't know what is going on in his mind.
Yeah, we want to pass it back to the analyst desk for him to explain. Yeah, I'm sure they wouldn't mind, right? But anyway, okay. Well, I picked Sam9. So,
thanks, Cairo. You just, might as well don't make the predictions today.
well, TeamPAI, when they show up really well, right? Especially with Eagle. So it feels like TeamPAI's performance is surrounded around Eagle. If Eagle can perform and pull up a good performance, it feels like TeamPAI can go all the way.
I beg to differ because I feel like they always depend on the information.
Okay, sorry, TeamPAI.
From Rock, but I feel sorry for that. Personally, yes. Never mind. I look at the wrong player. TeamPAI, exactly like you mentioned before. Remember the bullet thing, right? But I feel like of all PL teams, TeamPAI is actually one of the most aggressive and most actions out of all the teams of PEL down there. And they love to initiate fights. And it doesn't really matter which phases or stages of the circle when that happens. And I'm looking forward for this team to actually push the rest of Team PL to start taking actions early on. Because right now, SEA is dominating over the scoreboard because of how aggressive they can get.
I'm going to add one more point to TeamPAI, right? So yesterday, Eagle pulled off a 1v2 clutch inside of Miramar. So, well, maybe, just maybe, this is like kind of their map. They're feeling it. Just like how Cairo is feeling. I got you, Cairo. I got you, bro. See you in Miramar.
I don't want to praise TeamPAI too much. Hopefully, for once, he can land his predictions right for Cairo. lucky for Contra, you don't actually have to play with such big responsibility by the end of the day, even though it's the last day of PMRC. But we're heading to our second last map of the entirety of the regional clash between Southeast Asia versus Peacekeeper Elite League teams right now, with the flight path favoring more on the southern side.
Man, I should have got Contra to make my predictions.
You should.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to do that.
Well, I didn't want to put Contra on the spot. He's already
You should.
in trouble with his hair now, fixing it all the time. But speaking about trouble, right? We will expect trouble inside of Picado. I don't think that's going to change.
Yep, that's kind of true. Wolves and FaZe actually will fight against each other. Not just that, MORPY is dropping left side, which is going to be El Pozo as per usual. TeamPAI versus BT on top of Power Grid or St. Martin. That depends on the situation. Hacienda de Patron will be another place to keep an eye out to. It depends on Sem9 really. Sem9 just resort to drop himself on South Los Leones. So TEC be left alone on top of Hacienda de Patron for now. Al-Azhar, Alter Ego, will they fight against LGD?
Wow, I'm imagining Sem9 right now having a party inside Los Leones, because normally you have like 2-3 teams, but if Sem9 is alone there, the entire place is for them. But this is what we expected. The Picado fight, FaZe Clan, and like what our analyst pointed out, get a shotgun and just run at your opponent.
Yep, as per usual, it's against Wolves here. FaZe Clan, they've been actually involved with a lot of first few clashes fight, including Erangel because of LGD. So they're always prepared for land and fight every single map.
Yeah, even bootcamp as well in Sanhok. So FaZe
man.
Clan, they're not having an easy time. But you know what? Despite them being challenged in every single map, they are, I wouldn't say, not too bad.
I agree. They've been holding their stand very strong, despite they being challenged every single map, not even having a break the moment they land their feet onto the ground. And Mormon spotted out 77. It's going to be risky if Wolves don't realize they're being watched closely by the hands of FaZe Clan down there.
Yeah, now FaZe Clan, now that they heard the shotgun especially, right? So Wolves is like, okay, now we don't want any of that. But FaZe Clan, since they are on the roll, they have the momentum, and right now, I guess they will try to hunt out the members of Wolves. They're focusing onto this same building because it's always in this building. But it looks like Wolves will be like, okay, we'll just run outside. And if FaZe Clan saw it, it's time for them to leave that building and focus onto the others.
And TeamPAI don't seem to be sharing this compound with anybody else for now. Bit quiet. Wolves lost one member. That's the only one that actually involved in a fight here. The first one to get ousted. The Wolves player, FaZe Clan, they start to plan for the rush. Going with 3-1 formation. 77 will be charged by 3 players at the same time.
Whoa, at least he got a knock. Okay, 77, that's a good start for him. If we can get a second one. But looks like the answer is no. Mela is going to nade him down. So that means for the Wolves, they only have 2 players left, but they're on the other building.
Nope, Mela managed to secure those eliminations. They're recuperating themselves here for FaZe Clan. While MR5 is playing this one, it's been a while.
Oh yeah, MR5 is playing. I believe he has not played a single round in the PMRC, so...
Even PMSL, not so much.
Yeah, he's not the main lineup in the PMSL, except for the time where Mela was away. Yeah, so but they had a little bit of a sort of a roster. But anyway, for this is going to be his debut in the PMRC. So I would assume that he's not only going to play this round, he's going to play the next round as well.
Venturis has actually been subbed out for MR5 here. So I think it's like Venturis is like done. I'm not going to go early fights anymore. How about I'm going to give the pressure to MR5 for once. Because it's always Venturis being knocked down first if the first few drop fights, right? In the case of the Erangel and Mirama early on, like the day before even. But for FaZe Clan, this is taking a bit of time for them. Intricately try to approach to a side of the teams they're fighting against the Wolves. Morph, having a very great day. I'm loving this Morph. I do hope this Morph will improve way better and more aggressive. Because when it comes to PMSL, they have different playstyle entirely. It feels like they're being toned down a bit in PMSL.
Well, in PMSL during week 1, they had a different player playing and a different lineup. ever since they changed that lineup, well, they had a rising trajectory from there. And it seems that over time, they probably practiced with that particular lineup from week number 2 onwards, and that's how they come up with this sort of performance right now. But hopefully with this sort of performance, and I'm sure the fans of Morph GPX will be hoping that they'll be able to translate this into the PMGC later.
Now, we talked about Morph just now. On the other hand, this is going to be K1. Surprisingly, I thought they would actually catch up to TEC performance since their summer finals actually ended up with the same points, 225 if I'm not mistaken. Almost sharing at #1 spot just because of difference of placement and couple of points as their tiebreaker. But this time, K1 is just so far behind. I'm surprised of how big of a gap in PMRC between TEC and K1.
Yeah, the gap is quite significant though, and with the 2 rounds remaining, unless TEC eliminated super duper early and K1 gets like a double chicken dinner, then maybe they can overtake a TEC. But at this current stage with how both teams are performing, it's very hard to see that. But I'm sure that TEC themselves, since we have them on screen, they are 10 points away from Morph GPX. They would want the biggest share of the prize pool.
Wolves charging by FaZe. FaZe going in as a full squad fighting 2 players. They are finding Aninook and Krang. They're being hunted down, Wolf players. They are not the wolf dead puppies right now being hunted down by FaZe Clan. That's scary. Look at how the 4 men just aggressively charging with smokes and everything else. My God.
Yeah, just waiting for the right moment to execute their move onto the 2nd floor, in which they are doing right now. So they're putting Mela in the front since he has a DBS. And we all know the power of a DBS. But looks like Momo knocked down. Okay, where did that shot come from? But now with him down, that means FaZe Clan will need to make this quick.
Dachon alongside with Remember. Not sure if they have the crossfire position for both players. Yeah, definitely do. But Micro Uzi tried to shot them down along the side stairs. Remember, couldn't actually clutch it out, but managed to push them back downstairs. Dachon next. Alternating between these two, they barely got enough ammunition here for Wolves.
Okay, here we go. Jump down. So he's going to try to surprise FaZe Clan, but FaZe Clan knows that he's on the ground floor. Remember, will be remembered in the lobby. Thank you so much. Wolves, see you in the next round.
Ended up with 0 again. Wolves and LGD hitting a wall down there. Quite a gap between them and Sam9. Half a point, like literally half, 30-ish points in between. TeamPAI making a go, trying to migrate himself into a different compound entirely. FaZe Clan managed to reset the players being knocked down early on. We do have some teams coming in very late here, including LGD. And I think another team on the left barely can see it on the screen. But the circle will determine, will be ended up as an urban warfare? Not so much. We're going south and the terrain is going to be tremendously challenging for all the teams.
Yeah, this is a very rough terrain down there. And whoever gets the high ground has the advantage naturally. So I can see K1 in one of those high grounds. Outer Ego as well, quite spread out down there. So some of the key positions being taken up already. K1 getting as close as possible to the center side of the circle. I do wonder if they're going to challenge Outer Ego, but it's not in the nature of the PEL teams based on what we have seen. So they might be like, okay, go there, park somewhere else, seize Outer Ego, let them go.
Outer Ego, Octa managed to shut down on Yuhai. He's being knocked down from afar. Mega Mind with a minivan out of nowhere suddenly pops on the screen. But Alter Ego, they want to finish off Yuhai. Rosemary, it's quite close to him. That's going to be an easy job and not even breaking a sweat. But will the rest of BTR respond to this? Will they pull over and fight back? Alter Ego, just let them go. Will it be worth fighting? I don't think so. They definitely want to find those elevations first, because the terrain for the next few rounds is going to be really tough.
Yeah, and if it pulls away from that rough high ground area, then it's going to be quite hard to navigate as well. Even if you have a vehicle, your vehicle will be slowed down because of how rough the terrain is. So it's something that they will need to navigate around, especially using the terrain to their advantage, try to circle around and not be too visible to the other teams.
PERSIJA EVOS. We can see very active players here from the Indonesian side. They never stop rotating, very productive. try to find any sort of opportunity while they can, whilst rotating and finding their loot down there. But if you compare with PEL teams, they don't rotate as much as the Indonesian teams.
Yeah, they like to spend time in the blue outside the zone. To a certain extent, try to lock down the teams. That's the trend that we can see so far. And even if you talk about like, okay, rotating, like Thunder talked earlier on, as they try to go into the warehouse where BTR is at, they got shot at, they immediately turn back. So stage 2, they don't really fancy going all. If it was another Southeast Asia team, maybe Gen Force would have been surrounded.
It's kind of true. But for Weibo Gaming, we talked about this before, right? If they see somebody passing by for PEL teams, usually they just let them be. They know it's not necessary to pick up a fight too early on. They want to avoid unnecessary conflict just for the sake of reserving their resources and try to avoid the risk they might actually have to take. But that kind of let them slip away opportunities that have been given to gain any sort of elimination points.
Yeah, so that's kind of like trade-off, right? Like, if you want to go for elimination points, yeah, great, but gotta remember that there's also the possibility of you losing the fight. So, yes, you might gain something, but you might lose something as well. So, I guess there's no real answer to that. It really depends on the playstyle, the confidence of the teams on how they want to execute stuff.
K1, Weibo Gaming, TeamPAI, Tianba, all dominating the most 50% to 60% of the circle for now. XERXIA, FaZe Clan, even TEC, PERSIJA, EVOS, 7-9, none of them managed to squeeze in here. If they late, they'll be gatekeep. There's a lot of choke points and morph coming up from south. Hopefully nobody's guarding there, but Vampires totally keeping shut. And Adair actually trying to challenge 2v1. Adair almost closed it off the deal, but TonyK, the 1% HP left, managed to knock down on Adair.
Man, if a wind blows onto Tony K, he's knocked. But who needs a win when you have a dream to land onto Tony K?
LGD.
And he's knocked out, including Newsy as well. So, Vampire Esports, again, it's going to be Shrubs and Ravenclaw. Now, Shrubs with an off-angle spray onto the other side, but not able to knock down Rock.
We have a third-party situation. LGD just taking advantage between these two teams of Thunder Talk and Vampires, but never mind, we have the fourth in the fray. Now, one actually coming up from the back. I'm not sure who that is, but on the side of FaZe versus TEC, oh my god, TEC just having it shut down for themselves here. They barely can advance or barely can gain too much of a point for the last day.
Okay, FaZe Clan now on the outside the circle as well, locked in with TEC. And at the same time, another team on the other side as well. 7-9 has a hand in Thunder Talk Gaming, knocking down Rock. It's a matter of securing the elimination point, but speaking of securing, PERSIJA EVOS could get one out of TEC.
Onsens, FaZe Clan still have a 5. They're wrapping around TEC, PERSIJA EVOS, FaZe taking those elevations. You want to take advantage of this kerfuffle between FaZe Clan and TEC now. Just within the smoke, Evonsen just randomly spray, and he will, I have a feeling he wants to. Don't have troubles anymore. Here comes a random spray, hoping it will clip. Connect, TEC deleted.
Man, with TEC eliminated, the happiest one will be Morph GPX, since they still have a full squad, and this is their opportunity to pull away from the second place TEC.
Not just that, kind of secures a placement is also a thing. Make sure the region have their more points than before. But can TeamPAI final push in Miramar gain back the momentum to just balance out the scale between these two regions? 7-9 Mikael trying to do some scout work towards Team Thunder Talk. Misery traded for a bit after he's trying to pick for information, that information worth his life to just pick out against FaZe.
Okay, here we go. FaZe Clan in the face of their opponent. With that, FaZe Clan will lose players, unfortunately. Now the follow-up is going to come in. Onzers together with Momon has arrived. They're trying to take revenge onto their opponent, spraying into the shack. But FaZe Clan now only one player left. Is it enough? No, not yet. One last tick of health. And that is it. PERSIJA EVOS defended their ground against FaZe.
Now, we're not done yet. We still have a lot of team in the center here. Thunder Talk included with Dreamy down to only 10% of HP. That's going to be the last player of Thunder Talk. Well, Sam9 giving them the pressure. Kenny S says goodbye. See you in the last map of Mirama. CC of LGD scouted out by Kenny S again multiple times. Easily just swing over to the other corner just to spot another victim for his crosshair. But Sam9, they have to leave as the Blues will start to shrink now.
But there's a movement there by Dap, and the moment he moved towards LGD, LGD responded by a warning shot onto him, showing him back up north. Looking at the elimination feed, Passion gets a knock for himself. So it looks like another fight's potentially happening somewhere else, or maybe that's a long range. And now we do have visual, so it is a long range shot. But speaking of long range, Rosemary, not shot, but spray.
It's going to be one knock, Loxy. Rosemary, that's going to be him alone trying to chuck down all the damage towards PERSIJA EVOS, while the rest of Alter Ego wrapping around the other side of the angle. Rosemary, he needs to leave. The Blues will eat him alive. Got 2 first aid and that's done. He needs to rejoin with the rest of the team, get into the safe zone first and pulled over to gatekeep them from the inside. Wow. Oh my God, it's a haunted buggy.
Yeah, I know Halloween is just around the corner, but it's just right in front of Rosemary. And oh no, not only the haunted car danced by itself, but it blew up as well.
Oh, not done for that. LGD, Sam9. Still having a bit of a skirmish. It's going to be possibly 3-way war as a third party come out from the inner side of the circle. LGD, Mao or Cat managed to knock down Mikhail. Blessings and Changxi try to defend their ground. Try to deny Sam9 from advancing forward. Blessing got another one. It's going to be Tom next. Oh, so close for the side of Blessing while Tom tried to reset. But the one coming from back, Straps. This guy again.
Now that's the laughter that they might pull off there. Ha ha ha, that is it. Shrubs laughing just like that. Taking another point in the bag. This guy deserves a massage after this.
We cannot get enough of Shrubs. The entire day has been Shrubs day all along. Down to 2 players, Ravenclaw and Shrubs this time. Despite news he just played today, but he didn't actually last long enough with Tony K. He got himself 2 elimination for Shrubs in this map. LGD, they need to take the vehicles and start moving forward. This time it's going to be stage 4. 1% of HP will be deducted every single second. The next contender, they walk into Tianba.
Okay, Tianba just in front. I guess 20 more seconds since they're in the circle. Then we're anticipating to see where the circle will go right now. At least the good news is that they're done with Sam9, so no one else is behind them. They only need to focus on the teams in front and maybe in the side later, but the main priority will be the team in front. That's going to be Tianba. As for a BTR as well, anticipating the circle. Speaking about the circle, it has now shifted and PERSIJA EVOS, they do not have it.
Oh, Redface trying to spray. While the side of Redface taking the blue and the bullets from his back. Try to shut down on Ravenclaw. It's going to be 1v1 between these 2 fraggers.
Here we go.
Ravenclaw on the ground is going to be that spray from Vector, making sure he's nailed down. Shrubs on the other hand, he's still going to do it again.
Well.
Oh my God, Shrubs. What is happening? This guy's possessed.
I mean, this guy, as if like the coach gave him a, okay, if you do well, I'm going to get you a Mukata. But
did he just use his teammate as a human shield? He just used his teammate as a human shield for him to get into the compound.
I mean, okay, this is where in Malaysia we call it a sangka baik. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure he wants to save his IGL, okay? But
I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm going through the butt, right? But if that happens, then he's buying Mukata for everyone.
And that's actually very smart. I mean, like, I don't have anything else to cover me. Can you cover me as a human shield for a bit? Because his friend being knocked down and finished off. And he's alive still. Back towards the side of Alter Ego. Rosemary being knocked down, but more TeamPAI having a bit of exchange of need, but a spray from Yoru Morph again. They are on their beast mode.
Okay, Yoru beast mode. But he's like kind of low right now. He needs to reset. But speaking about Shrubs, oh man, that is it for Shrubs this round. So wait for more Shrubs action later in the next round.
And the final map, possibly. Yes, I cannot wait to see that. But on top of TeamPAI, one player knocked down, Morph, Boo trying to shut down the flank of TeamPAI. They do have XERXIA breathing behind their neck. 76 being knocked out by Boo. Here comes the spray. Eagle trying to hold the ground. Like you mentioned before, can Eagle of TeamPAI do this time?
Well, for the sake of Cairo, TeamPAI is doing it with Eagle rushing in. And we have the one and only crowd, Cairo, here celebrating the win. But they're not out of it just yet as MORPY GPX still has one player still active, circling around. We got Ayat here, the last man standing for TeamPAI. He will need to defend his area. He's resetting himself. He has the right weaponry, but can he do it in time? Yoru! We'll see now.
Morph, they are wild today. It's just beyond our imagination how they can pull things off. So aggressive. Morph, Alter Ego, BTR. 3 Indonesian teams of Southeast Asia still alive, and they are on the top 5 here. La Paz, Satar, as well as GenForce remains as a trio trying to find a way in with the crowded place, a very small circle.
Okay, speaking about small circle, it'll be even smaller now in about 15 more seconds as we are approaching stage number 6. But we got K1 here. K1 trying to take out the members of LGE. Now, this nade could land onto them. Nope. Oh, it still did, man.
That was a big throw there coming out from K1. There was a far toss of a nade as well. Now another big toss coming in with that Molly. Will burn both alive here. They need to flee.
Ooh.
LS again on the ground. Lingsa and also Blasting both being knocked down. K-Tron down to only 15% of HP there. Make it even lesser. Satar and BTR taking advantage of K1. Unfortunate circumstances.
Man, players of LGD burned out, turned into K1 chicken. And unfortunately, now leaving with only one player left on the other side of the road. This is going to be the worst situation possible for CC.
RNJ cooking up. Nate just to toss over to Cleon. Cleon will respond with a Molly possibly. Nope, he swapped over to a hand grenade. RNJ doesn't have a clue where Cleon's exact position is right now. Cleon can be as sneaky as he wants to be. Slowly approaching the backside and flank of XERXIA. K1, that's going to be leaving only... Not really, they're still having a full squad, but BTR here comes right on top of K1.
Oh, hello BTR, they say. But K1, oh wait, they don't know that he's there. K1, can pull the trigger. 2 of them in front. K1 waiting for the third one, but now he knows he will get the first one, but behind. Immediately alerted, and K1 will be knocked.
GenForce swings big for the team the moment they realize, hey, it was fortunate it's not too late for BTR. But at the same time, K1, that was the biggest opportunity given for them to shut down on BTR. They failed to do so, and this will cost them dearly. On the side of BTR, they tried to reset K1. They lost 2 players there with 1 bleeding out. Nobody tried to reach out to save BBZ. Phil going in with the DBS. GenForce taking a fight once more, spraying over the DBS user of BBZ. Will DBS wins over UMP.
Tick-tock, time's running out. But looks like they realized that. Immediately eliminating the last member of K1. And BTR can march into the circle as they move over to MORPY GPX now. 2 players left. They're trying to extend the lead as much as possible since TEC is out.
Yoru marching in, might actually joins in the fray here. Yoru got shot down from behind, but he's trying to go for a very safe combo. He's going to be straight into Tianba's. Oh boy, straight into the lair. And Ren just shut down on Yoru. Morph not doing great now, leaving only one last player here. XERXIA shutting them down as well as they eliminated at 7th. XERXIA now focus their target to his alter ego next, just behind them.
Give Ren a medal for that spray. My goodness, even the crowd went wow. Yeah, the 2 crowd that we have here in the studio, ladies and gentlemen. But anyway, so Tianba now on the lower ground against Weibo. Or maybe somewhere in between. I mean, this is a rough terrain that we're talking about. But we've got XERXIA here in the mix as well. Basically, 3 teams on the north side of the circle.
And back to his alter ego. Look how the spread of XERXIA into 1 tree. My mind got caught off first. It's going to be tough for XERXIA since their flanker being shut down first. It's going to be alter ego. 1 more knock. Leaving only 2 players down there. XERXIA, how did he respond to this? Megamind, he needs those smokes to pop out early. Z trying to do so while being revived. Where Fnatic and Rosemary will help each other out, but RNG giving their pressure. Rosemary, difficult angle to work with. But the charge coming on XERXIA is going to be pressuring them on top. Difficult to play with this terrain for Alter Ego.
Well, if there's still Rosemary there, he can come up with something insane. But Potato knocked down by Chopper through the nade. Now Rosemary's on the other side, resetting himself. But Sata giving Rosemary a taste of his own medicine.
It's going to be done for Alter Ego, leaving us to 5 teams only. Weibo Gaming once more. This is going to be critical. Weibo still there. They know exactly how to play alongside at the sidelines, making sure taking opportunity when they can get. But Tianba QZZ making sure XERXIA cannot even advance. They gatekeeping this tightly, choking XERXIA out of their life there. LY have to trade a 4-bit. But Chopper that off angle entirely shuts down Tianba Rush.
Well, there's a sale here, and where there's a sale, there will be a Chopper taking those points home for XERXIA from an off angle. But now Chopper needs to take out RNJ. Oh, wait a second. QCC is the one who took out RNJ. So now leaving Chopper alone, the last man standing for XERXIA.
QZZ holding on the ground for himself while looking at his teammates bleeding out. Chopper down to only 10% of HP. BTR coming up from behind. I don't feel like this is a great one for Chopper. It's been shut down by BTR. Lapa on the other side. It's been sandwiched, hand down, and shut entirely. Tianba, it's going to be 2 players left. 1 knock, 1 still stand. While Weibo Gaming still have 4 stand strong.
BTR bringing the Southeast Asia flag, hoping to secure this chicken dinner for themselves. And if they can do it, it will be an amazing run for BTR, but they have to overcome both Weibo as well as Tianba, who has their own corner.
Weibo spreading out. This is their specialty for Weibo Gaming. When it comes to the top 3, they try to play as patient and wait for the perfect timing to pick out. BTR, on the other hand, just investing so much into Tianba right now, try to shut them down. But the terrain is just making it so difficult with where they stand at the current moment.
Well, okay, speaking about terrain, arguably right now, Tianba and Weibo probably has the better position since BTR, they need to cut across. And there's an open space between them and cutting across. And plus, they don't have the high ground advantage. So I would say the higher probability right now to get the chicken dinner is between Weibo and Tianba.
Kind of true, but for Weibo, high chance here. They played this best when it comes to wait it out and just play with the mind games of their opponents. Gap slowly approaching towards BTR to know exactly where they stand, while BTR spreading out into 3 different individuals down there. Open up 1 man for themselves. Tianba scouted out Weibo Gaming. They're against each other. BTR being the 3rd party from the sidelines.
Oh, Satan, nice off angle there. Plus, he is in the circle. So he can provide cover fire for his teammate to get in right now. The tap coming in from Ming. Not able to knock down a member of Tianba, but now he continues on with the UMP spray. He has a nade in hand as well to follow up. Prepping it up, cooking up the nade. And then nade will toss onto the side of Tianba. But that nade, a little bit too short.
Yeah, Mao, the spread open up wide for the side of Weibo. Spotted out run. Runs on the ground. That's leaving Tianba, the last player to stand here. QZZ. Ooh. And the nade finish off with the play zone. Oh man, they didn't score. Did they score that one? I don't think so. For Weibo Gaming now, there's going to be 1 mission left to find the players of BTR with their 4 players. But BTR did not willing to go down easily.
Yeah, BTR is on the other side. And plus, they have Lapa opening up the high ground. Wow, Weibo was busy. So that was the advantage that BTR took. Now we are talking about stage 9 and the circle will close entirely. Now Weibo Gaming, they're kind of clumped up together, whereas for BTR, they are opening up. So BTR, based on their positioning, they seem to be doing well.
Lapa with the rock, try to cover him. That's it. It's going to be the last stage. No more circle, no more covers, no more safe zone. They tried to wait it out. Not enough throwables on the side of BTR. They invested way too much early on. They opened up their spread for BTR, knowing the fact they will be outnumbered by Weibo Gaming players. But Ming spotted on Gen 4. That's leaving BTR 2v4. Yamao and the rest slowly just advance. They're going in for the flank gap. Go on and pull them straight into the face of BTR players.
Okay, one down, gap, knock down Lapar. Double knockdown back to back. That is a beautiful solo defense by Lapar. Could the duo Lapar and Sata do it against Weibo Gaming? Looks like they will. Right now they got one more to go. And it is BIGETRON, Red Villains, waving the Southeast Asia flag, bringing it home for Southeast Asia.
Double chicken in the day. BTR is back here after their quiet day in day number 2. That just shows us that what they're made of and bring back the glory of the chickens for Southeast Asia.
Man, BIGETRON Red Villains with this chicken dinner. The chicken dinner would automatically swing to all of, well, I would say, majority Southeast Asia for day number 3. And with a point gap at this moment, it is looking good for Southeast Asia to seal the deal of having more points against PEL.
I have to say, that was Weibo Gaming opportunity, but they botched it in the very last minute, despite they actually got more men inside of BTR. It was a close one, by the way, but BTR, they've been fighting and gunning people down since early phase 1 or stage 1 just now. Imagine how many eliminations they actually score by the end of this map.
Yeah, gotta wait for the official points to be tabulated. But I get the idea of both Sook and Gap wanting to try to take down the high ground person for BTR. Two of them went in together. They want to overpower with the number, but Lapar was just on point there as well to defend his ground. So that was a great showing there by BTR. It is, to me, less of a tactical approach by BTR, but more of a gun skill that they managed to overcome Weibo.
They're very straightforward. They don't think twice. They don't think too much. But you know what? Let's leave the breakdown to as our analyst. We're just going to toss it back to none other than our favorite Carol and also Contra. Take it away.
What a chicken dinner won by BTR just now. It was a 3v4 fight against Weibo Gaming, but then with the high ground advantage, they managed to secure that winner chicken dinner. It's overall a good day for them.
Yeah, it was just spectacular on how well they have been able to also come back from a very difficult decision making, because they were basically driving in towards the side of K1 and almost got everybody annihilated. And somehow they managed to turn the fight around and still survive till the very end. And once you saw the fight pan out, they managed to also take multiple areas across the map in order to get bird's eye vision against the rest of the team. Honestly, by the later stages, as much as the side of Weibo did have a couple more players still with them, it didn't seem like there's much more left to do, because there's just one wide open playing field out there with no covers at all.
Yep, it's so hard for Weibo Gaming to close up the match with a winner chicken dinner. But we have Lapa here as your player of the match with 4 eliminations point, 827 damage, 31% team contribution, and 84 meters of longest elimination. BIGETRON Red Villains looking super solid, bringing up Boy or Superboy as their main lineup for the remaining matches, and they are right now, currently I can say, is still chasing for the champion spot.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be up there, getting very, very close to the side of MorphGPX. And I think like this match itself, we've seen the most aggressive side coming in from LGD as well. Tengsi, CC has now done the most damage possible. And on top of that, I feel like this time around for today, Southeast Asia really has got the formula down to the wire already. So looking at the current standings, it's 857 points to 688. And SEA, they are currently dominating with one more map to go.
Yep, one more map to go before we crown our champions for PMRC, and 1 point gap Contra. It's going to be so intense on the last map for MorphGPX and BIGETRON Red Villains. It's a fight between the Indonesian teams, but we cannot count out TEC out yet, because maybe they will come out with a banger. on the last map.
Yeah, there can be scenarios where maybe even Morph as well as BTR gets sent out early. Then it opens up the floodgates where maybe Alter Ego has a chance. And of course, TEC currently sitting at the third spot. Today, I felt like maybe the matches back in Erangel as well as Sanhok kind of costed them a little bit now that they don't really have more chances, but to really try to put the maximum amount of points. Does that mean that they really have to go out of their way in order to hunt out all these players out there?
And all I can say is momentum coming in for these Indonesian teams, especially for BIGETRON Villains and Alter Ego. But then TEC, they are the champion of PL Summer, so maybe there's some trick coming up their sleeves on the last match of the day. And we hope that these players will give us the top-notch fight that we are waiting for. But then, talking about early fight draw spots, FaZe and Wolves, they are currently now up 2-3. And for the last map, maybe we could do a prediction on our own on who will win that battle, FaZe or Wolves.
I'm leaning towards FaZe Clan because today has been a great form being shown by the entirety of the team. So that's where I'm thinking, okay, if they're going to go for a fight, yeah, most likely they are going to be looking very much forward to take them on again. SEA, now, miles ahead against PEL. Do I really have to count in the numbers? I don't think that in one match, this number is going to be overtaken at all.
Yep, and we have to emphasize Indonesian domination from game number 3 up until game number 5, and match 6 is coming up. I can't wait to see who will wrap up the game, wrap up the day, wrap up the whole tournament with a winner-winner chicken dinner, and we can announce who will be the champion for sure. But then, what tournament we are watching around. It has been a lot of drama clashing in their drop spots, and fights that have been initiated by each sides are just crazy again.
I feel like this is how competitive PUBG Mobile should be, right? Like, usually in certain regions, it's like, okay, you respect my zone, I want this area. And like, even if you wanted that place, it's like, oh, do I really want to make enemies? Like, no, just play the game, drop wherever you want. If there's somebody out there, fight till the end of it. So yeah, that's what we have been getting from day 1 all the way to day 3. I like how both sides of PEL as well as SEA, they never back down, never surrender.
Yeah, this is the regional clash. This is where rivalries ignite between those teams, and they are currently preparing for the upcoming PMGC. Maybe some of the teams are playing, maybe some of the teams don't, but then this is a good glimpse of what's going to happen on PMGC this year, because we are seeing a lot of big teams coming up from C and of course from PEL, where I can't wait to watch how TEC is going to bring their A game in PMGC.
Yeah, TEC, as much as, you know, heading into the third day, might be a little bit shaky, but we know in the international stages, they can do so much better.
Absolutely, and we can't wait for the final match to start. So let's head on with our casters. Chuchu and Sir Cloud, take it away.
Oh, this is how it feels like to be Contra. Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I still can see you. But anyway, what we can see as well are the point gaps are really, really tight. And 1 point, number 1, number 2. And then there's still enough points for like the last game to really mean a lot for a few of these teams up there. So it's nice to see that the last game still matters.
Yeah, I think around 15 to 18 points the difference between PL team that's going to be TEC against the top 2 teams of the Indonesian rivals up there when it comes to getting the throne in PMRC champions. But I need to ask Karo again, what was your prediction you mentioned just now? He didn't even know, because he didn't even remember his prediction. He just randomly tosses it over on my end, yeah? But when it comes to the last Miramar map, do you think there's going to be a team that's going to let loose of everything, have nothing else to lose, and just go in and crash into everybody else's compound?
I want to say like Wolf, Sam9, LGD, but you know what? If let's get both GPX on their own poster, right? But I also don't remember what I predicted. But hey, FaZe Clan didn't get their chicken dinner as well, so yeah.
Really,
so,
bro?
Whose ones is it?
There's Kairos, definitely.
Kairos.
XERXIA. I mean, like, okay, it actually might be legit here. But speaking of, you mentioned about LGD, morph in the fray, try to randomly drop, right? LGD has been fighting everyone since the start of the game.
Yeah.
It didn't turn out well for them. I feel like they have to part ways with all the teams and play later. But apart from that, I do want to see if there are any particular drop that we do see more than 2 teams as the start.
You know, you talk about pathways, it reminds me of this book that I read about relationships. There's something called the rubber band effect.
You wrote the book?
Oh, I didn't. I read it.
Okay,
yeah.
you read
So
the book.
there's something called the rubber band theory. So the rubber band theory talks about like, okay, if you split yourself away from the relationship, you will come back stronger. Bam. You know, because you have that time away, that gap. So maybe that's what LGD is looking for, you know. If they split away from teams from the start, you know, they will come back, bam,
Yeah,
stronger.
I feel like that's actually precisely how to, you know, describe LGD right now. Now, back to our last map of Miramar. This is going to be determining who will be taking the champions out there. And this will be the last map of the regional clash between Southeast Asia and PEL teams. Get yourself buck up. This is going to be the last flight of Miramar.
Yeah, last flight in the PMRC, Southeast Asia versus PEL. And on the last flight, we will get a centered flight path cutting across from Los Eagles all the way up north to Torre Ahumada. But that also means that Picado is right on top of it.
No, but it's still in Impala. Until the end of the last day, PMRC.
Only that one
Nobody
time.
wants to be Impala.
Put it on time, that Thunder Talk. But that's
They've
about
been
it.
forced to.
Because the flight path was on the right that time.
That's kind of true. Now, since the flight path kind of very beautiful flight path equally split the map into 2 sides, Weibo Gaming decided to drop way down south. That's going to be around Los Eagles. But Tianba decided to drop quite early as well. I assume Alter Ego and Tianba, as always, are going to skirmish early on. Next, eyes onto Picado. It's always going to be Wolf versus FaZe Clan. And not just that, based on this flight path, do you have Sam9 and TEC on Hacienda de Patron or not? Sam9 dropped south of Los Eagles means Thunder Talk will be their contender once more.
Yeah, Sem9 back onto Los Leones, but even if Thunder Talk chooses to not go Impala and go to Los Leones, I mean, Los Leones is big enough. We've seen that multiple times. You can hold up to 3 teams, so that's okay. But the one that's not okay is, again, FaZe Clan and Wolf. Here we go.
I wish I actually recorded that, but
Yeah.
never mind.
Ask him to do it again.
Yeah, if you guys don't know, Kyrie just did something behind the scene here. But back towards the game, Wolves, they still want to have a go against FaZe Clan. Like always, you know what? FaZe Clan, this is a usual drop spot, but it's also a usual drop spot for the side of Wolves. And every single map for FaZe Clan, they have to prepare themselves arms ready. Every time they land, it's going to be a tough fight. They rarely lose.
They rarely lose, correct? They won most of their fights. And in fact, this time around, they got the first blood against Wolves. So it's still looking good for FaZe Clan. And statistic-wise, obviously, it would still favor them to wrap things up with Wolves.
But for Wolf, they're quite separated here. 2 players on the top floor. I'm not sure where the other 2. Feels like they're in a different building entirely. That's why MR5 is actually a bit isolated than the rest, in case the other 2 happen to be showing up outside of the building, while FaZe Clan slowly approaching towards the 2 members of Wolf that happen to be indoors. 77H is outside as well. But Onzen and Mela, they are taking this very cautiously. Try to find all the corners cleared up first. I think they have this inter-team communication. Which floor you guys at? Is there anybody there? You clear all the room across all the floors. It's so important and crucial for them to relay those information on time.
Yeah, that's definitely some of the communication that they would use with each other. And if there are any footsteps, since footsteps will be obvious in PUBG Mobile, and since Onzen heard a footstep across the building, and that's where you relay back the information to his team. Now, it's a matter of when will they execute stuff with all that information. And I guess it might take a while since this area is within the circle.
Back to its side of Onza. No, the team seems to be involving in any fight so far. I'm expecting Sem9 and TeamPAI any time now when they start to open fire. And we haven't seen any other teams clashing as well. I'm surprised around Los Eagles. We saw Weibo Gaming dropping there early on. But they actually didn't walk into Tianba or Alter Ego just yet. Gonna have to wait. Because it is a big map. Despite we saw them actually drop nearby each other, it's still quite a distance in between.
As we can see here for Tianba, Puerto Paraiso will be where they start. So we have a team there. Thunderdog, I believe that they will go to Impala. So if they're there, then the East Coast, at least, we have like 2 teams. I don't think that they would really clash onto each other since Miramar is a big map and there's a lot of space to rotate into the circle. So they'll probably do their own thing and not clash it that early. But speaking about early, this is not that early that they got the second knock now. But with this second knock, with that information that the other members of Wolves are in this one building, they will all just need to focus on to this one area.
Dartron and Pick Feet. I think FaZe definitely know where they're at right now in the same building. And now they're hovering around the staircase, waiting for somebody to try to push up here. Very small space for Pick Feet to make sure they can actually clutch this one out. But will FaZe show themselves in where the small space will be? He missed it. It's going to be trouble for Pick Feet. Do they have any troubles? Definitely they do. They pop the smoke up, making sure they will obliterate Pick Feet's vision. A bit trouble for Pick Feet to defend this by himself then.
Yeah, with now Pick Feet revealing his position, so they definitely know that someone's up there. And based on the information of footstep, they would assume that 2 of Wolves members are on that second floor. So that's why FaZe Clan, they are hesitating to make their move. Because maybe that's a little bit of a risk there. In case like that one spray knocks out 2 or 3, then it will be a big trouble for FaZe Clan.
They cornered down all the Wolves' play, including from the outside. Look at how they just climb out. Mormon just waiting around the ledges of the window. Wolf 77 knocked down. Even with a grenade, we missed that one. Mela. K1. Gonna be on top of 2-0 for now. I expect it's gonna be around XERXIA's area here, but nowhere to be seen.
Looking at that one elimination on Wolves, that was the earlier knock that they allowed, FaZe Clan allowed that one member of Wolves to just bleed out. Kind of like a strategy to use it potentially as a bait in case Wolves, they are pressured to save their teammate and they might make a mistake, they might go in for it. But Wolves still with the disciplined gameplay, even though there's only 2 of them, they still stay put. So right now they're still at a stalemate with their opponent. But we move forward to BTR. El Clasico, Super Bowl, aka U-High, takes out Misery.
St. Martin it is. BTR, PERSIJA, EVOS. Having a bit of a pause in between there. For Tianba, they didn't drop around, they dropped Puerto Paraiso's second drop spot in their PEL finals last time. It's going to be vacant for them for now. PERSIJA, EVOS, despite they're not dropping around as per usual, Los Leones southern side, but this time taking St. Martin, it just shows that they really want to push the numbers up. It's doable for PERSIJA, EVOS even.
Yes, I would say 108, 132. So they need to hope that, okay, all the top teams above them goes out without a point or maybe very, very minimal point, maybe 1 at most. And then they must score the chicken dinner with a lot of elimination points. Then they can overtake. Is that going to happen? Well, anything can. But anything can happen now that Pick Feet, he's forced to move because of the smoke, but he's still in the right position.
Thought it was a nade just now. I was scared by that as well. The moment it just dissipated as a smoke, Pick Feet go back to his old position, holding the stairs by himself, but wasting a lot of ammunition on top of that. Not enough for his reserve. But on the side of FaZe Clan, those rifles will not last long either. Dartron, on the other hand, AKM running last magazine here. Don't have ammunition anymore. We're down to a fist fight between these 2 teams.
Oh man, 39 bullets on his AK is starting to be scary to him. And we can see that FaZe Clan, they're moving like floor by floor by floor. And now they've pushed Wolves to pretty much the top floor. There's nowhere else for them to go except for jumping out of the window. But circle-wise, it moves towards the right side. And Picado is obviously not in it. So this fight, yeah, no longer can be a staring contest.
Yep. It's going to be around Minas Generales and between Junkyard. Alter Ego already got himself the Southern Part, even got himself a bonus airdrop for Alter Ego. But for FaZe, this has been going on for the entire stage 1 to 2. Wolves now barely hanging on to the ledges of the window. Pig Feet trying to hide himself around the corridors and the hallways. Here comes 3v1. The spray was hard for Pig Feet to hold by himself, tanking it out alone. Well, Dutch one on the then have 2 FaZe 8, and that's it. I'm not sure how many bullets he got left.
Okay, looks like he still has an abundance of bullets, so that's a fine. But he does not have an extended mag together with his UMP. So without an extended mag, with that amount of players, it's going to be hard. But he still takes that preemptive approach. He goes down. But speaking of going down, thank you so much, Wolves, for playing today. Hopefully, we'll be able to see them in the future.
TEC versus PERSIJA EVOS next. Zuxi greeting them out with a UMP spray. The moment they try to pull over, Luxy got knocked down instead. Suki going all the far flank side, but Zuxi and the rest of PERSIJA EVOS wiped clean by Team TEC. The Titans really want to fight for that #1 podium spot.
Well, you talk about the potential about PERSIJA EVOS getting the #1 since they're eliminated now, so I guess the chance is 0. But with the elimination points given towards TEC, now they are at 121. They are 11 points behind Morph GPX.
They have to make sure, TEC have to make sure BTI Morph, that's going to be 2 teams to go down early. And that's not an easy one as well, because we remember how Morph's so great at defending the compound.
Yeah, that's going to be a tricky one, right? Even if somehow TEC bumps into Morph GPX, to take them down is not going to be that easy. The different philosophies of the 2 regions do not favor that kind of approach to TEC. But we do have another knockdown. Morph GPX hoping to secure that elimination point, but it's all the way on the other side.
Ambitious, but still doable. The moment we mentioned about them, they start taking actions here for Team Morph, sorry for that. And Boo Boo Hoo going on the low grounds, while the others are going on top of those peak view, taking themselves a quite horizon up here. I'm not sure who's that. Quite far, but they tried. Hopefully it's not wasting all the resources altogether. But the circle will shrink. It will be Junkyard, definitely will. Thundertalk already got himself in the center. TeamPAI and TEC, LGD, all taking on the northern side of the circle. Morph, XERXIA, and BTO will be gatekept by so many PEL teams.
That's going to be interesting because PEL teams, so far from what we see, they like to hold their ground as well. Especially if they have this sort of circle advantage. But defending is going to be another question. Defending it, probably the C teams will have an advantage. But we'll see if BTR decides to really crash in, because they could use a couple of points, but they are also aware of the fact that Morph GPX is still alive. So for them to take that risk, they really have to weigh it out.
Speaking of waiting, some teams not willing to wait. One of it is going to be BTR. They try to hunt people down. They know for a fact if they don't make something big out of this map, it's quite hard for them to just take that #1 spot and just overtake Morph and try to push them down. But it's just going to be 1 point. Right now, they are at a tie.
They are. But if there was a tiebreaker, and the tiebreaker is the chicken dinner, then BTR would win it. So Morph GPX, I'm sure they saw the elimination feed. They're doing their own manual calculation, and they will tell themselves that, you know what, we still need to gather points. If not, the tiebreaker will favor BTR.
It's kind of true. BTR, all they need to do is just make sure they have 1 point ahead, or just even a tie would be great. 3 chicken dinners by far, the highest chicken for the side of SEA teams. But back to STEC, there's another triple chicken. 3 chickens they have in their record for TEC. 7-9 spot at Weibo Gaming. That's going to be only 1 gap. The rest of the team is quite far. Sook still there with the MI as per usual. Tom trying to shut down gap. But the Blues start to shrink. They are trying to gatekeeping Weibo Gaming from advance to their side. But the problem is, K1 is breathing behind their necks for 7-9.
Yeah, and the rest of Weibo Gaming, I guess they're deciding on whether they want to save their teammate or not, but that decision led them to Kenny getting another knock. At the same time, Alter Ego takes out Field from K1. So fights are starting to happen across the map.
Lucky for 7-9, K1 right now busy with Alter Ego. Now they're trying to go in for the rush and finish off the job. Sook, on the other hand, trying to find any sort of loophole you can find to find just one opportunity. Shut down one player of 7-9, but Sook got knocked down instead. Spotted out by Tom indoors. Mika tried to go in for the rush and flush. Meng holding his ground, but that's the last one as Weibo Gaming being taken out at 14. Thank you, 3 teams, for joining us in the PMRC, but we're down to only 13 here.
Well, circle time. Majority of the teams currently in the circle. The next question will be, where will the circle go? And look at the trend of circles. There's a possibility that we might see a ping-pong-ish circle, and it might hard shift to one of the corners. Now, look at the circle. It's a little bit tilted towards the north side, but look who's in there. It's going to be Thunder Talk.
Still going to be Junkyard right on top of it. TC and having problems. Blues are start to crushing them alive. But the one that's really making it difficult is going to be TeamPAI. Look at the firepower and the pressure, the immense pressure towards TEC by PAI. They even rushed them and cornered out. But TEC, they hop themselves into that vehicle, even get themselves casually 1 members of PAI before they go out. It's going to be only Small and Eagle left.
We go north side, 3 teams locked in with each other, and they're on the outside of the circle. Now TeamPAI probably going to relocate themselves, while TEC, they cannot afford to be eliminated, but they must overcome TeamPAI. And if they can do that, they will collect more points and they will edge closer to that number 1.
It's all down to Eagle. We mentioned this, you mentioned this about before. TeamPAI heavily centralizing around Eagle's playstyle, how he actually approached the fight. If he goes down, TeamPAI will have some difficulties to actually last long enough. But when they leave, the pan is straight into the fire of Thunder Talk, who's happened to be in the center of the junkyard and been holding this ground the longest time.
Oh yeah, and Thunder Talk Gaming, full squad against the duo that TeamPAI has brought into their area of junkyard. And from here, we can see that Smart together with Eagle, they are circling around trying to gather information on where exactly the members of Thunder Talk Gaming are at before executing the nade onto Smile, tossing it in.
Oh!
That is a nade that brought a smile to his face.
A big one straight in the face of that, but FaZe also start firing on 7-9. 2 teams make it 4, fighting each other at the same time. Eagle shutting down on Artier. There's going to be trouble spelling out for Thunder Talk. K1 taking on FaZe Clan, while FaZe Clan busy against 7-9. A 3-way war for the teams on top of Minas Generalis.
And 7-9's on the other side though. Kenny together with Tam. Oh, Tam almost needed down. Kenny's kind of low as well. And Mela follow up with a nade to knock down Tam. And MR5 comes in as the substitution to eliminate 7-9.
TEC, it's not out of the woods yet for them. The smoke will be temporary shelter, just a tiny bit, because LGD start to rush into it. The Rosemary taking on Vampires. What's going on? Everywhere happen to be fights. Minas Generalis seems to be heated up with Vampires still trying to take down on Alter Ego, but 2 members out and knocked down.
Rosemary?
Shreks, on the other hand, holding his ground, fighting 4 members of Alter Ego. Rosemary trading for another. Shraps barely enough with the next 2v2. Vampires versus Alter Ego.
Wow, Shrapps took that risk even though he has only 10% of health just to get a knockdown to Octa, and it paid off for him. And now Shrapps reset himself, securing the elimination point by taking out Rosemary. And that opened up space for his other teammates to be revived. And at the same time, Alter Ego, they're busy with BTR.
Here comes Shraps, the monster of the day here. Can he actually do a lot of stuff just by buying time for Vampires to revive their teammates? They're heavily relying on Shraps here today. Alter Ego might actually be scouted out by BTR. Happen to be passing by. BTR tried to steal it away. They managed to do so. Alter Ego taken by BTR instead of Vampires, who are putting so much effort just now. Just going to be taken by another team entirely.
Here we go, Shrapps in action, nade across the room, but nobody's there. Anyhow, Shrapps, he has a Thompson, 50 bullets in his hand, so he can spray them down. But time is on their side, they're on the outside of the circle, 20 more seconds before the zone closes. So Vampire Esports gotta do it quick. BTR not willing to let this go. But let's not forget about Potato on the other building.
Speaking of Potato or not, it's going to be Shrubs this time again. Vampire is back up their feet with 4 members still alive. He managed to revive all of them with what just happened to Alter Ego. Unfortunately, Alter Ego is down to only 1 players left. Morph being eliminated next. This is a huge news for BTR. All they need to do is just defend, making sure they didn't die. But Alter Ego is still having a fight against Vampires. Vampires trying to shut down that last member of Alter Ego. This is going to open up 3rd and 4th space here.
Oh, to the right, Tony K to the right. There's going to be an F4 spray. And you can always count on Tony K to win it for Vampire Esports. And now he has the time to pick up his teammates. But then again, it's going to be difficult for them to move on since Satar is still there. BTR not only going to hang on for points, but they want to make sure that TEC don't catch up.
Not just that, they need to finish off this job. Vampires now being closed by the blue, pressured. Nowhere to go, no options that go through and through against BTR. And BTR, this is the opportunity for them to take the numbers up, to open the stretch between TEC and them further. Will TEC stay quiet? Not so much. They're fighting as well. They scored themselves 5 eliminations, and that's going to be Vampires eliminated. The top 7 has been shut down, except for the number 1 and number 3 spot.
Well, BTR, they have the opportunity to gain more elimination points, but it's going to be difficult as they need to get across. FaZe Clan will try to stop BTR as well. At this moment, both BTR and TEC have 5 elimination points, so they are on the same amount of points this round as of now. That means that BTR still has that significant gap against TEC.
The biggest difference is going to be their placement points, where this is the crucial time that matters most for placement. LGD taking on TEC. This is not great. TEC being surprised by XERXIA and LGD at the same time. LS Linksa actually founded out the rest member of TEC. Now Blessing is there to wrap around. The moment TEC stands down, this is a definite champions for PMRC, and that's going to be BTR.
It will be headline news if LGD eliminates TEC. And looking at this, it's not potentially only them, but also XERXIA, who's on the other side, but it's going to be Shadow knocking down onto Blessing. The other 2 members of LGD on the other side. Shadow knocked down. Looks like a trade between the 2 of them. As Suki now tries to find the next target. CC from the long range, trying to put pressure onto TEC to allow the members of LGD to reset.
Chengxi advance forward, down to only Suki. Can Suki clutch against LGD? The entire team still there. 4 LGD players back alive. Oh, this is going to be 1v4, but Suki, having the time getting on Chengxi, is on the ground, but Suki being bombarded by bullets. TEC stands down. They have to settle because BTR is still alive.
Well, and it came from LGD to wipe out TEC. Now, personally, I'd like to see LGD getting the chicken dinner, but let's see if they can do that. So far, so good for them. They will reset as a 4, but they need to face off against XERXIA next as Chopper comes in.
Surprise, yeah, from the backstab by Chopper. RNG on Cat. And this is going to be tough. Blasting managed to revive Lingsha or LFs. But the problem is he doesn't have the space to revive or reset himself. BT on the hunt with FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan scored 10 eliminations. Yeah, they want to go for the scores as well. Emerald 5 taking a fight against Satar. But BT are down to the last player. And that's done. BTR and the top 7 in place. Nobody's budging.
Yeah, it's locked in right now, ladies and gentlemen. But let's see what's going to happen at the bottom. Blessing, 10% of health. FZ wants to finish him off. He will take out his teammate CC first, and now he will move in. Frontal approach, and that's going to be LGD bowing out.
Now, feels a bit anticlimactic by the end of the day, but FaZe Clan at 11 eliminations. They want to break another record themselves.
Well, yeah, MR5, he wants to show why he's the super sub coming in to replace Torres. And so far, they are doing well. However, they're playing with 3 players. Now, Tianba, who's being shot at by Thunder Talk at this moment. 4 players still at full squad. And speaking about Tianba now, they're facing off against FaZe Clan. And FaZe Clan now losing players against Tianba. FaZe Clan, Mela down and out. Looks like Tianba, they're winning this. But they're still on the outside of the circle. The fight's not over yet as Momo is on the other side. But speaking about Momo, the moment we mentioned about him, it is K1 to take a moment.
Down to 5 with K1 with full squad. Tianba as well, as they managed to reset their players down there. XERXIA down to trio alongside with ThunderTalk. The most disadvantageous team is going to be TeamPAI. There's going to be a bit of a problem. Eagle badly hanging on.
Eagle, the starman of TeamPAI, approaching XERXIA. His teammate will definitely be taken out. And that's going to be Chopper eliminating Smile, now leaving only Eagle alone. If we can pull off an insane clash here, this is going to be a huge redemption from whatever happened in day number 1. He's approaching now, he's taking the blue at the same time, and Chopper will win the fight thanks to a little bit of help from the blue.
Actually, Cairo might actually get his prediction right for once there. XERXIA still well alive. He predicted that for the end of the show. Tianba with a trio, ThunderTalk with a 2, K1 on the other hand. We haven't seen the best of K1 yet. This might be it.
Oh yeah, I mean, look at K1 right now, full squad. Now it's just a matter of execution. Since we're still at stage 6, stage 7, we still have the next phase of circle, in which will be revealed to us. Tianba does not have the circle at this moment, so they need to cut across. And they need to face off against ThunderTalk Gaming, who has this compound with the circle.
It's all about positioning here mostly. Stage 6, 4 teams, 30 seconds on the clock. K1 repositioned to put himself in a 1-2-1 position now. While XERXIA with the trio working as a cluster. Every single angle of the circle been occupied by different teams entirely, but Tianba will be the furthest away from the circle and ThunderTalk will take them down if needed be.
Yeah, they have to at this moment. They're still on the outside. ThunderTalk within the circle, but we can see that Tianba, they have good weapons to fight in the close quarters combat. They have a DBS, so that's great. The others, SMGs, great as well. So they're well prepared for that siege. But for XERXIA, this will be interesting. If XERXIA wants to butt in on the lower ground where ThunderTalk and Tianba is at, they could do so.
Quite risky, really. They might attract all the attention toward their side, though, because one team start to move first. All 3 teams will hover the crosshair towards that one particular direction. They have to track this very carefully. Tianba playing along with the warehouse, knowing they have the walls and roof to cover their movement. They're willing to scout out. But like you mentioned, XERXIA now wanting to take the fight, but it's a bit of a hike with K1 pressuring them to get off their vehicles.
Yeah, now that they're exposed to K1 and K1 sprayed down onto them, so it looks like they're going to hold their ground for now. And we still have stage 8 circles, so that's something to consider as well. They need to wait for the next stage just to see what they're going to do next. But I guess at this moment, looking at the position, K1 has the best position. Not only because they have numbers, but just because of how spread out they are. That's going to be Ren on the ground.
Dreamy toss a big nade towards the side of Tianba, stopping their movement and their direction towards that warehouse just now. Sing, on the other hand, will prep another nade, hoping it will just end the life of Ren, put him out of his misery. While LY and YDD try to defend it as well. Look at Dreamy coming up from the back. This is not great for YDD. Very risky for Revival. But Dreamy pull back all the way. His DBS will be swapped in and out between his rifle, but Sing will be knocked down into Tianba and LY fought back.
YDD now resetting himself, taking the time to do so. As we can see the incoming Dreamy. With the DBS gameplay from that distance, it might not bring him much. But looks like it's still going to be his weapon of choice as he tries to close the gap against the 2 players of Tianba. Still on the lower ground, being sprayed at by LY with the UMP. And he did take damage. At the same time, Chopper knocked down by BBC. YDD waiting for the right moment. Everyone's taking the time now.
K1 is actually rushing to the side of XERXIA. They do have those elevation, but XERXIA in trouble. They have very small shack. Back to the side of Tianba. Run just shotgun away into the compound. K1 won over the rush towards the side of XERXIA. It's going to be Tianba versus K1. The PEL have spoken for the last chicken of the PMRC.
Yes, it is a confirmation right now. The final chicken dinner will go to a PEL team. The question is whether it's going to be Tianba or K1. And at this moment, K1 did not only have the numbers, but look at the spread. Look at the control that they have within the circle. They have the advantage against Tianba. And they know exactly where Tianba is at. Whereas for Tianba, they might not know exactly where all the members of K1 are at.
So far, the smoke will give away the position of K1. They got themselves the compound for Tianba. But if the next stage, the blue zone happen to shrink on Tianba's side first, that's going to be troublesome. They have to push towards the side of K1. Their backs is just too close towards the zone. YDDLY and Ren right now is trying to discuss how to push forward. K1 divided into 2-2 formation, quite difficult for them to have all the fields cover. K1, they're waiting that 5 seconds on the clock to wait and push towards Tianba, like how they did to XERXIA before.
Okay, and speaking about the clock now, the clock will start to count till we close entirely, and this will be the ending for the PMRC, ladies and gentlemen, as Passion gets a knockdown onto LY, and 2 more to go on the side of Tianba. One of them half-life at this moment, and in a space where Passion can spray him down, his vehicle protected him.
BBC tossing the molly to barbecue the rest of Tianba. This is going to be the confirmation of K1 to be official last chicken dinner winner for the last map of PMRC. Can they find out Run and BBC K-Tron move on different angles? They close in the crossfires and K1 secures the last chicken in the PMRC run.
And that's going to be at least 10 eliminations for K1. Congratulations to them for taking on the final chicken dinner for today, representing the PEL teams. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we'll tabulate the scores, but we'll leave it to our analysts there to make the official announcement.
At the same time, unfinished business for you since LGD didn't score any chicken. Same goes for Wolves. Unfortunately, a lot of teams down there didn't manage to get any chickens because a lot of teams repeating their chicken run, including K1. That's going to be their 3rd chicken in the entirety of PMRC.
Yeah, true enough. Even some of the top teams did not score a chicken dinner, MORPY GPX. So that's one as well. Yeah, and I think that's also because of like the repeated chicken dinners by a lot of teams. So you cut down like the opportunity for the other teams to get a chicken dinner.
The hungry champions didn't feed by chickens, no KFC chickens for them, but still get #1 anyways. More. Incredible run.
Are they #1?
They definitely, I mean, like, we saw that one. They got quite a number of elimination, but, you know, that's going to be, is that the first time we're looking at the champions without any chicken?
Yeah, well, I wouldn't dare to announce Morph as a champion as of now because...
Oh, we're going to have to wait and see.
Yeah.
It's a BTR. I'm sorry for that.
Yeah.
But,
so, let's not make Morph, you know, be sad, okay? I mean,
be excited or sad.
Yeah, well...
But you have to give credit when it's due. The only team without any chicken, but in the top 3, that's going to be Morph. That's incredible, by the way.
But you know what? We got to give credit to our amazing viewers. This will be the finale for us at the Casters Desk. Thank you so much to the viewers who have followed us since the PMSL. We see you, Mois, Alwin, and a lot of other names that we cannot possibly say out, but we know you guys are out there. Thank you so much for being with us. That is it from me, Sir Cloud, as well as Choo Choo. We're passing it back to our handsome analysts, Cairo and Contra.
Thank you so much, Choo Choo and Sir Cloud. 18 matches done, and K1 sealed the deal to wrap up the game with the last chicken dinner of the tournament, and there they are at the #1 spot with 22 points.
Yeah, it was a thrilling battle because it really came up to the maximum intensity of who exactly will be the champions by the end of it all. But on the first half itself, you see half the pool of the teams have been wiped out. K1 by the tail end of it sees K-Tron really slowly sniping everybody down, and not only that, they have basically booked Zhongyard from the get-go in order to triumph here with a big win.
The very last play of the match for the tournament with 5 eliminations, 1050 damage coming out from him. And looking at the overall rankings, BIGETRON Revillains are on top with 137 total points with 3 winner chicken dinners at the very end, pushing down Morph GPX to 2nd place.
Congratulations to them as they basically got this by the skin of their teeth. Only 5 points ahead of Morph GPX. Meanwhile, TEC was also deteriorated by a couple of teams that were cornering them without any other options. They had to take those fights. Tianba, by the end of it all, have pushed and advanced into the top 4. You still see a good balance of teams from PEL as well as SEA, reigning supreme, and Travs. How else could I put it? This player today has been in the best of the best form.
Yep, phenomenal. Just everything that came out from him for today is just crazy amount of firepower. For sure, Schweppes is very happy for his performance for today, but then he is as well as the MVP of this time around for PMRC 2023 with the total of 33 eliminations, 5,942 damage coming out from him with 35% of average team contribution. And ladies and gentlemen, BIGETRON Red Villains is your champion for the 2023 PUBG Mobile Regional Clash SEA versus PL. Give it up for your champion.
The Villains will reign supreme as they are the best of Southeast Asia and the entirety of the PL region in this clash itself. Kudos to their effort because we saw how hard they fought from day one to the tail end of it. They finally picked up the pieces from day 2 onwards and now are your best team from across the board. So with that being said, of course, this has come down to a close, but there's no other way that we could basically get any sort of better entertainment than to have them to be the best team performing.
Yeah, just imagine we were talking about TEC, MORPY at the very start of the day who will be crowned champion, but we missed out on BTR. They were climbing up the ranks slowly but surely, and at the very end of the last match, they have proven themselves to be the best this time around.
Yeah, and back in day 1, they did manage to at least hold on to around the top 5 region or even the top 3. But on day 2, you see a little bit of shakiness coming out of BIGETRON Villains. And not only that, today, the first 2 games, they went out too soon. Not really getting points until they get that chicken dinner. They start to see a little bit more of that hope. And that's where they put their best foot forward and kept pushing for every single drop of points. Morph really gave them the run for the money as well because look at Morph and them, there was only 1 point of difference when we start our final match.
Yeah, we have to give credit to MORPH GPX as well as the best performance coming out from them without no chicken dinners at all during this whole tournament, but they managed to put themselves at the number 2 ranking. And this is, can say that it's a big miss for MORPH GPX, but all in all, they still did very well. And I feel like we are about to see more of MORPH GPX in PMGC.
I definitely hope to see a lot more of them because they definitely fought like a top-tier team. I mean, they are one of the top-tier teams, but most people have counted them as the underdogs because they got promoted on the very tail end of their league. And then not only that, they made it into the PMSL and still make it into the top 5 or top 6 scenario. And now, lo and behold, they are your champions. Well, not second, first runner-up of the PMRC.
Yep, and I feel like we are at the end of our show for this time around for PMRC 2023 SEA versus PEL. I'm Khairul alongside with Contra. We thank you so much for watching from day 1 up until day 3, joining us with a lot of action-packed fights from the teams from PL and SEA. And that's all from us on the Analyst Desk. See you guys soon. Bye-bye.